Anyways, I so I have my crime bag companion Kaylee on the phone.
Hello.
And then
We're back.
this get some buckle in, folks, because we're trying to finish. That lighting is atrocious. Would it just be better if I didn't have? It's gonna be a long night because we're trying. I cannot. Okay, we're gonna try and finish this book by the end of this stream. That's like
She's a vlogger. She swears.
Huh?
She's a vlogger. She swears.
Listen, I've claimed no such thing. Not yet. Maybe at some point, but as of right now, I keep pointing in the wrong direction. This is 200 some pages, like 250 pages, I think, of content that we're gonna try and finish by the end of this night. And also, so I lied. Kaylee's not with me because she went home and she didn't tell me she was going home.
Maybe.
My co-president hates me. She's preying on my downfall.
I really want to get my hair chopped.
Y'all heard it first. She wants to be chopped.
Hey, Calm down.
But anyways, let's get this bread. Actually, let me get underneath my blanket first and foremost. Let's get cozy because I have decided I'm going to be in the chair. And this can only go so well for so long. So we're going to see how this goes.
I'm currently sitting on my bed debating making a little nest for myself.
Make your nest, girl. We gonna be here for a while. Here, let me set you on the stuffy. Actually, that might not be a good idea. I'm about to be on top of this bro. But yeah, Kaylee's actually gonna read first.
I know. This is just a foreign concept now.
I know. It's been 3 streams since you read last.
It's been 3 years.
It's been 3 long years.
Alright, I have my water on standby in case I need it.
But alright. Start it, girl. You got is my tea opened?
Your what? Oh, your tea?
Yes, it is open. I was like, I'm finna get my Arnold Palmer.
Keep it at the ready.
Oh, I will.
It will be needed.
with how my voice be sounding at the end of these streams? Oh yeah.
Alright. Chapter 14. Another day, another staff meeting. Who would have thought saving the world could be so boring? The science team sat around the meeting room table. Me, Dimitri, and I almost called him Lucan, but that's a character from my D&D podcast.
Girl. I think it's Logan. That's how I've been pronouncing it the whole time, is Logan.
Okay. For all her talk about cutting out bureaucracy, Strat ended up with a bunch of de facto department heads and daily staff meetings. Sometimes the stuff we all hate ends up being the only way to do things. Strat sat at the head of the table, of course, and next to her was a man I'd never seen before.
That's a horrible combination. Strat sat? Absolutely not. That's diabolical. Anyways, continue.
Everyone, Strat said, I want you to meet Dr. Oh God.
Francois Leclerc. That's the easiest foreign name we've come across this entire book.
I saw a little squiggle underneath the C and I got scared.
It's just Francois. It's just Francois. Francois
What's the last name?
Leclerc.
Leclerc? That's
yes.
what I'm calling him.
That has been the one non-American name that I've had the easiest time clocking this entire time.
Okay, well, Dr. Fuentes. I can't say it.
Francois.
Shut up.
Francois. I think you're obligated. I think you're obligated to call him that now.
Dr. Francois Leclerc. The Frenchman to her left waved half-heartedly. Hello. Leclerc is a world-renowned climatologist from Paris. I put him in charge of tracking, understanding, and, if possible, ameliorating the climate effects of astrophage. Oh, is that all? I said. Leclerc smiled, but it faded quickly. So, Dr. Leclerc, Strat said, we've been getting a lot of conflicting reports on exactly what to expect from the reduction of solar energy. It's hard to find any two climatologists who agree. He shrugged. It's hard to find two climatologists who agree on the color of an orange.
Why?
It is. I started to say why. It's orange.
Okay. All right, buddy. I believe it's called orange for a reason, but go off, I guess.
It is unfortunately an inexact field. There's a lot of uncertainty and, if I'm being honest, a lot of guesswork. Climate science is in its infancy. You're not giving yourself enough credit. Out of all the experts, you're the only one I could find whose climate prediction models were proven true over and over again the last 20 years. He nodded.
The only weatherman that actually gets it right.
She gestured to a disorderly mass of papers at the meeting table. I've been sent every kind of prediction from minor crop failures to global biosphere collapse. Good Lord.
That's a range.
Hear what you have to say.
That's a range.
Yeah, that is quite a range. It's like supernatural? There's an electrical storm. You've seen the predicted solar output numbers. What's your take? Disaster, of course, he said. That's comforting.
Naturally.
We're looking at extinction of many species, complete upheaval of biomes all over the world, major changes in weather patterns. Humans, Strauss said. I want to know how this affects humans, and when. I don't care about the mating grounds of the three...
Anus.
Okay, mud sloth, or any other random biome.
Man, care about the animals, you absolute
I was about to
heathen.
say, you kind of need the animals and
I
the biomes.
hate her so much. She makes me so mad.
It's so hypocritical half the time when she speaks.
And like pretty much everything she was saying in the last couple of chapters. What the heck, man? Why does she suck so much? Who gave her all this power? Why does she have it?
We're part of the ecology, Miss Strat. We're not outside it. The plants we eat, the animals we ranch, the air we breathe, it is all part of the tapestry. Thank you. It's all connected. As the biomes collapse, it'll have a direct impact on humanity. Okay then, numbers, Strat said. I want numbers. Tangible things, not vague predictions. He scowled at her. Okay, 19 years.
Damn.
19 years? You want a number? He said, there's a number. 19 years. I'm liking this guy.
Me too. I like Francois.
I'm liking Francois.
Francois.
Okay, what's 19 years? That's my estimate for when half the people currently alive will be dead.
Damn.
19 years from now.
Dang.
Ooh.
Half the world? That's crazy.
The silence that followed was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Even Strout was taken aback. Logan and I looked at each other. I don't know why, but we did. Dimitri's mouth fell agape. Half, Strat said. 3.5 billion people dead? Yes. He said, is that tangible enough for you? Clock it, man. How can you possibly know that, she said. He pursed his lips. And just like that, another climate denier is born. See how easy it is? All I have to do is tell you something you don't want to hear. Okay.
I love this man.
Facts.
I love this man.
He's like clocking everyone.
He is.
Don't patronize me, Dr. Leclerc. Just answer my questions. He did. He crossed his arms. We're already seeing major weather pattern disruptions. Logan cleared her throat. I hear there were tornadoes in Europe.
Oh Lord.
Yes.
Oh Lord.
Europe.
The European mind can barely fathom half the stuff that happens in America. I cannot imagine what they experience. Oh Lord.
Yes, he said, and they're happening more and more often. European languages didn't even have a word for tornado until Spanish conquistadors saw them in North America. Now they're happening in Italy, Spain, and Greece.
Idly?
Shut up.
No, you made fun of me the whole time for fighting for my life and words. Now you get that.
He tilted his head. Partially, it's because of shifting weather patterns, and partially it's because some lunatic decided to pave the Sahara Desert with black rectangles. Okay. As if a massive disruption of heat distribution near the Mediterranean Sea wouldn't have any effects. Strout rolled her eyes. I know there'd be weather effects. We just don't have any other choice.
Bruh, you had plenty of choices. And you
This is
decide to
crazy.
go with the corrupt New Zealander.
He pressed on. Your abuse of the Sahara aside. I love this guy. We're seeing bizarre phenomena all over the world. The cyclone season is off by 2 months. It snowed in Vietnam last week.
Oh.
The jet stream is a convoluted mess changing day by day. Arctic air is being brought to places it's never been before, and tropical air is going well north and south. It's a maelstrom, or whatever. Get back to the 3.5 billion dead people, Stress said. Sure, he said. The math of famine is actually pretty easy. Take all the calories the Lord creates with farming and agriculture per day and divide it about 1,500. The human population cannot be greater than that number, not for long anyway. He fiddled with a pen on the table. I run the best models I have. Crops are going to fail. The global staple crops are wheat, barley, millet, potatoes, soy, and most important, rice. All of them are pretty sensitive about temperature ranges. If your rice paddy freezes over, the rice dies. If your potato farm floods, the potatoes die. And if your wheat farm experiences 10 times normal humidity, it gets fungal parasites and dies. He looked at Strahd again. If only we had a stable supply of how do you say it?
Anus?
Oh.
It's just anus.
Genuinely?
It's just anus. It is
That's the
literally
question.
just anus, but with an ED at the end.
I legit had to question. Might be. Mud sloths, maybe we'd survive. Strut pinched her chin. 19 years isn't enough time. It'll take 13 years for the Hail Mary to get to Tau Ceti, and another 13 for any results or data to come back. We need at least 26 years. 27 would be better. He looked at her as if she'd grown another head. What are you saying? This isn't some optional outcome. This is happening, and there's nothing we can do about it. Preach. Stand on business. Nonsense, she said. Humanity has been accidentally causing global warming for a century. Let's see what we can do when we really set our minds to it. He drew back. What, are you kidding? A nice blanket of greenhouse gases would buy us some time, right? It would insulate Earth like a parka and make the energy we are getting last longer. Am I wrong?
Brother.
What? He stammered. You aren't wrong, but the scale and the morality of deliberately causing greenhouse gas emissions? I don't care about morality, Strat said, clear. She really doesn't, I said. I care about saving humanity, so get me some greenhouse effects. You're a climatologist. Come up with something to make us last at least 27 years. I'm not willing to lose half of humanity. Leclerc gulped. She made a shooing motion. Get to work. God, I hate her.
Brother. Just willing to dump. Oh my gosh. She makes me so mad. She makes me so mad. Can she die? Can she die by the end of this?
If something does not happen to her, I might have a visceral reaction.
If something doesn't happen to her, I might have to knock a star off, to be honest. If she makes it through the end of this book, I'm gonna be pissed.
Someone get Rocky on the case.
Someone bring her ass to Rocky, take her to the Rocky's world, just have her inhale some of that good old ammonia.
It takes 3 hours and the addition of 50 words to our shared vocabulary, but I'm finally able to explain radiation and its effects on biology to Rocky.
I completely forgot that.
Everyone's dead.
I forgot that conversation was still happening.
And me too. Think, he says in unusually low tones, sad tones. Now I know how my friends died. Bad, 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 I say. Yes, he chimes.
Bad, bad, bad.
My friends are dead. Yes, that's bad. During the conversation, I learned the Blip A has no radiation protection at all. And I know why Iridians never discovered radiation. It took a while to assemble all this information. But here's what I know. The Iridian homeworld is the first planet in the 40 Eridani system. Humans actually spotted it a while ago, obviously not knowing there was a whole civilization there. The catalog name for it is 40 Eridani AB. That's a mouthful. The planet's actual name, from the Iridians, is a collection of chords like any other Iridian word, so I'll just call it Erid. Erid is extremely close to its star, about 1/5 as far as Earth is from our sun. Their year is a little over 42 Earth days long. That's a short year.
Yeah.
It's what we call a super Earth, weighing in at 8.5 times Earth's mass. It's about twice Earth's diameter and a little over double the surface gravity. Also, it spins very fast, absurdly fast. Their day is only 5.1 hours long.
Good lord.
Dang.
Spin.
How do you get anything done?
No, well, I mean, no wonder they only sleep like once every couple weeks or so.
Yeah.
Because Rocky only sleeps a little bit here and there.
Yeah. That's when things started to fall into place. Plants get magnetic fields. What? Planets, not plants.
Plants? Magnetic tree.
Man, that fern.
Fern.
That fern. Planets get magnetic fields if the conditions are right. You have to have a molten iron core. You have to be in the magnetic field of a star, and you have to be spinning. If all three of these things are true, you get a magnetic field. Earth has one. That's why compasses work. Erid has all of those features on steroids. They're larger than Earth with a larger iron core. They're close to their sun, so they have a much stronger magnetic field powering their own field, and they spin extremely fast. All told, Erid's magnetic field is at least 25 times as strong as Earth's.
Good lord.
Plus, their atmosphere is extremely thick, 29 times as thick.
Good lord.
You know what strong magnetic fields and thick atmospheres are really good at? Radiation protection. All life on Earth evolved to deal with radiation. Our DNA has error correction built in because we are consistently bombarded with radiation from the sun and from space in general. Our magnetic field and atmosphere protect us somewhat, but not 100%. For Erid, it's 100%. Radiation just doesn't get to the ground. Light doesn't even get to the ground. That's why they never evolved eyes. The surface is pitch dark. How does a biosphere exist in total darkness? I haven't asked Rocky how that works yet, but there is plenty of life deep in Earth's oceans where the sun doesn't shine, so it's definitely doable. Iridians are extremely susceptible to radiation, and they never even knew it existed. The next conversation took another hour and added a few dozen more words to the vocabulary. Iridians invented space travel quite a while ago, and with their unparalleled materials technology, Xenonite, they actually made a space elevator. Basically, a cable leading from Erid's equator up to the synchronous orbit with a counterweight.
Space elevator.
They literally take elevators to get into orbit. We could do that on Earth if we knew how to make Xenonite. Thing is, they never left orbit. There's no reason to. Erid has no moon. Planets that close to a star rarely do.
Rarely.
Planets that close to a star rarely do. The gravitation tidal forces tend to rip. Oh my god, can I actually read?
Nope. No, you can't.
The gravitation tidal forces tend to rip would-be moons out of orbit. Rocky and his crew were the first Iridians to leave orbit at all, so they never found out that Erid's magnetic field, which extends well beyond its synchronous orbit, had been protecting them all this time. One mystery remained. Why did I not die? Rocky asks. I don't know. I say, what's different? What did you do that the rest of your crew didn't do? I fix things. My job is to repair broken things, create needed things, and keep engines running. Sounds like an engineer to me.
He's an engineer.
Where are you most of the time? I have room in ship. Workshop. I'm getting an idea. Where is workshop? In back of ship near engines. That's a sensible place to put your ship's engineer. Near the engines, where things are most likely to need maintenance or repairs. Where does your ship store astrophage fuel? He waves a hand generally around the rear of the ship. Many, many containers of astrophage. All in back of ship, close to engines, easy to refuel. And there's the answer. I sigh. He's not going to like this. The solution was so simple. They just didn't know it. They didn't even know the problem until it was too late. Astrophage stops radiation, I say. You were surrounded by astrophage most of the time. Your crewmates weren't, so the radiation got to them. He doesn't respond. He needs a moment to let that sink in. Understand, he says in low tones. Thank. I now know why I not die.
I love Rocky. I love Rocky, but reading his lines sometimes gives me a stroke.
It really does.
I'm like, I now know why not die. That's so sad though, and it's like so like it feels like if it was a child, talking
Yeah.
about this. Just like the grammar, I think that makes it sadder.
I try to imagine the desperation of his people. With the space program far behind Earth's, no knowledge of what's outside, and still making an interstellar ship in a bid to save their race. No different from my situation, I guess. I just have a little more technology. Radiation is here too, I say. Stay in your workshop as much as you can. Yes. Bring Astrophage to this tunnel and put it on the wall. Yes, you do same. I don't need to. Why not? Question. Because it doesn't matter if I get cancer. I'm going to die here anyway. But I don't want to explain that. I'm on a suicide mission right now. The conversation's been pretty heavy already, so I'll tell him a half-truth. Earth's atmosphere is thin and our magnetic field is weak. Radiation gets to the surface, so Earth life evolved to survive radiation. Understand, he says. He continues working on his repairs while I float in the tunnel. A random thought occurs to me. Hey, I have a question. Ask. Why is
Iridian?
how do I
Iridian?
Oh my god. Why is Iridian science and human science so similar? Billions of years, but almost the same progress. It's been bugging me for a while. Humans and Iridians evolved separately in separate star systems. Am I developing like a list? Not a list, but a stutter? We had no contact with each other until now. So why is it that we have almost identical technology? I mean, Iridians are a little behind us in space technology, but not a ton. Why aren't they in their Stone Age? Or some super futuristic age that makes modern Earth look antiquated?
Antiquated? Antiquated, I think.
Antiquated. I don't know. Has to be, or you and I would not meet, Rocky says. If planet has less science, this is gonna be rough. If planet has less science, it can make spaceship. If planet has more science, it can understand and destroy Astrophage without leaving their system. Why I keep mixing it up.
Iridian?
Iridian, okay. Because it says Iridian, but then when it's like the actual characters, it's like Iridani, so I never, I never know which one is which. Iridian and human science both in special range. Can make ship, but can't solve Astrophage problem. He's clocking it.
He is clocking it.
Huh, I hadn't thought of that. But it's obvious now that Rocky says it. If this happened when Earth was in the Stone Age, we would have just died.
Facts.
And if it happened 1,000 years from now, they'd probably work out how to deal with Astrophage without breaking a sweat. There is a fairly narrow band of technological advancement that would cause the species to send a ship to Tau Ceti to look for answers. Iridians and humans both fall into that band. Understand. Good observation. But it nags at me. Still unusual, humans and Iridians are close in space. Earth and Erid are only 16 light years apart. The galaxy is 100,000 light years wide. Life must be rare, but we are so close together. Possible we are family? We're related. How could... Oh, you mean... Whoa. I have to wrap my head around this one. I'm not certain. Theory. It's a darn good theory, I say. The
Panspermia?
Panspermia theory? I argued with Logan about it all the time. Earth life and Astrophage are way too similar for it to be coincidence. I suspected Earth was seeded by some ancestor of Astrophage. Some interstellar
Progenitor
species. I can't say these big words.
Now you know how I feel. Now you know how I feel.
But it never occurred to me until now that the same thing might have happened to Erid. There could be life all over the place. Anywhere it could possibly evolve from an Astrophage-like ancestor into the cells I have today. I don't know what this pre-Astrophage organism would be like, but Astrophage is pretty darn tough. So any planet that can possibly support life of any kind would be likely to get it. Rocky might be a long-lost relative, very long. The trees outside my house back at home are closer relatives than me and Rocky, but still, wow. Very good theory, I say again. Think, Rocky says. I guess he'd worked that all out a while ago, but I still had to let that sink in.
I love how the Astrophage is literally like can withstand the heat of the sun, and yet just a tiny poke does it in. Like
a tiny poke and it's all over.
All all that terror, all that business, just for the tiniest of pokes. Maybe that they should have just taken a little probe and just gone up into space and started poking everything. That's how they get rid of the
Just get a
astrophage
really
problem.
large just poker and just start
Stabby,
dabbing
stabby,
around.
stabby, stabby.
For once, an aircraft carrier was the perfect place to be. Oh, we got some trauma from this last time. The Chinese Navy didn't even question Strat's orders anymore. The higher-ups got sick of approving every action and finally just ensued a general order to do whatever she said as long as it didn't involve firing weapons.
Bro.
We anchored off the... I mean, that's fair. We anchored off the coast of western Antarctica in the dead of night. The coastline sat in the extreme distance, visible only by moonlight. The entire continent had been evacuated for humans. Probably an overreaction. The Amundsen Scott South Pole Station was 1,500 kilometers away. The people there would have been just fine. Still, no reason to take chances. It was the largest naval exclusion zone in history. So big, even the U.S. Navy had to stretch itself thin to make sure no commercial ships entered the area. Strat spoke into a walkie-talkie. Destroyer 1, confirm observation status.
I'm sorry, Destroyer 1.
That's what I said, Destroyer 1. Ready, came an American accent. Destroyer 2, confirm observation status. Ready, came a different American's voice. The scientific team stood together in the carrier's flight deck, staring toward land. Dimitri and Loken hung back away from the edge. Redel was off in Africa running the Black Panel farm, and of course Strauss stood slightly ahead of everyone else. The clerk looked for all the world like a man being led to the gallows.
I love that.
We're almost ready, he said with a sigh. Strat clicked on her walkie-talkie again. Submarine 1. If you got submarines? Submarine 1, confirm observation status. Ready, came the response. The clerk checked his tablet. 3 minutes. Mark. All ships. We are at condition yellow. Strat said into her radio. Repeat, condition yellow. Submarine 2, confirm observation status. Ready. I stood next to the clerk. This is unbelievable, I said. He shook his head. I wish to God this wasn't on my shoulders. He fiddled with his tablet. You know, Dr. Grace, I spent my entire life as an unapologetic hippie. Okay.
All right, clerk. Okay.
My university days in Paris. I am a tree-hugging anti-war throwback to a bygone era of protest politics.
I love this man. I
didn't say anything. He was having the worst day of his life. If I could help by just listening, I'd do it.
Pro is fighting for his soul.
Any interaction or situation that happens with this guy it cracks me up. I became a climatologist to help save the world, to stop the nightmarish environmental catastrophe we are sinking ourselves into. And now this is necessary but horrible. As a scientist yourself, I'm sure you understand. Not really. I spent my whole scientific career looking away from Earth, not toward it. I'm embarrassingly weak on climate science. He said, Western Antarctica is a roiling mass of ice and snow. The whole region is a giant glacier, slowly marching to the sea. There are hundreds and thousands of square kilometers of ice here, and we're going to melt it? The sea will melt it for us, but yes. Thing is, Antarctica used to be a jungle. Millions of years, it was as lush as Africa. But continental drift and natural climate change froze it over. All those plants died and decomposed. The gases from the decomposition, most notably methane, got trapped in the ice. And methane's a pretty powerful greenhouse gas, I said.
Are they just going to bomb the entirety of Antarctica?
It's going to wipe off the map.
Are they just going to take Antarctica off the map?
We no longer have a South Pole.
I'm sorry. Are they going to bomb Antarctica?
Wait, okay. So I love how the Navy was like, as long as she's not going to fire any weapons, like, we can clear it. Taking Antarctica off the map? Yeah, that's fine. He nodded. Far more powerful than carbon dioxide. He checked his tablet again. 2 minutes, he called out, all ships, condition red, Strat radioed. Repeat, condition red. He turned back to me. So here I am, environmental activist, climatologist, anti-war crusader. He looked out to the sea. This man's having a moment. He's going through it. And I'm ordering a nuclear strike on Antarctica.
Who allowed Strahd to do all this? Who gave her the authority
241 nuclear weapons
to send
Courtesy of
a
the United
nuclear strike on Antarctica? Who let her do this?
Of course, it was courtesy of the United States. Buried 15 meters deep along a fissure at 3-kilometer intervals, all going off at the same time. I nodded slowly. Then tell me the radiation will be minimal. Or they tell me the radiation will be minimal. He said, yeah, but if it's any consolation, they're fusion bombs. I pulled my jacket tighter. There's a small fission reaction with uranium and stuff that sets off much larger fusion reaction. And the big explosion is just hydrogen and helium. No radiation from that. Well, that's something. And that's the only option. This was the only option? I asked. We can't have factories mass produce sulfur hexafluoride and some other greenhouse gases. He shook his head. We need thousands of times the production that we could possibly do. Remember, it took us a century of burning coal and oil on a global scale to even notice it was affecting the climate at all.
So we're just going to bomb Antarctica.
What?
So we're just going to bomb Antarctica.
We're just going to wipe the South Pole off the map.
Oh, my goodness.
He checked his tablet. The shelf will cleave at the line of explosions and slowly work its way into the sea and melt. Sea levels will rise about a centimeter over the next month. The ocean temperature will drop a degree, which is a disaster of its own, but never mind that for now. Enormous quantities of methane will be released into the atmosphere, and now methane is our friend. Methane is our best friend, and not just because it'll keep us warm for a while. Oh, methane breaks down in the atmosphere after 10 years. We can knock chunks of Antarctica into the sea every few years to moderate the methane levels, and if Hail Mary finds a solution, we just have to wait 10 years for methane to go away. You can't do that with carbon dioxide. Strahd approached us. Time, 60 seconds, he said. She nodded. So this solves everything? I asked, can we just keep poking Antarctica for more methane to keep Earth's temperature right? No, he said. It's a stopgap at best. Dumping this crap into our atmosphere will keep the warmth in the air, but the disruption to our ecosystem will still be massive. We'll still have horrific and unpredictable weather, crop failures, and biome annihilation. But maybe, just maybe, it won't be quite as bad as it would be without the methane.
Oh my gosh.
I looked at this. There's so much is going on. I looked at Strahd and
when I said they were gonna bomb Antarctica, I didn't actually mean it. Like
I
I wasn't being
kind of
serious.
joking. I didn't realize that this is
I
actually
was joking when I said they were gonna bomb Antarctica. I wasn't expecting them to actually bomb Antarctica.
I looked at Strahd and Leclerc standing side by side. Never in human history had so much raw authority and power been invested into so few people. These two people, just these two, are going to literally change the face of the world. I'm curious, I say to Strahd. Once we launch Hail Mary, what will you do then? Me? She said, doesn't matter. Once the Hail Mary launches, my authority ends. I'll probably be put on trial by a bunch of pissed off governments for abuse of power. Might spend the rest of my life in jail. I'll be in the cell next to you, said Leclerc.
I hope she spends the rest of her days in jail at this point. Like, you save humanity, but at what cost?
Are you at all concerned about that? She shrugged. We'll have to make sacrifices. If I have to be the world's whipping boy to secure our salvation, then that's my sacrifice to make. You have a strange logic to you. I said, not really. The alternative is death to your entire species. Things are very easy. No more dilemmas, no weighing what's best for whom. Just a single-minded focus on getting this project working. That's what I tell myself. Leclerc said, 3, 2, 1, detonation. Nothing happened. The coastline remained as it was. No explosion, no flash, not even a pop. I looked at his tablet. The nukes have detonated. The shockwave should be here in 10 minutes or so. It'll just sound like distant thunder, though. He looked down at the carrier deck. Strahd put her hand on his shoulder. You did what you had to do. We're all doing what we have to do. He buried his face in his hands and cried. Aww.
I fear at this point, if I was in Strahd's position and humanity was on the face of like mass extinction, I just say, let it be. Like, it is what it is. If it's humanity's time to go, it's humanity's time to go.
Yeah.
like, Ryland Grace is a better person than I would ever be, because I just say, oh well. Guess we're cooked. I'm gonna make myself comfortable and die at peace because I'm not doing all that.
Rocky and I talk about biology for hours. Both of us are intensely interested in how the other's body works. We'd be pretty lame scientists if we were. Okay. Iridian physiology is frankly amazing. Erid is so close to its star, the sheer amount of energy entering the biosphere is ridiculous. And Iridians,
Yes,
Iridians
you're saying
being
it
at
right.
the
You're
top
saying it
of-
right, sweetie.
what? What'd you say?
I say you're saying it right, sweetie.
Oh, okay, good. I was really second guessing it. And Iridians being at the top of the food chain have a heck of a lot more energy to work with than human bodies do. How much more? They have sacs in their They have sacs in their body that just hold ATP, the main energy storage medium of DNA-based life. Usually it lives in cells, but they have so much they have to evolve more efficient storage for it. We're talking absurd amounts of energy here. They pull oxygen off minerals to get metals. Iridians are, in effect, biological smelters.
My goodness.
Humans have hair, fingernails, tooth enamel, and other dead stuff on our bodies that serve critical purposes. Iridians take that concept to the ultimate extreme. Rocky's carapace is made of oxidized minerals. His bones are honeycombed metallic alloys. His blood is mostly liquid mercury. Dear God, mercury?
I mean, he does just breathe straight ammonia, so
That
at this
fair.
point.
Even his nerves are inorganic silicates,
Yeah.
transmitting light-based impulses. All told, Rocky only has a few kilograms of biological material. Single-celled organisms travel through the bloodstream, building up Sorry, my foot is cramping so bad right now. Oh my God, that hurts so bad.
Lock in, girl, please.
Oh my God, that hurts so bad. Hold on.
Soldier down, we've lost
Diva
one.
down. Diva down.
Diva down, we lost one.
Oh my God, that hurts so bad. You
Oh.
might have to pick up for a second. Oh my God, ow. You might have to pick up breathing for a second.
Oh my
It's not
goodness.
going away. Help me.
I can't help you. I'm in my dorm several minutes away
Oh
from
my
you.
God. Ow, 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 ow.
This is why you shouldn't go home over the weekends.
Oh my God, ow. Go away. Go away, dear God. Stop laughing at me. I'm in pain.
You laugh at me when I'm in pain.
Oh, ow, dear God. Okay, I think it's slowly going away. Dear God, that's the last time I try to move.
Oh,
This is the last you'll hear from me. The cramp was too bad.
you're not gonna make it out.
God, where even was I?
All single-celled organisms travel through the bloodstream.
Okay, I was really trying to lock in and not let it affect me because it really hurt.
You were dying.
I was God was testing me. Oh my goodness, that hurt. Oh, okay. I found it. Okay. Single-celled organisms travel through the bloodstream, building up or repairing the body as needed. They also manage digestion and serve the brain, which sits safely in the center of his carapace. If bees evolved to make hives that could walk, and the queen was as intelligent as human, the life form would be similar to an iridian.
There you go.
Thank you. Except the iridian's bees are single-celled organisms. Iridian muscles are inorganic. They're made of coarse, sponge-like materials sealed in flexible sacs. The majority of the body's How did you figure all this out?
Through an hour-long conversation, clearly.
I just wasn't aware that they were so in tune with what like the inside of their body looks like.
Hey, they have a better idea. I mean, they have a better idea than we do.
That's fair.
Because in like biological terms, I guess they're a bit simpler. Not in complex. Not in like. It's just like in complexity. He's just a bit of a simple bodied.
I suppose. Okay. And the atmospheric pressure is so high, the 210 Celsius water is still a liquid. Oh, wait. Yeah, I skipped a sentence. The majority of the body's water is tied up in those sacs. There it is. And the atmospheric pressure is so high, the 210 Celsius water is still a liquid. They have two separate circulatory systems, the ambient system and the hot system. The ambient blood is 210 degrees Celsius, but the hot blood is kept at 305 degrees, which is hot enough to boil water, even at its air pressure. Both circulatory systems have blood vessels that expand or contract around the muscles as needed to set their temperature. Want to expand, make it hot. Want to contract, make it cold. In short, Iridians are steam-powered. Interesting analogy.
Into steam-powered dudes.
Because he's a steam-powered spider.
He's a steam-powered spider. That sounds like a Spider-Man variant.
Steam-powered spider, or that sounds like some type of anime.
Yeah.
The steam-powered spider. Because of this, the ambient circulatory systems ends up as the heat sinks and muscles are cooled. It constantly needs to be cooled back down to normal temperatures. Hence the radiator. Rocky breathes, in a sense, but only to pass outside ammonia across capillaries in the radiator-like organ in the top of his carapace. 5 slits at the top allow the air in and out, but at no point does any of it enter his bloodstream. While Iridians don't breathe, they do still use oxygen. They're just much more self-contained than a human body. They have plant-like cells and animal-like cells inside. Oxygen to CO2. Oxygen to CO2, CO2 to oxygen, back and forth, always kept in balance. Rocky's body is a little biosphere. All it needs is energy via food and airflow to dump heat. Meanwhile, the hot blood is too hot for any biological material to survive inside. It boils the water inside. This is handy for sterilizing incoming food pathogens, by the way. In order for his worker cells to service any part of the hot blood system, the system has to be cooled to ambient levels. And when that happens, the Iridian can't use muscles at all. And that's why Iridians sleep. They don't sleep like a human does. They are legitimately paralyzed, and the brain is also being maintained. The brain, also being maintained, has no conscious function during that period. The sleeping Iridian can't wake up.
So that's why they watch each other when they sleep.
Yes, that's why they keep an eye on each other when they sleep.
Also, imagine your blood being so hot it could boil anything that comes into contact with it.
I know, that's crazy.
That's insanity. Imagine getting bled on and you just start sizzling.
That would be really unfortunate. Someone has to keep you safe. Probably dates back to cave Iridian days. And now it's just a social norm. As amazed as I am at all of that, to Rocky it's a boring topic. Meanwhile, he's utterly shocked and amazed by humanity. You hear light? Question? Rocky says. He puts a little quaver on the first note of the sentence and he's surprised or impressed. Yes, I hear light. While we chat, he uses his many hands to assemble some complicated-looking piece of equipment. It's almost as big as he is. I recognize several parts on it as things he'd been repairing these past few days. You can hold a conversation and work on delicate machinery at the same time. I think Iridians are much better at doing multiple tasks than humans are. How? Question, he asks. How can you hear light? Question. I point to my eyes. These are special body parts that focus and direct light. They send the information to my brain. Light gives you information? Question. Enough information to understand room? Question. Yes, light gives information to humans, like sound gives information to Iridians. A thought occurs to him. He stops working on his device entirely. You hear light from space? Question. You hear stars, planets, asteroids? Question. Yes. A maze. What about sound? Question.
That's what I'm
You
gonna
can hear
start
sound?
reacting whenever I hear something cool. Just amaze.
A maze.
Amaze.
I point to my ears. I hear sound with these. How do you hear sound? He gestures all over his carapace and arms, everywhere. Tiny receptors on outer shell. All report back to brain, like touch. So his whole body is a microphone.
Good lord.
His brain must be doing some serious processing. It has to know the exact position of the body, sense the time difference between sound hitting different parts of it. Man, that's interesting. But hey, my brain gives me an entire 3D model of my surroundings, just from 2 eyeballs. Sensory input is really impressive across the board. This is reminding me of a bunch of my psychology classes. Because I've learned about all of this.
Yeah.
Psychology of perception, really coming in handy right now. I can't hear as well as you, I say. Without light, I can't understand the room. I can hear you talk, but no more. He points to the divider. This is wall.
This is wall.
Very observant. This is a special wall. Light passes through this wall. A maze. I give you many choices for wall when first built. You choose this because light passed through? Question. It seems like so long ago, back when the divider was a mosaic of hexagons of different textures and colors. I picked the clear one, of course. Yes, I choose this because light passes through. A maze. I gave choices for different music notes of sound. Never thought of light. I glance at the laptop to check what that mystery word was. I almost never have to look at the laptop now. Still, once in a while, there's a chord that I just don't remember. The computer reports the word as qualities. Okay, I can't fault myself for not knowing it. That one doesn't come up very often. Just good luck, I say. Good luck, he agrees. He makes a few more adjustments to the device, puts his tools back in his bandolier, and then says, I am done.
I want to draw Rocky because he's just a cute little guy with a little sash full of tools. It sounds so cute. I want to see how they make him in the movie.
Me too. What is it? Device keeps me alive in small room. He looks happy, I think. He's holding his carapace just a little higher than usual.
Puffed up his chest.
He disappears back to his ship, leaving the device behind. He returns with several plates of transparent xenonite. Each plate is a pentagon about a centimeter thick and a foot across. I hate myself for thinking in hybrid units like that. But that's what my brain came up with.
He's like a divorced child.
I make room now, he says. He assembles the pentagons edge to edge, using some kind of thick liquid glue from a tube to hold them together. Soon he has 2 halves of a dodecahedron assembled. He holds them toward me proudly and places them together. Room. The room is I can say dodecahedron, but not this. Geodesic sphere made of pentagons. The total diameter is about 1 meter, easily big enough to contain Rocky. What's the purpose of that room, I ask. Room and device keep me alive, and you ship. I raise my eyebrows. You're coming into my ship? I want to see human technology. Is allowed? Question. Yes, allowed. What do you want to see? Everything. Human science better than Iridian science. He points to the laptop floating beside me. Machine that think. Iridians not have that. He points to my toolkit. Many machines there Iridians not have. Have. Yes, come look at anything you want. I point to the small airlock drawer and the divider wall. How will you get through that? You leave tunnel. I make new divider wall, bigger airlock. He pulls the completed device, which I now realize is a life support system, onto his carapace and straps it on. It covers the radiator slits at the top of his carapace. Is that blocking your radiator? Isn't that dangerous? No. This makes hot air into cold air, he says. Air conditioning. Not what I think when I see a species that lives comfortably at over 200 degrees Celsius. But we all have our tolerances. He seals the globe around himself with glue. I test. Hi. I'm on the phone.
Hello.
I'm on the phone with Natalie.
Hello.
It was my dad.
Okay.
He seals the globe around himself with glue. I test. He just floats there for a minute. Then he says, works. Happy.
Hmm.
Great, I say. How does it work, though? Where does the heat go? We'll answer these questions later. Easy, he says. He taps one small part of the device. Astrophage here. Astrophage take all heat hotter than 96 degrees. Ah, right. To humans, astrophage is hot. To Iridians, it's quite cold. And it's the perfect air conditioning medium. All Rocky has to do is run the air over some astrophage for cooling fins or something. Clever, I say. Think. You leave now. I make large airlock for tunnel. Yes, I say. I collect all my belongings in the tunnel, including the mattress clamped to the wall, and stuff them into the control room. Then go into the control room myself and seal both airlock doors. I spend the next hour tidying up. I wasn't expecting company.
Rocky's like, I despite the fact that Rocky says that his science isn't that cool, I still think his science is really cool.
I think so too.
I think
Rocky
he's really
needs to give
cute.
himself more credit.
It's so cute. He's so cute.
It's adorable.
He's just a little fella.
I want to see how I know we literally only read one chapter, but I do want to see where it puts us at tracking wise on my Fable app.
It should
I
be
like
around.
seeing it progress.
It should be around like 50.
52.
We're
at that.
officially over 50%. 4 streams into this, and we're finally above 50%.
Listen, I can start.
Go for it, girl.
I'll be reading quick. I'll get us through this chapter. I'll speed run it. Chapter 15. It's been a few hours, but I just have to know, how does he modify the tunnel? He needs massive atmospheric pressure to stay alive. My hull can't handle that, and he can't handle being in a vacuum. So how does he make modifications? I hear clinks and clanks from the other room of the airlock. This time I'm going to find out. I enter the airlock and look through the porthole. The Blip A's hull robot has removed the old tunnel as installing a new one. Oh, well, that's anticlimactic. The old tunnel drifts off into space. Its use is at what? Okay, its use is at an end, apparently. I don't know why that was so difficult to say. The robot places the new tunnel in position and administers xenonite glue along the edge of Blip A's hull. How did Iridians pilot a ship that traveled near the speed of light without using computers? Dead reckoning? They're pretty good at doing math in their heads. Maybe they never needed to invent computers, but still, no matter how good they are at math, there are limits. The clunking stops. I peek out the window again. The tunnel has been fully installed. It looks like the previous tunnel, except its much larger airlock section. Pretty much the entire divider wall is a cabinet large enough to hold Rocky with room to spare. It is not, however, large enough to hold me. I guess I'll be visiting Blip A anytime soon. I say. I try not to let it bother me, but come on. He gets to see an alien spaceship. How come I don't get to see one?
Unless you want to inhale a bunch of ammonia and get crushed, sir. I think it's a little bit easier for him to go to you than you to go to him.
Exactly. Rocky's side of the tunnel no longer has the network of gripping bars. Instead, there's a metal strip running along the long axis of the tunnel. It extends into the divider airlock and further into my side of the tunnel. It leads right up to my airlock door. Opposite the metal strip is what looks like a pipe. It's made of some drab xenonite browns and tans that the tunnel wall is made of, and it's square. It also runs the long axis of the tunnel. Like a whoosh, Rocky's side of the tunnel fills with fog. Then a second whoosh fills my side. That's what the pipe was for, I guess, delivering the appropriate atmosphere to both sides. I'm glad Rocky has a supply of oxygen to work with. The Blip A door opens, and Rocky emerges, encased in his geodesic ball. He wears something like overalls with a bandolier across the bottom of his carapace. Oh, he is like a little maintenance mate.
He's a little maintenance dude.
The AC unit is on his back. 2 of his hands hold metal blocks. The other 3 are free. I keep forgetting he has 5 hands.
Yeah.
One of them waves to me. I wave back. The space ball, what else should I call it, flows into the airlock and then sticks to the metal plate. What? I say, how? Then I see it. The ball didn't magically move. Those blocks Rocky are holding are magnets. Fairly powerful ones, I guess. And the metal strip is obviously magnetic, probably iron. He rolls the ball along the metal line and into the divider airlock. He manipulates metal controls through the xenonite shell and with his magnets. It's mesmerizing to watch.
He's so smart. Look at this little dude. He's so smart.
Look at him go. After some hissing and the sound of pumps, he repels a plate away, which opens up the door to my side of the airlock. From there, he rolls along the metal line to my door. I open it. Hello. Hello. So, do I carry you around? Is that the plan? Yes, carry. Thank. I gingerly grab the ball. Oh my goodness, this is so cute. I gingerly grab the ball, worried it might be hot, but it isn't. Among other things, Unite is an excellent insulator. I pull him through it and into the ship. Rocky is heavy.
Bro picks him up once and is already fat-shaming him. He's already fat-shaming him.
You didn't call him Rocky for nothing. If there were gravity, I probably wouldn't be able to lift him at all. As it is, he has a lot of inertia. It takes a lot of oomph to pull him along. It's like pushing a motorcycle in neutral. Seriously, he's as heavy as a motorcycle. Don't fat shame my boy.
Be nice to Rocky.
I shouldn't be surprised. He told me all about his biology and how it uses metals. Heck, his blood is mercury. Of course he's heavy. You are very heavy, I say. Man, to his face. I hope he doesn't take that to mean, hey, fatty, go on a diet. Oh my god. My mass is 168 kilograms, he said. Rocky weighs over 300 pounds.
Good lord. Good lord.
Wow.
Never mind. He do be a bit chunky. That's a heavy boy.
Come on. Wow, I say you weigh a lot more than me. What is you mass? Question. Maybe 80 kilograms? Humans have very small mass, he says. I'm mostly water. I say, anyway, this is the control room. I operate the ship from here. Understand. I push him. He's doing a whole little ship tour. This is great.
He's a tour of my spaceship.
I push him ahead of me down the tunnel to the lab. He skitters around within his ball. He tends to shift around when he's looking at something new. I think it helps him get a better view of things with a sonar, kind of like a dog tilting his head to get more information about a sound. This is my lab, I'd say. All the science happens here. Good room, he squeals. His voice is a full octave higher than normal. Want to understand all. I'll answer any questions you have. I say, later. More rooms, I say dramatically. I push him along into the dormitory, give us a very slow velocity so he can take it all in from the center of the room. I sleep here. Well, I used to. Then you made me sleep in the tunnel. You sleep alone? Question. Yes. I also sleep alone many times. Sad. He just doesn't get it. A fear of sleeping alone is probably hardwired in his brain. Interesting. That might have been the beginning of their pack instinct. And a pack instinct is required for a species to become intelligent. That weird, to me, sleep pattern could be the reason I'm talking to Rocky right now. Yeah, that was unscientific. There were probably 1,000 things that led to them being sapient and stuff. The sleep thing is likely just one part of it. But hey, I'm a scientist. I have to come up with theories. I open a panel to the storage area and push his ball partially inside. This is a small room for storage. Understand. I pull him back out. That's not the rooms. My ship is much smaller than yours. Your ship has much science. He says, show me things in science room. Question. Sure. I take him back to the lab. He shifts around in the ball, taking it all in. I float us to the center room and grab the edge of the table. I push the ball against the lab table. I think it's steel, but I'm not sure. Most lab tables are. Let's find out. Use your magnets, I say. He pushes one of his magnets against the pentagon face, touching the table. The clone of the magnet takes hold. He's now anchored to the place. Good, he says. He uses his magnets on one face after another to roll across the table and back. It's not graceful, but it gets the job done. At least I don't have to hold him in place. I nudge away from the table and float to the edge of the room. There's a lot here. What do you want to know first? What do you want to know about first? He starts to point in one direction, then stops. Then he picks a new direction, but stops there too. Like a kid in a candy shop. Finally, he settles on a 3D printer. What is that? Question. It makes small things. I tell the computer a shape, and it tells the machine how to make it. I can see it makes small thing? Question. It needs gravity. That's why your ship rotates, question? Yes, I say. Wow, he's quick. The rotation makes gravity for science things. Your ship can rotate with tunnel attached. Right. He thinks it over. Your ship has more science than my ship. Better science. I bring my things into your ship. Release tunnel. You make your ship spin for science. You and me science how to kill Asher Page together. Save Earth, save Aaron. This is a good plan. Question?
Spin for science.
He said, let me in.
Let me in.
Yes, good plan. But what about your ship? I tap a xenonite bubble. Human science can't make xenonite. Xenonite is stronger than anything humans have. I bring materials to make xenonite. Can make any shape. Understand, I say. You want to get your things now? Yes. I've gone from sole surviving space explorer to guy with wacky new roommate. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
Bro held Rocky for 2 seconds and said, damn, boy, you kind of thick. Bro said, you a little heavy.
Have you met Dr. Lamai? Strat said. We're in a flashback again. I shrugged. I meet so many people these days, I honestly don't know.
Real.
The carrier had a sick bay, but that was for the crew. This is a special medical center set up for a second hangar bay, or set up on the second hangar bay. Dr. Lamai pressed her hands together and bowed her head slightly. It is a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Grace. Thanks, I said. You too. I put Dr. Lamai in charge of all things medical for the Hail Mary. Strat said she was the lead scientist for the company that developed the coma technology we're going to use. Nice to meet you, I said. So you're from Thailand, I assume? Yes, she said. The company did not survive, unfortunately. I don't know how to take that. The company did not survive, unfortunately. Means the technology only works on 1 in every 1,000 people, and thus has limited commercial potential. But we found one of the 1,000 people.
Yeah, we found one of the 7,000 people.
Yeah. And thus has limited commercial potential. I'm very happy that my research may yet help humanity. Understatement, said Strahd. Your technology might save humanity. Lamai averted her eyes. You compliment me too much. She led us to her lab. A dozen bays were each full of slightly different apparatus experiments, each connected to an unconscious monkey. I looked away. Do I have to be here? You'll have to excuse Dr. Grace, Strat said. Excuse Dr. Grace?
Bro.
Strat said, he's a bit tender on certain topics. I'm fine, I said. I know animal testing is necessary. I just don't like to stare at it. Lamai said nothing. Dr. Grace, Strat said, Stop being an a-hole.
Bro.
Dr. Lamai, please bring us up to speed. Sorry, I have morals.
Sorry, I have morals.
I don't want to see animals getting tested on. Lamai pointed to a set of metal arms over the nearest test monkey. We developed these automated coma monitoring and care stations when we believed we would have tens of thousands of patients. It never came to pass. Did they work? Strat asked. Our original design was not intended to be fully independent. It would handle everything routine, but if it encountered a problem it could not solve, a human doctor would be alerted. She walked along the line of unconscious monkeys. We are making significant progress on the fully automated version. This armature is run by extremely high-end software being developed in Bangkok. It will care for a subject in a coma. It watches their vitals, applies whatever medical care is needed, feeds them, monitors their fluids, and so on. It would still be better to have an actual doctor present, but this is a close second. Are they artificial intelligence of some kind? Strat asked. No, said Lamai. We do not have time to develop a complicated neural network. This is strictly procedural algorithm. Very complex, but not AI at all. We have to be able to test it in thousands of ways and know exactly how it responds and why. We can't do that with a neural network. I see. She pointed to some diagrams on the wall. Our most important breakthrough was, unfortunately, the undoing of our company.
Damn.
We successfully isolated the genetic markers that indicate long-term coma resistance. We can run a simple blood test to find out. And as you know, once we test this on the general population, we learned that very, very few people actually have those genes. Couldn't you still help those people, though? I asked. I mean, sure, it's only 1 in 7,000 people, but it's a start, right? Lamai shook her head. Unfortunately, no. This is an elective procedure. There's no pressing medical need to be unconscious during chemotherapy. In fact, it adds a small amount of risk. So there just would not be enough customers to sustain a company. Strat rolled up her sleeve. Test my blood for the genes. I'm curious. She said, I want to know. Lamai was briefly taken aback. Very well, Miss Strat. She walked over to a rolling supply cart and got a blood draw kit. Someone this important wasn't used to doing actual medical grunt work.
Gaunt.
But Strat was Strat. Still, Lamai was no slouch. She let the needle into Strat without delay on the first try. The blood flowed into the tube. When the blood draw was complete, Strat rolled down her sleeve. Grace, you're up next.
I'm sorry.
Why?
What?
What if I did your needles?
Precise. Now we know how he got sent on this freaking trip because he's smart
Yeah.
and he was forced to get his blood drawn.
Poor guy.
Poor dude.
All because he wrote some research paper.
I know. All because he essentially got excommunicated from the entire science industry
Exactly.
over a paper.
Why? I asked. I'm not volunteering. To set an example, she said, I want everyone on this project, even
Tangentially?
I don't know. We'll go with that. Even tangentially related to get tested. Astronauts are a rare breed, and only 1 in 7,000 of them will be colon resistant. We might not have enough qualified candidates. We need to be ready to expand the pool. It's a suicide mission, I said. I'm not like we'll have a line of people saying, oh, me, please pick me. Actually, we do have that, Strat said. When I poked me in the arm, I looked away. I get a little queasy when I see my blood squirting through a tube.
There.
What do you mean we have that? We already had tens of thousands of volunteers, all with the complete understanding it's a one-way trip. Wow. I said, how many of them are insane or suicidal? Probably a lot. There are hundreds of experienced astronauts on the list too. Astronauts are brave people, willing to risk their life for science. Many of them are willing to give their life for humanity. I admire them. Hundreds, I say, not thousands. We'll be lucky if even one of these astronauts qualifies. We're already counting on a lot of luck, said Strat. Might as well hope for some more.
And now we know how he got sucked into this.
Yes, we do.
Bro was forced to get his blood drawn, and they're like, oh, look at that. You have the gene. You should go.
Shortly after college, my girlfriend Linda moved in with me.
Well, I'm sorry. That was a jump. That was a jump.
The relationship only lasted 8 months. Beyond that, it was a total disaster. But that's not relevant right now. What the heck?
Why are we bringing it up? Then why are we...
Why are we talking about the relationship? When she moved in, I was shocked by the sheer volume of random junk she felt necessary to bring into our small apartment. Box after box of stuff she had accumulated over decades of never throwing anything out. Linda was absolutely Spartan compared to Rocky. He's brought in so much crap, we don't have places to store it all. Almost the entire dormitory is full of duffel bag things made of canvas-like material. There are random muddy colors. When visual aesthetic doesn't matter, you just get whatever colors the manufacturing process makes. I don't even know what's in all of them. He doesn't explain. Every time I think he might be done, he brings more bags in. Well, I say he brings them in, but it's me. He hangs out in his ball, magnetically attached to the wall while I do all the work. Again, this is very reminiscent of Linda. Good Lord, can this man catch a break?
Nope.
This is a lot of things, I say. Yes, he says, I need these things. A lot of things. Yes, understand. Things in tunnel is last things. Okay, I grumble. I float back to the tunnel and grab the last few soft boxes. I maneuver them through the cockpit and lab down to the dormitory. I find a spot to cram them. There's very little space left. I vaguely wonder how much mass we've added to my ship. I managed to keep the area near my bunk clear. There's a spot on the floor that Rocky picked out as his sleeping locale. This is so cute. The rest of the room is a mad tangle of soft boxes taped to each other, the wall, and other bunks, and anything else that would keep them from floating loose. Are we done? Yes. A detached tunnel. I groan. You made the tunnel. You detach it. How I detach tunnel? Question. Me inside ball. Well, how do I do it? I don't understand the Unite. He made a turning motion with two with two of his arms. Rotate tunnel. Okay. I grab my Eva suit. I'll do it, jerk. Now understand last word. Not important. I climb into the suit and close the rear flap.
They're already arguing like an old married couple. This is hilarious.
He just moved in.
He just moved in.
Rocky is surprisingly adept. Yeah, Rocky is surprisingly adept at doing things with a couple of magnets from inside a ball. Each of his duffels has a metal pad on it. He's able to climb along the pile and rearrange it as needed. Occasionally, the bag he's using for a purchase comes loose and he floats off. When that happens, he calls me and I put him back. I hang on to my bunk and watch him do his thing. Okay, step 1, astrophage sampling. Yes. He holds two hands in front of him and moves one around the other. Planet move around Tau. Astrophage go there from Tau. Same at Iridani. Astrophage make more. Astrophage with carbon dioxide there. Yeah, astrophage make more astrophage with carbon dioxide there. I said that weird.
He said
Yes,
it weird.
I say. What?
He says it. He speaks. You didn't say it weird. He said it weird because he's
He
Rocky.
does speak odd.
Because he's Rocky and he has the grammar skills of a young child, which we cannot blame him for. Homeboy is just
Exactly.
he's just a little dude, but
He's a little handy manny. Yes, I say, did you get a sample? No, my ship had device for this, but device broke. You couldn't fix it? Device not malfunctioned, device broke. Fell off ship during trip, device gone.
device gone.
Oh! Wow. Why did it break off? Illegal is his carapace. Not no. Many things break. When people make ship very hurry. No time to make sure all things work good. Deadline-induced quality issues. A problem all over the galaxy. I tried to make replacement. Failed. Tried. Failed. Tried. Failed. I put ship in path of astrophage. Maybe some get stuck on hull. A robot on hull. No can find any. Astrophage very small. His carapace slumps down. His elbows are above the level of his breathing holes. Sometimes he dips his carapace when sad, but I've never seen him dip it that far. His voice drops an octave. Fail, fail, fail. I am repair Iridian. I am not science Iridian. Smart science Iridians died. Hey, I don't think of it like that, I say. No, understand. I pull myself over to his pile of bags. You're alive, and you're here, and you haven't given up. But his voice remains low. I try so many times, fail so many times. Not good at science. I am, I say, I'm a science human. You're good at making and fixing things. Together, we'll figure this out. He raises his
We're
carapace.
all
Yes.
this
Together.
together. Na, na. I don't know the rest of the song, but I know that one line.
I love them. He raises his carapace a bit. Yes, together. You have a device to sample astrophage question. External collection unit. I remember it from my first day in the control room. I didn't think about it much at the time. That's going to be it. Yes, I have a device for this. Relief. I try so long. So many times, fail. He's quiet for a moment. Much time here, much time alone. How long were you here alone? He pauses. Need new words. I pull my laptop off the wall. We run into new words every day. But they're happening fewer and fewer times per day. That's something. I launch the frequency analyzer and bring up my dictionary spreadsheet. Ready. 7,076 seconds is...
That said 7,700. You said 7,000 twice.
What?
You said
okay.
7,000
Sorry.
twice.
My
You said
bad.
7. You
Listen.
said 7,000. 7,000.
I'm trying, okay. 7,776 seconds is music notes. Arid, rotate one circle in one music notes. I immediately recognize the number. I worked it out back when I was studying Rocky's clock. 7,776 is 6 to the 5th power. It's exactly how many Iridian seconds it takes to wrap an Iridian clock around to all zeros again. They divide their day into a very convenient and, to them, metric number of seconds. I can follow that. Iridian day, I enter into my dictionary. A planet rotating once is a day. Understand, he says. Earth circles Eridani one time every 198.8 Iridian days. 198.8 Iridian days is year, I say, and enter it. A planet going around a star once is 1 year. So that's an Iridian year. We stay with Earth units. Yeah, we stay with Earth units, or you get confused. How long is Earth Day? Question. How many Earth days is 1 Earth year? Question. 1 Earth Day is 86,400 seconds. 1 Earth year is about 365.25 Earth days. Understand, he says. I am here 46 years. 46 years? I guess. Earth years? I am here 46 Earth years, yes. He's been stuck in this system for longer than I've been alive.
Good lord.
How? How long do Iridians live? He wiggles a claw. Average is 689 years. Earth years? Yes, he says a little sharply. Always Earth units. You are bad at math, so always Earth units.
Bro's clocking him left and right.
I can't even speak for a moment. How many years have you been alive? 291 years. He pauses. Yes, Earth years. Holy cow, Rocky's older than the United States. He was born around the same time as George Washington. Calling him old, calling him heavy.
You just
black.
You just roast and then Rocky just goes, "You bad at math. You suck at math."
He's not even that old for his species. There are old Iridians out there who were alive when Columbus discovered a bunch of people already living in North America. Why are you so surprised? Question. How long do humans live? Question.
Oh no, that's a sad question.
Ooh.
Because Rocky's gonna get sad when he learns that his friend don't live as long as he does.
Yeah.
That's so sad. But also, if I just met a little guy that first of all insults my math capabilities, which fair enough, he wouldn't be wrong, and then just lore drops that he's older than the entirety of my country.
You insult me like that.
He just lore drops that he's older than the entirety of my country, and that his species is older than the discovery of my continent. I'm gonna be phased. I'm gonna be like, so I will probably live like 80 to 90 years in a good lifespan. No problems. No issues, no accidents.
But then, on a suicide mission. In case you're wondering. Would you like me... How long's the next chapter? Would you like me to read... why is that book so, funky right now? Would you like me to read this next chapter or, the next 2 chapters?
You can read this chapter, and then I can read 3. We can go by 3s. Excuse me. I just burped.
Works for me. I like reading fast so we can get this book finished.
Listen, I can read fast. I'm trying my best here, man.
Oh, righty. Let me put my bookmark.
I'm gonna need to get some snacks.
I'm
gonna need to get some snacks. I'm gonna need to get some snacks after this chapter. I'm gonna be so for real.
I already have my snacks prepared. I was ready.
I have a drink.
I thought you were about to say I have a dream.
No. I do have several. I do have several of those.
All right. Chapter 16. This is Earth's gravity question, Rocky asks. His ball rests on the control room floor next to the pilot seat. I check the centrifuge control screen. We are up to full rotational velocity and spool extension. The crew compartment has done the 180-degree turn correctly. The diagram shows the 2 halves of the ship in full separation. We are spinning smoothly in the void. The lab gravity value reads 1g. Yes, this is Earth's gravity. Or this is Earth gravity. He steps side to side, rolling his geodesic dome one face back and forth. Not much gravity or value? Question. 9.8 meters per second per second. Not much gravity. He repeats, arid gravity is 20.48.
Oh my gosh.
That's a lot of gravity. No wonder he's so short. That was not meant to
Bro
be
got
said out loud.
squashed. Bro got squashed.
That was an inside thought. I was not expecting to actually say that.
Girl. Why you do Rocky like that?
Might be. Ryland's calling him heavy. Calling him old. I'm calling him short.
Old, short, heavy.
That's a lot of gravity, I say. That's to be expected. He told me all about Erid before, including its massive diameter. I knew their surface gravity had to be roughly double Earth's. Nice to have my calculations verified, though. And side note, wow, Rocky's mass is 168 kilograms. That means in his home world, he tips the scales at almost 800 pounds. And that's his native environment, so I assume he can move around just fine.
Oh. Yeah, as much as I love Rocky, or Ryland is right. Bro
He's heavy.
is heavy. It's a heavy
800 pounds.
It's a heavy boy right there.
800 pounds and you can skid around effortlessly. Mental note, do not get an arm wrestling match with an Iridium.
Oh god.
So, I say, lean me back in the pilot's seat. What's the plan? Fly into the Petrova line and get some astrophage? Yeah, but first I make Xenonite room for me. He points down the hatchway toward the rest of the crew compartment. Mostly in sleep room, but tunnels in lab and small area in control room. Is okay? Question? Well, he can't just stay in a ball forever. Yes, that's fine. Where's Xenonite? Xenonite parts in bags in dormitory. Liquids mix become Xenonite. Like epoxy. But really, really strong epoxy. Interesting. Someday I want to know all about Xenonite. I don't understand science. I just use apology. So real. That's okay. I can't explain how to make a thinking machine. I just use it. Good. You understand. How long will your Xenonite construction take? 4 days. Could be 5 days. Why you ask? Question. I want to work fast. Why so fast? Question. Slower is safer. Less mistakes. I shifted my chair. Earth is in a bad state. It's getting worse all the time. I have to hurry. No understand, says Rocky. Why are Earth so bad so fast? Question. Arid go bad slower. Have at least 62 years before big problem.
That says 70. That says 72.
I can't read.
And I thought I was developing dyslexia.
Have at least 72 years before big problems. 72 years? Man, I wish Earth had that kind of time. But 72 years from now, Earth will be a frozen wasteland, and 99% of the human population will be dead. I'm gonna chalk it up to 100.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say it's probably gonna be 100.
Why isn't Arid as badly affected? I furrow my brow. I only have to think for a moment before I have my answer. It's all about thermal energy storage. Arid is much hotter than Earth, I say, and Arid is much larger, with a much thicker atmosphere. So Arid has a whole lot more heat stored in its air. Earth is getting cold fast, very fast. In 14 more years, but most humans will be dead. His voice becomes monotone. It's a very serious intonation. Understand. Intonation. And yeah, intonation. Understand. Stress. Concern. Yes. He clicks two claws together. Then we work. We work now. Learn how to kill astrophage. You return to Earth. You explain. Save Earth. I sigh. I'm going to have to explain this eventually. May as well be now. I'm not going back. I'm going to die here. His carapace shudders. Why? Question. My ship only had enough fuel for the trip here. I don't have enough to go home. I have tiny little probes that will return to Earth with my findings. But I will stay here. Why is a mission like this? Question. This was all the fuel my planet could make in time. You knew this when you left Earth? Question. Yes. You are a good human. Thanks. I try not to think about my impending doom. So let's collect astrophage. I have ideas for how we can get samples. My equipment is very good at detecting trace amounts. Wait. He holds up a claw. How much astrophage you ship need for return to Earth? Question. Just over 2 million kilograms. I say, I can give. He says, sit up in my chair. What? I can give. I have extra. Can you... Rocky coming in clutch.
Rocky coming in clutch right now. Rocky coming in clutch.
Ryland, you live to teach another day. I can give. I have extra. Can give that much and still have plenty for my return to Arid. You can have. My heart skips a beat. Seriously? That's a lot of fuel. Let me repeat it. 2 million kilograms. 2 times 10 to the 6th power. I'm sorry, that last statement did not make it any easier to understand. Yes, I have much astrophage. My ship was more efficient. Yeah, my ship was more efficient than planned on trip here. You can have 2 million kilograms. I fall back in my seat. I pant. I almost hyperventilate. My eyes well up. Oh my god. No, understand. I wipe away tears. You are okay? Question? Yes, I sob. Yes, I'm okay. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I am happy. You know die. Let's save planets. I break down, crying tears of joy. I'm going to live. This is
Let's
so
save
sweet and
planets.
wholesome.
Also,
Adorable.
while little boy Rocky may not be science iridian, bro is just like, oh yeah, we had really efficient spaceship. I can give you 2 million kilograms.
I have a
Easy.
fear that Rocky's not gonna make it to the end of this book, and it's
Stop
eating at
saying
me.
that. Don't say that. Don't say that about my boy. Don't say that about my boy.
Speak this into existence.
Don't say that about my boy.
We need
Silence.
to protect Rocky at all
Don't
costs.
say that about my boy. My boy's
We'll
gonna be
know by the
fine.
end of the night.
My boy's going to be fine.
Flashback. Half of the Chinese crew stood on the flight deck. Some were actually doing their jobs, most were just there to catch a look at humanity's saviors. The whole science team was there as well. The same set of usual suspects we had at our weekly status meetings. Strat, me, Dimitri, Loken, and our latest science edition, Dr. Lamai. Oh, and no science team would be complete without a gambling addicted swindler. So Bob Reddle was there too. To be fair, Bob had done his job well. He had managed the Sahara Astrophage farm magnificently. It's rare to find a scientist who is also a good administrator.
Hey, hold
It was
on.
no easy task.
Where is our boy Leclerc? Where's
I was about
Francois?
to say, where's Francois?
Where's Francois?
Where's Francois? It was no easy task, but the farm was generating astrophage at the levels he promised. The helicopter came in low and slow. They landed perfectly on the helipad. A ground crew rushed up to secure it. The rotors remained spinning, and the cargo door opened. Two people walked out, each dressed in blue jumpsuits, each bearing their country's flag on the shoulder, a Chinese man, a Russian woman, and an American man. The ground crew ushered them to a safe distance, and the chopper took off again. Moments later, a second helicopter landed. Just like the first, this helicopter carried 3 astronauts, in this case, the Russian man, a Russian woman, and an American woman. These 6 would be the prime and backup crews for the Hail Mary. Either that, or either of the helicopters could easily have carried all 6 astronauts, but Strat had a very strict rule. Under no circumstances could any crew members and their backup share a plane, helicopter, or car. I mean, I guess that's fair. Each position was specialized and would require years of specific training. They wouldn't want one car crash to ruin humanity's chances of survival.
Fair.
This is very true. They are our only hope. Oh, goodness. The Canada pool wasn't deep. There just weren't many coma-resistant people out there who had the right stuff and were willing to go on a suicide mission. Still, even with the reduced pool, the winnowing and selection process had been long, brutal, and filled with endless
Politicking.
politicking. I was going to say
Politicking. Don't worry about it.
By every government involved. Strat stayed firm and insisted on only the best candidates, but some concessions had to be made. Women, I said. Yes, Strat grumbled. Despite your guidelines. Yes. Good. No, it isn't, she frowned. I got overruled by the Americans and Russians on it. Dang. I folded my arms. I never would have thought a woman would be so sexist against women. It's not sexism, it's realism. She righted a strand of hair that had been grown in her face.
Whoa.
Good lord. I mean, I'm offended by that.
Christ.
My guidelines were that all candidates must be heterosexual men. What? So she's just all kinds of.
She's just
Okay.
all kinds of bad.
Why not all heterosexual women? The vast majority of scientists and trained astronaut candidates are men. It's the world we live in. Don't like it? Encourage your female students to get into STEM. I'm not here to enact social equality. I'm here to do whatever's necessary to save humanity. Still seems sexist.
What is this flawed logic?
Call it what you like. There's no room for this mission. There's no room on this mission for sexual tension. What happens if there's some kind of romantic entanglement or dispute? People kill for less.
They're gonna be asleep for half of this.
I was about to say.
They're gonna be asleep for most of this.
I looked across the deck to the candidates. Captain Yang welcomed them aboard. He took special interest in his countrymen. The two were all smiles and handshakes. You didn't want a Chinese guy either. He thought their space program was still too young, but I hear you picked him to be their prime crew commander. He's the most qualified, so he's the commander. Maybe the Russians and Americans over there are qualified too. Maybe the people literally saving the world will keep it professional. Maybe cutting off literally half of the talent pool because you're afraid astronauts can't keep it in their pants isn't a good idea. Clock it, Rylan.
Oh my gosh.
Clock it. We'll have to hope so. The Russian women,
Ilyukina.
Ilyukina? Yeah, Ilyukina. Is on the prime crew as well. She's a materials expert and by far the best candidate for the task. The science expert is Martin Dubois, the American man. 2 men and 1 woman. Recipe for disaster. Lord. I put my hand to my chest in mock surprise. Goodness me. Dubois appears to be black. I'm surprised you allowed it. Aren't you afraid we'll ruin the mission with talk of rap music and basketball? Oh, shut up. That's insane.
Bro called her a sexist and a racist in one
That's
conversation.
crazy. And homophobic. Oh, good Lord. When you watch
Rylan.
the astronauts get surrounded by deck crew, they were absolutely starstruck, especially with Yao. Dubois has 3 doctorates. Physics, chemistry, and biology. Strat pointed to the American woman. Over there is Annie Shapiro. She invented a new kind of DNA splicing that's now called the Shapiro method.
Shapiro?
Seriously?
Shapiro?
I said, the Annie Shapiro? She invented 3 entire enzymes from scratch to splice DNA using, yes, very smart lady. She did it for her PhD thesis. Do you know how many people are on track for the Nobel Prize from research they did in grad school? Not many. I can tell you that much. And she's your second choice for the science expert. She's the most talented DNA splicing specialist alive. But Dubois has strength in a huge variety of fields. And that's more important. We don't know what they're going to encounter out there. We need someone with a broad knowledge base. Amazing people. I said best of the best. I'm glad you're impressed. These will be training Dubois and Shapiro. Me? I asked. I don't know how to train astronauts. NASA and Roscosmos will teach them the astronaut stuff. I said, you're going to teach them the science stuff. Are you kidding? They're way smarter than me. What would I teach them? Don't sell yourself short, said Strauss. You're the world's leading expert on astrophage biology. You're going to impart every single thing you know about it to both of them. Here comes the prime crew. Yao Ilyukina, I'll get that eventually, and Dubois walked over to Strauss. Yao bowed. He spoke with a very slight accent, but otherwise perfect English. Miss Strauss, it's an honor to finally meet you. Please accept my deepest gratitude for selecting me as the commander for this critical mission. Nice to meet you too, she said. You are the most qualified. No thanks required. Hello, Ilyukina lunged forward and hugged Strauss. Ooh, bad move. I'm here to die for Earth. Pretty awesome, yes? I leaned to Dmitri. Are all Russians crazy? Yes, he said with a smile. It's the only way to be Russian and happy at the same time. That's dark. That's Russian.
And now we know why Fyodor Dostoevsky is the way he is.
Dubois shook Strat's hand and spoke so softly as to be almost inaudible. Miss Strat, thank you for this opportunity. I won't let you down. I and the other science leads all shook hands with the three astronauts. It was a disorganized affair, more like a cocktail mixer than a formal meeting. In the middle of it all, Dubois turned to me. I believe you're Ryland Grace? Yes. I said, it's an honor to meet you. What are you doing? What you're doing is just, I can't even comprehend the sacrifice you're making. Or should I not talk about it? I don't know. Maybe we just don't talk about it. He smiled. It's on my mind quite often. You don't have to avoid the subject. Besides, you and I are birds of a feather, it would seem. I shrugged. I guess so. I mean, you're way more advanced than I am, but I do love cellular biology. Well, yes, that too, he said. But I was talking about coma resistance. I hear you have coma-resistant markers just like me and the rest of the crew. I do. He raised an eyebrow. They didn't tell you? No. I shot a look over to Strat. She was busy talking to Embezzler Bob and Commander Young. First I'm hearing of it. That's odd, he said. Why wouldn't you tell me? That's odd, he said. Why wouldn't you tell me? You're asking the wrong person, Dr. Grace. My guess is they only told Strat, and she only told people who needed to know. It's my DNA, I grumbled. Someone should have told me. Dubois definitely changed the subject. In any event, I'm looking forward to learning all about the astrophage life cycle. Dr. Shapiro, my counterpart on the backup crew, is also very excited. We shall be in the classroom of two, I suppose. Do you have any experience teaching? Actually, yes, I said. A lot. Excellent.
I'm curious to see what happened to Dubois
I know.
and why Ryland ended up on this mission.
Yeah. He seems really sweet, though.
Yeah.
All smiles. It's been 3 days since I found out I won't die, and I'm still all smiles. Well, oh yeah, flashback over. Well, actually, I could still easily die. The trip home is long and dangerous. Just because I survived my coma on the way here, that doesn't mean I'll survive it on the way home. Maybe I can stay awake and just eat the feeding tube slurry when my normal food runs out. I can do 4 years all alone, right? We were in comas to keep from killing one another, but solitary confinement is a whole different set of psychological damage. I should read up on it. But not now. Right now, I have to save Earth. My own survival is a problem for later. But it's a problem. Not a hopeless guarantee of death. The light in the centrifuge screen blinks green. Gravity is full, I said with a smile. We are back in 0G for a short time. But now I have the centrifuge going again. I had to spin down because I needed to use the engines. We can't have centrifugal gravity and propulsion at the same time. Just imagine firing up a spin drive while the ship is in two pieces connected by 100 meters of cable. Not a pleasant thought. During the decades, gasp, that Rocky's been here. He surveyed the system very well. He gave me all the information he accumulated. He cataloged 6 planets, noted their size, mass, positions, orbital characteristics, and general atmospheric makeup. He didn't have to travel around to do it. He just did astronomical observations in the blip A. Turns out Iridians are as curious about things as humans are. And it's a good thing, too. This isn't Star Trek. I can't just flip on a scanner and get all the information about the star system. It took Rocky months of observations to get things at this level of detail. And more important, Rocky knows all about the local Petrova line. As expected, it goes into one specific planet, probably the one that has the most carbon dioxide. In this case, it's the third planet from the star Tau Ceti E. At last, that's what Earth calls it. Or at least that's what Earth calls it. So that'll be our first stop. Sure, we could fly the Hail Mary through any part of the Petrova line and get some astrophages that way, but we'd only intersect the line for a few seconds. The solar system is not a static thing. We have to keep moving, at least fast enough to maintain orbit around the star. The Tau Ceti E is a nice, big planet in the widest part of the Petrova line. We can't park the Hail Mary in orbit and be immersed in local astrophage. Yeah? I mean, 1 second. Thank goodness. I'll finish this chapter and then I shall grab me some dinner.
Okay.
But the Tau Ceti E is a nice big planet in the widest part of the Petrova line. We can park the Hail Mary in orbit and be immersed in local astrophage for half of every orbit. And we can stay there as long as we want, getting as much data as we need to about the astrophage here, the dynamics of the Petrova line itself.
Wait, it's like we still have like 3 chapters of this, or like 3 pages. Are you sure you can finish the chapter?
Yeah, I can read quick.
Listen. Anyways, so we're on our way.
We're on our way. So we're on our way to the mysterious planet. I can't just ask Mr. Sulu to plot a course.
Who?
I don't know. Sulu. Oh, is it from Star Trek? It might be Star Trek. I haven't seen Star Trek. I can't just ask Mr. Sulu to plot a course. I spent 2 days doing math, checking my work and rechecking my work before I figured out the exact angle of thrust to apply. Sure, I have 20,000 kilograms of astrophage left, and yes, that's quite a lot of fuel considering I can get 1.5 Gs by spending 6 grams per second, and yes, Rocky's ship apparently has scads of astrophage. I still don't understand how he has so much extra fuel, but I'm conserving fuel anyway. I got us going a good head of steam, and we're on course for Tau Ceti E. I'll do the orbital insertion burn in about 11 days. While we wait, we may as well have gravity. So we're back to centrifuge mode. 11 days, truly astonishing. Total distance we'll be traveling to get there is over 150 million kilometers. That's about the same as the distance from Earth to the Sun. We're doing it in 11 days. How? By having an absurd velocity. I did 3 hours of thrust to get us going. I'll do another 3 when we get to Tau Ceti E to slow down. Right now we're cruising along at 162 kilometers per second. It's just ridiculous. If you left Earth at that speed, you'd get to the moon in 40 minutes. This entire maneuver, including the burn I'll have to do to slow down at the end, will consume 130 kilograms of fuel. Astrophage, crazy stuff. Rocky stands in a bowl with clear zeolite on the floor of the control room. Boring name, Rocky says. What? What name is boring? I ask. He spent days building up the Iridian zone throughout the ship. He even installed his own new tunnels from deck to deck. It's like having giant hamster habit trails running everywhere. He shifts his weight from one handhold to another. Tau Ceti E. Boring name. Then give it a name. Me name? No, you name. You were here first. I unclip my seatbelt and stretch out. You identified it. You plotted its orbit and location. You name it. This is you ship. You name. I shake my head. Earth culture rules. If you're out of place first, you get to name everything you discover there. He thinks it over. Zeolite is truly amazing. Just a centimeter of transparent material separates my 1/5 atmosphere of oxygen pressure from Rocky's 29 atmospheres of ammonia. Not to mention my 20 degrees Celsius from Rocky's 210 degrees Celsius. He's taken over more and more rooms than others. The dormitory is almost entirely his domain now. I insisted he move all of his crap into his compartment, so we agreed he could have most of the space in there. He also put a large airlock in the dormitory. He based on the size of the Hail Mary's airlock on the assumption that anything important in the ship would likely be small enough to fit through that. I can't ever go into his zone. The Eva suit would never stand up into his environment. I get squished like a grape. The airlock is really so we can pass items back and forth. The lab is mostly mine. He has a tunnel leading from up the side and another teeing off to run along the ceiling, ultimately through the ceiling into the control room. He can observe any of the scientific stuff I do, but in the end, Earth equipment wouldn't work in his environment, so it has to be in mine. As for the control room, it's tight. Boggy puts his internet bulb on the floor next to the hatchway. He really did try to keep the intrusion to a minimum. He assures me the holes he added to my bulkheads won't affect the ship's structural integrity. Okay, he finally says, name is music notes. I don't need the frequency analyzer anymore. It was an A below middle C major fifth, freezing music guys too apparently, followed by an E flat octave, and then a G minor seventh. I enter it into my spreadsheet, though I don't know why. I haven't had to look at that thing in days. What does it mean? It's the name of my mate.
Hey, yo!
I widened my eyes.
Hey, yo! Rocky's got a girlfriend!
Ooh. I widened my eyes. That little devil. He never told me he had a mate. I guess Iridians don't kiss and tell. some biological basics during our travels. I explained how humans make more humans. And he told me where baby Iridians come from. They're hermaphrodites, and they reproduce by laying eggs next to each other. Stuff happens between the eggs, and one of them absorbs the other, leaving one viable egg that will hatch in one Iridian year, 42 Earth days. Laying eggs together is basically the Iridian equivalent of sex. And they mate for life. This is the first I've heard of Rocky doing it. You have a mate? Unknown, Rocky says. Mate possibly has a new mate. I gone a long time.
Aww.
Sad, I say. Oh. Yes, sad, but necessary. Must save Arab. You pick human word for music notes. Proper nouns are a headache. If you're learning German from a guy named Hans, you just call him Hans. But I really can't make the noises Rocky makes and vice versa. So when one of us tells the other about a name, the other one has to pick or invent a word to represent that name in their own language. Rocky's actual name is a sequence of notes. He told it to me once, but it has no meaning in his language, so I stuck with Rocky. But my name is actually an English word, so Rocky just calls me the Iridian word for grace. Anyway, now I have to come up with an English word that means Rocky's spouse. Adrian, I say. Why not? Human word is Adrian.
It's a random name, but okay.
Yeah. Understand, he says. He heads down his tunnel into the lab. I put my hands on my hips and crane my neck to watch him leave. Where are you going? Eat. Eat what? I've never seen him eat. I've never seen an orifice other than the radiator vents of his carapace. How does he get food in? For that matter, how does he lay eggs? He's been pretty cagey about it. He ate in his ship when we were connected, and I think he snuck a few meals here and there while I slept. I scampered down the ladder into the lab. He's already halfway down his vertical tunnel, climbing the many handholds. I keep up, climbing my own ladder. Hey, I want to watch. Rocky reaches the lab's floor and pauses. It's private. I sleep after eat. You watch me sleep? Question. I want to watch you eat. Why? Question. Science. I say. Rocky shifts his characters left and right a few times. Iridian body language is mild annoyance. Is biological. Is gross. Science. He wiggles his carapace again. Okay, you watch. He continues downwards. Yes, I follow him down. I squeeze into my little area of the dormitory. All I have these days is my bed, the toilet, and the robot arms. To be fair, he doesn't have much room either. He has most of the volume, but it's laden with all his junk. Plus, he made an ad hoc workshop in there. I think that's how you say it.
Yeah.
Workshop in there and a life support system out of parts of the ship. He opens one of his many soft-sided bags and pulls out a sealed package. He tears it open with his claws, and there are various shapes I can't identify, mostly rocky material like his carapace. He sets about tearing them apart into smaller and smaller pieces with his claws. That's your food? I ask. Social discomfort, he says. No talk.
I like how that he, in that vocabulary, they're like, social discomfort. No.
Social discomfort.
Social discomfort.
No talk. Sorry. I guess eating for them is something gross that is to be done in private. He tears the rocky chunks off the food and exposes meat underneath. It's definitely meat. It looks just like earth meat. Considering we are almost certainly descended from the same basic building blocks of life, I bet we use the same proteins and have the same general solutions to various evolutionary challenges. Once again, I'm struck by melancholy. I want to spend the rest of my life studying Iridian biology, but I have to save humanity first. Stupid humanity. Getting in the way of my hobbies.
Darn.
Don't you hate it when that happens?
Truly.
He pulls all the rocky chunks off the meat and sets that aside. Then he tears the meat into small chunks. At all times, he keeps the food and the packaging where it came from. It never touches the floor. I don't like food touching the floor either. After a while, he has shredded the edible parts of his meal down as far as his hands can do it, far more than any human would with their food. Then he steps into the other side of the compartment, leaving his food where it is. He pulls a flat cylindrical container from the sealed box, placed it under his throat.
That's his thorax.
That's his thorax, ma'am.
Thor Sorry. Oops. It places it under his thorax. Then things get gross. He did warn me. I can't complain. The rocky armor of his abdomen splits, and I see something fleshy rip open underneath.
Oh.
A few. 1 second, bud. My nephew is calling for me. A few drops of shiny silver liquid dribbles out. Blood. Then a gray blob plops out of his body into the pan and lands with a damp-sounding splat. He seals the pan and puts it back into the box where it came from. Did I read that right?
Yeah.
He returns to the food and flips over onto his back. The gaping abdominal hole is still open. I can see inside. There's soft-looking flesh in there. He reaches over with a few of his hands, grabs some choice morsels of food. He brings them to his opening and drops them in. He repeats this process slowly and methodically until all the food is in his mouth, stomach. There's no chewing. There are no teeth. As far as I can tell, there are no moving parts inside. This is going to be really interesting to see in the movie. He finishes the last of his meal, then lets his arms fall limp. He lies spread eagle on the floor, immobile. I resist the urge to ask if he's okay. I mean, he looks dead. This is probably just how Iridians eat. And poop. Yeah, I'm guessing that blob that came out earlier is what was left of his previous meal. He's a monostome?
Yeah.
That is. The waste comes out the same opening that food goes in.
Oh.
The opening of his abdomen closes slowly. A scab-like material forms where the break in his skin was, but I don't see it for long. The rocky abdominal covering folds back into place shortly thereafter. I sleep, he slurred. You watch. Question? A food coma for Rocky is no small thing. It doesn't look voluntary at all. This is a biologically enforced post-meal siesta. Yes, I watch sleep. Sleep, he mumbles. Then he conks out, still belly up on the floor. His breathing speeds up. It always does when he first falls asleep. His body has to dump all the heat in the hot circulatory system. After a few minutes, he stops panting. Now I know he's well and truly asleep. Once he gets past the panting phase, I've never seen him wake back up in less than 2 hours. I can sneak off to do my own thing in this case. I'll write down everything I just saw in his digestive cycle. Step 1, subject defecates from mouth. Yep, I say to myself, that was pretty freaking gross. I shall go collect food.
Go collect food. Are you coming back and eating while we read, or?
That is a fantastic question.
Because if
I'll
not,
take my book with me in case I'm staying down there. Because, okay, we don't,
eat together, as a family. We just kind of go down and get food when we are ready
okay.
and eat.
Okay.
So,
Well, I mean, I'm gonna get something to snack on. I was just making sure, if I needed to end the stream really quick and then restart it whenever you're back or something.
yeah.
Okay.
I have spaghetti.
Nice. I'm getting Sour Patch watermelon. We're gonna need all the sugar I can get. All right. So this is perfect. You can eat your spaghetti while I read.
wait. Do I have to drink? I left my water upstairs. I'm just like wandering around my kitchen. Someone got a Yoo-hoo. Oh, jealous.
Nice.
This is so unfair. I'm doing something I absolutely hate, and that's being near a window that's like the blinds are open when it's dark out.
All right, Miss Ma'am.
But I'm sitting in my kitchen. So
Let me know when you're ready for me to go.
oh, you can go ahead whenever.
Oh. Give me 2 seconds.
We're kicking it into high gear now.
Girl, give me 2 seconds. I'm trying to snack.
Oh, oops.
On my Sour Patch watermelons.
I might mute myself for a second. So I have my headphones on, which means my mic is on, which means you could most likely hear me eating. And I'm not going to do that to you.
Nom nom nom. Okay. Chapter 17. Let's get into it. I wake up with Rocky staring at me. It happens every morning now, but it never stops being creepy. How do I know that a pentagonally symmetrical creature with no eyes is staring at me? I just know. Something in the body language. You awake? He says. Yeah, I step out of bed and stretch. Food. The arms reach up and hand me a hot box. I open it up and take a peek. Looks like eggs and sausage. Coffee. The arms dutifully hand me a cup of coffee. It's kind of cool that the arms will hand me a cup when there's gravity, but a pouch when there isn't. I'll remember this when writing up the Hail Mary's Yelp review. I look to Rocky. You don't have to watch me sleep. It's okay. He turns his attention to a work table in his partition of the dormitory. Iridian culture rule. Must watch. He picks up a device and tinkers with it. Ah, the C word. Culture. We have an unspoken agreement that cultural things just have to be accepted. It ends any minor dispute. Do it my way because it's how I was raised. Basically, we haven't run into anything where our cultures clash. Yet. I eat my breakfast and drink my coffee. Rocky doesn't say anything to me during that time. He never does. Iridian courtesy. Trash, I say. The arms collect my empty cup and meal package. I head up to the control room and settle into the pilot seat. I bring up the telescope view on the main screen. Planet Adrian sits in the center. I've been watching it grow larger and larger for the past 10 days. The closer we get, the more I respect Rocky's astronomy skills. All of his observations on its motion and mass have been spot on. Hopefully, his gravity calculation is right too, or we'll have a very short and painful attempt to orbit. Adrian is a pale green planet with wispy white clouds in the upper atmosphere. I can't see the ground at all. I'm amazed at the software that must have gone into this ship's computer. We are spinning around as we hurtle through space, but the image on screen is rock solid. We're getting close, I say. Rocky's 2 floors below me, but I speak at a normal volume. I know he can hear it just fine. You know air yet? Question? Rocky calls out. Just as I know his hearing prowess, he knows my hearing limitations. I'll try again right now, I say. I switch to the spectrometer screen. The Hail Mary has been incredibly reliable in almost every way, but you can't expect everything to work perfectly. The spectrometer has been acting up. I think it has something to do with the digitizer. I've been trying it every day, and it keeps saying it can't get enough data to analyze. I zero in on Adrian and give it another go. The closer we get, the more reflected light we'll get, and maybe it'll be enough for the spectrometer to tell me what Adrian's atmosphere is made of. Analyzing. Analysis complete. It worked, I say. Worked? Question and exclamation point. Rocky says, a full octave higher than normal. He scampers up his tunnels to the control room bulb. What is Adrian air? Question. I read the results
I read the results off the screen. Looks like it's 91% carbon dioxide, 7% methane, 1% argon, and the rest are trace gases. It's a pretty thick atmosphere, too. Those are all clear gases. Gases? Oh my goodness. Those are all clear gases. I keep saying gases. Those are all clear gases, but I can't see the planet's surface. Normally, you can see surface of planet from space? Question. If the atmosphere lets light through, yes. Human eyes are amazing organ. Jealous. Well, not amazing enough. I can't see Adrian's surface. When air gets really thick, it stops letting light through. Anyway, that's not important. The methane. That's weird. Explain. Methane doesn't last. It breaks apart very fast in sunlight. So how is methane present? Geology creates methane. Carbon dioxide plus minerals plus water plus heat makes methane. Yes, possible, I say, but there's a lot of methane. 8% of a very thick atmosphere. Can geology make that much? You have a different theory? Question. I rub the back of my neck. No, not really. It is odd, though. Discrepancy is science. You think about discrepancy. Make theory. You is science human. Yes, I'll think about it. How long until orbit? Question. I switch to the navigation console. We're right on course, and the orbital insertion burn is scheduled for 22 hours from now. Just under 1 day, I say. Excitement, he says. Then we sample astrophage at Adrian. You ship sampler working well. Question? Yes, I say, with no way to know if I'm telling the truth. There's no reason for Rocky to know I only vaguely understand the operation of my own ship. I flip through the science instruments until I land on the controls for the external collection unit. I look at the diagram on the screen. It's simple enough. The sampler is a rectangular box. When activated, it will pivot up to be perpendicular to the hull. Then doors on both sides of the rectangle will open up. Inside, there's a bunch of sticky resin, ready to catch anything that flies in. That's it. Flypaper. Fancy space flypaper, but just flypaper. After collection, how SAMP enter ship? Question. Simple doesn't mean convenient. As far as I can tell, there's no automated system to do anything with the sample. I have to go get it. Humans are a maze. You leave ship. Yeah, I guess. Iridians never bothered to invent spacesuits. Why would they? Space is devoid of sensory input to them. It would be like a human with scuba gear diving into an ocean of black paint. There's just no reason to do it. Iridians use hull robots for EVA work. The Hail Mary doesn't have one of those, so any EVA work has to be done by me. Amaze is wrong word, he says. Amaze is compliment. Better word is music notes. What's that mean? It is when person not act normal. Danger to self. Ah, I say, adding the new chord into my language database. Crazy. My word for that is crazy. Crazy. Humans are crazy. I shrug. Flashback. Gosh darn it, I said. Language, came the voice over the radio. Seriously, though, what happened? The sample vial fell gently away from my hand to the bottom of the pool. It took several seconds to fall 3 feet, but wearing this EVA suit at the bottom of the world's largest swimming pool, I had no chance of reaching out to grab it. I dropped vial number 3. Okay, said Forrester. Who the freak is that? That's 3 vials so far. We're going to have to work on the clamper tool. Might not be the tool, might just be me. The tool in my awkwardly gloved hand was far from perfect, but still pretty ingenious. It turned the clumsy pawing of an EVA suit glove into fine manipulation at the other end. All I had to do was squeeze a trigger with my index finger and clamp constricted by 2 millimeters. If I squeezed a different trigger with my middle finger, it would rotate up to 90 degrees clockwise. My ring and pinky fingers made it tilt forward up to 90 degrees. Stand by, I'm checking the video, said Forrester. NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab at Johnson Space Center was a marvel of engineering in itself. The gigantic swimming pool was large enough to fit a full-size replica of the International Space Station inside. They used it to train astronauts on zero-G maneuvering while in EVA suits. After countless meetings that I was unfortunately forced to attend, the microbiology community convinced Strat the mission needed custom-designed tools. She agreed on the condition that none of them be mission-critical. She was resolute on having all the important stuff be off-the-shelf products with millions of hours of consumer testing. And, being her little science lapdog, it felt me to test out the IVME kit. IVME was an acronym that stood for 4 words God never intended to be together: in vacuole microbiology equipment. Whatever that means. Astrophage lives in space. We could study them on Earth and our atmosphere all we wanted, but we wouldn't get the full picture of knowing how they worked until we studied them in vacuum and in zero-G. This crew of the Hail Mary would need these tools. I stood there in one corner of the NBL, the imposing figure of ISS behind me. 2 scuba divers floated nearby, ready to rescue me in the event of an emergency. NASA had sunk a metal lab table into the pool for me. The biggest problem wasn't making equipment that worked in vacuum, though they did have to completely redesign pipettes because there's no suction force in space. The problem was the ham-fisted EVA gloves the user had to wear. Astrophage may like vacuum, but human bodies certainly don't. But hey, at least I was learning a lot about how Russian EVA suits worked. Yes, Russian, not American. Strat listened to several experts, and they all agreed that Russian Orlan EVA suit was the safest and most reliable. So that's what the mission would use. Okay, I see what happened, said Forrester through the headset. You told the clamp to tilt yaw, but it released instead. The internal micro cable wires must be tangled up. I'll be right there. Can you surface and bring the clamp with you? Sure thing. I waved to the 2 divers and pointed upward. They nodded and helped me get to the surface. I got hoisted out of the pool by a crane assembly and placed on the deck nearby. Several techs came forward and held me out of the suit. Though it was pretty easy. I just stepped out of the back panel. Gotta love Chrysalis suits. Forrester came forward from the control room next door and collected the tool. I'll make some changes and we can try again in a couple of hours. I got a call while you were in the pool. You're needed in building 30. Shapiro and Dubois have a couple-hour break while they reset the flight control simulators. No rest for the wicked. Straw wants you over there training them on astrophage. Copy that, Houston, I said. The world might have been ending, but being at NASA's main campus was too awesome for me not to be excited. I left the NBL and walked to Building 30. They would have sent a car if I'd asked, but I didn't want one. It was only a 10-minute walk. Besides, I love walking around in my country's space history. I walked through security and onward to a small conference room they'd set up. Martin Dubois, in his blue flight uniform, stood and shook my hand. Dr. Grace, good to see you again. His meticulous paperwork and notes were right in front of him. Annie Shapiro's sloppy notes and wadded papers lay strewn on the table next to him, but her seat was empty. Where's Annie? I asked. He sat back down. Even while seated, he kept a firm, perfect posture. She had to use the facilities. She should be back shortly. I sat down and opened my backpack. You can call me Ryland. We're all PhDs here. I think first names are fine. I'm sorry, Dr. Grace. That is not how I was raised. However, you may call me Martin if you wish. Thanks. I pulled out my laptop and fired it up. How have you been lately? I've been well, thank you. Dr. Shapiro and I have begun a sexual relationship. Crazy thing to dump on a random dude, but okay. I paused. Okay. I thought it prudent to inform you. He opened his notebook and set a pen beside it. There should be no secrets within the core mission group. Sure, I said. I mean, it shouldn't be a problem. You're the primary science position, and Annie's the alternate. There's no scenario where you would both be on the mission, but I mean, your relationship. Yes, you are correct, Dubois said. I will be setting out on a suicide mission in under a year, and if for some reason I am deemed unfit or unable, she will go on the suicide mission. We are aware of this, and we know this relationship can only end in death. We live in bleak times, I said. He folded his hands in front of him. Dr. Shapiro and I do not see it that way. We are enjoying our very active sexual encounters. Of course, the second I start reading, we get to the freaky stuff. Yeah, okay, yeah. I don't need to... Huh?
I said, yeah.
You suck. Yeah, okay, I don't need to know. No need for condoms either. She is on birth control, and we have both had extremely thorough medical examinations as part of the program. I typed on my computer, hoping he'd change the subject. It's quite pleasurable. I'm sure it is. In any event, I thought you should know. Why? Why is it the second you get off to read, you stop? You get to stop reading. I start reading, and it gets freaky.
I'm just trying to eat my spaghetti, man.
You and your spaghetti. It's because of you.
Listen, that garlic bread's good though.
Oh man, I want garlic bread. Now I'm getting hungry for like an actual meal. In any event, I thought you should know. Yeah, no, sure. The door opened and Annie trotted in. This dude is a freak. I'm sorry. For you to just straight up be like, ah, yes, we're having sexual encounters. Very pleasurable. Also, let me tell you why we're not using condoms, brother. Sorry, I had to pee, like, so bad, said the world's smartest and most accomplished microbiologist. My back teeth were floating. Welcome back, Dr. Shapiro. I've told Dr. Grace about our sexual relationship. I put my head in my hands. Cool, said Annie. Yeah, we've got nothing to hide. In any event, said Dubois, if I remember the previous lesson correctly, we were working on the cellular biology within astrophage mitochondria. I cleared my throat. Yes, today I'll be talking about the astrophage's Krebs cycle. It's identical to what we find in Earth's mitochondria, but with one additional step. Annie held up her hand. Oh, sorry, one more thing. She turned to Dubois. Martin, we have about 15 minutes of personal time after this lesson before our next training exercise. Want to meet up in the bathroom down the hall and have some... Bro. Why? The second
Why are these
I'm so
people
sorry.
freaks? Why are these people freaks? Why are these
I don't
scientists so
know.
weird?
I'm
Oh,
like,
that was so
it's
sad.
not even that. It's just the way they go about it. Why are they like this? Why are they so casual about it, man? I don't want to hear about this, and I don't think Fryland does either.
I love that she's doing it like it's a it's a scheduling thing. We have about 15 minutes in between this lesson and the next training.
What a bang.
Like a personal assistant.
Okay. I find that agreeable, said Dubois. Thank you, Dr. Shapiro. Okay, cool. They both looked at me, ready for their lesson. I waited a few seconds to make sure there was no more oversharing, but they seemed content. Okay, so the Krebs cycle in astrophage has a variant. Wait, do you call her Dr. Shapiro while having sex? Ryland. Of course, that's her name. I kind of like it, she said. I'm sorry I asked, I said. Now the Krebs cycle. I'm gonna commit a felony. Okay, now that we've had that awkward interaction out of the way, I'm so... Anyways.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're not. You're eating your spaghetti in peace.
You're right.
Rocky's data about planet Adrian was dead on. It's 3.93 times Earth's mass and has a radius of 10,318 kilometers, almost double Earth's. It's plugging along around Tau Ceti with an average orbital velocity of 35.9 kilometers per second. Plus, he had the position of the planet correct to within 0.00001%. That data was all I needed to work out the insertion thrust needed. It's a good thing those numbers were right. If they hadn't been, there would have been some serious scrambling when the orbital insertion went wrong, maybe even some dying. Of course, to use the spin drives at all, I had to take us out of centrifuge mode. Rocky and I flew in the control room, he in his ceiling bulb, and me in the pilot seat. I watched the camera feed scan with a stupid grin on my face. I'm at another planet. I shouldn't be this excited. I've been at another star for the past several weeks, but that's kind of esoteric. Tau Ceti is pretty much like the sun. It's bright, you can't get too close to it, and even emits the same general range of frequencies. For some reason, being at a new planet is much more exciting. The wispy clouds of Adrian coast by beneath us, or more accurately, the wispy clouds barely move at all, and we zoom by overhead. Adrian has a higher gravity than Earth, so our orbital velocity is just over 12 kilometers per second. far more than what's needed to orbit Earth. The pale green planet that I've been watching for 11 days has a lot more detail now that we're on top of it. It's not just green. There are dark and light bands of green wrapping all around it, just like Jupiter and Saturn. But unlike those two gas giant leviathans, Adrian is a rocky world. Thanks to Rocky's notes, we know the radius and mass, which means we know its density, and it's far too dense to be just gas. There's a surface down there. I just can't see it. Man, what I wouldn't give for a lander. Realistically, it wouldn't do me any good. Even if I had some way of landing on Adrian, the atmosphere would crush me dead. It'd be like landing on Venus, or Erid for that matter. Heck, in that case, I wish Rocky had a lander. The pressure down there might not be too much for an Iridian. Speaking of Erid, Rocky's calibrating some kind of device in his control room bubble. It almost looks like a gun. Rocky's got a Glock.
Rocky's ready to meet any alien out here.
He's ready to throw it down. I don't think we've started a space war, so I assume it's something else. He holds the device with one hand, taps it with another, and uses two more to hold a rectangular panel that is connected to the device by a short cable. He uses his remaining hand to anchor himself at a handhold. He makes some more adjustments to the device with what looks like a screwdriver, and suddenly the panel springs to life. It was completely flat, but now has texture to it. He waves the gun part left and right, and the patterns on the screen move left and right. Success! It functions. I lean over the edge of the pilot seat for a better look. What's that? Wait, he points the gun part at my external camera readout screen. He adjusts a couple of controls, and the pattern on the rectangle settles into a circle. Looking closer, I see some parts of the circle are a little more raised than others. It looks like a relief map. This device here light, like human eye. Oh, it's a camera. Music notes, he says quickly. Now we have camera in our vocabulary. It analyzes light and show us texture. Oh, and you can sense that texture. I say, cool. Think. He attaches the camera to the bulb wall and fixes its angle to point at my central screen. What are wavelengths of light humans can see? Question. All wavelengths between 380 nanometers and 740 nanometers. Most people don't just know that off the top of their head, but most people aren't junior high school teachers who have giant charts of the visible spectrum on their classroom walls. Understand, he says. He turns a few knobs on his device. Now I see what you see. You're an amazing engineer. He waves a claw dismissively. No, camera is old technology. Display is old technology. Both were on ship for science. I only modify to use inside. I think Iridians have a lot of modesty in their culture. Either that or Rocky's one of those people who just can't take a compliment. He points to the circle in his display. This is Adrian? Question. I check the exact region of Adrian he's pointing at, then compare to my screen. Yes, and that part is green. I don't have a word for this. Of course the Iridian language has no words for colors. Why would it? I've never thought of colors as a mysterious thing. But if you've never heard of them before, I guess they're pretty weird. We have names for frequency ranges in the electromagnetic spectrum. Then again, my students all have eyes, and they were still amazed when I told them X-rays, microwaves, Wi-Fi, and purple were all just wavelengths of light. You name it then, I say. Yes, I name this color. Middle rough. My display pattern is smooth for high-frequency light, rough for low-frequency light. This color is middle rough. Understand, I say. And yes, green is right in the middle of the wavelengths humans can see. Good, he says. Is sample ready? Question. We've been in orbit for about a day now, and I activated the sampler right when we got here. I flipped to the external collection unit screen. It reads as fully functional and even reports how long it's been open. 21 hours and 17 minutes. Yeah, I guess so. You get. Ugh, I groan. EVAs are so much work. Lazy human, go get. Get him, Rocky.
Goodness, Rocky.
Get him. He's like, that's just what you get for calling me old, heavy, and all those other things. I laugh. He has a slightly different tone when he's joking around. It took a long time for me to identify. It's like it's in the timing between words. They don't have the same cadence. I can't really put my finger on it, but I know when I hear it. From the external collection unit screen, I order the sampler to close its doors and return to its flat configuration. Sorry, my hair got stuck in a nail. How rude. The panel reports that it's been done, and I confirm it with Hull cameras. I climb into the Orland Eva suit, enter the airlock, and cycle it. Adrian is absolutely gorgeous in person. I stay out on the hull, start staring at the huge world for several minutes. Bands of dark and light green cover the orb, and the reflected glow from Tau Ceti is simply breathtaking. I could stare at it for hours. I probably got to do this with Earth too. I wish I could remember. Man, I really wish I could remember that. It must have been every bit as beautiful. You out long time, comes Rocky's voice through the headset. You are safe? Question. I set up the Eva panel to always play my radio feed over speakers in the control room. Plus, I taped a headset microphone to Rocky's control room bulb and set it to be voice activated. All he has to do is talk in a broadcast. I'm looking at Adrian. It's pretty. Look later. Get sample now. You're pushy. Yes. I climb along the hull, bathed in Adrian light. Everything has a light green tinge to it. I find the sample collector right where it's supposed to be. It's not as big as I expected. It's a half-meter square or so. There's a lever beside it with red and yellow stripes all around it. Text on the lever reads, pull lever to release ECU, and then the Russian translation for that and the Chinese translation. I clip a tether to a convenient hole on the unit, presumably put there for this exact use, and pull the lever over to the open position. The sampler floats free of the hull. I work my way around the hull to the airlock with the sampler in tow. I cycle my way back in and climb out of the suit. All is good, Rocky? All is good, question? Rocky asks. Yes, good, Rocky says. You inspect with science gear, question? Yes, now. I bring up the centrifuge panel. Prepare for gravity. Yes, gravity. He grips handholds with 3 of his claws. For science gear. Once the centrifuge spins up, I get to work in the lab. Ugh. Rocky scurries into his tunnel in the lab ceiling and watches intently. Well, not watches, listens intently, I guess. I lay the sampler on the lab table and open one of the panels. This is the side that faced Tau Ceti. I smile at what I see. I crane my head and look up at Rocky. This panel was white when we started. Now it's black. Not understand. The sampler's color changed the color of astrophage. We got a lot of astrophage. Good, good. Over the next 2 hours, I scrape everything off of both halves with the sampler, putting each group in their own containers. Then I give each sample a good rinse with water and let the astrophage settle to the bottom. I'm sure a lot of that sticky substance came with the astrophage when I scraped it off, and I wanted it gone. I perform a series of tests. First, I run a few astrophage through DNA marker testing to see if they are identical to the astrophage found at Earth. They are, at least the markers I checked are identical. Then I check, I'm out of breath. Then I check overall population of each sample. Interesting, I say. Rocky perks up. What is interesting? Question. Both halves have approximately the same population. Not expected, he says. Not expected, I agree. One side of the sampler pointed toward Tau Ceti, while the other pointed toward Adrian. Astrophage migrate to breed. For every frisky astrophage that heads to Adrian with a twinkle in its eye, 2 should return. So broadly speaking, there should be twice as many astrophage going from Adrian to Tau Ceti as there are going the other direction. But that's not what's happening. The outgoing population is the same as the incoming population. Rocky climbs along the tunnel that runs across the roof of the lab to get a better look. Flawed counting? Question. How you count? Question. I measure total heat energy output of both samples. It's a surefire way to know how much astrophage you're dealing with. Each one insists on being 96.415 degrees. The more of them there are, the more total heat will be absorbed by the metal plate I put them on. He taps 2 claws together. That is good method. Population must be same. How? Question. I don't know. I smear some of the returning astrophage, that is, the astrophage that was on the way from Adrian to Tau Ceti, onto a slide. I take it to a microscope. Blah, blah, blah. Rocky scampers along his tunnel to keep up. That is what? Question. Microscope. I say. It helps me see very small things. I can see astrophage with this. Amaze. I take a look at the sample and gasp. There's a lot more than just astrophage in there. The familiar black dots of astrophage are all over the sample, but there are translucent cells, smaller bacteria-looking things, and larger amoeba-like things. There are thin things, fat things, spiral things, too many to count. Too many different kinds of things to count. It's like looking at all the life in a drop of lake water. Wow, I say. Life. There's a whole bunch of life in here. Not just astrophage, a bunch of different species. Rocky literally bounces off the tunnel walls. Amaze, 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 amaze. Adrian isn't just a planet. I say Adrian is a planet with life, like Earth or Arid. That explains where the methane comes from. Life makes methane. Rocky freezes. Then he shoots bolt upright. I've never seen him raise his carapace so high. Life is also reason for population discrepancy. Life is reason. What? I say. He's more excited than I've ever seen him. How? I don't understand. He taps the tunnel wall with his claw, pointing at my microscope. Some life on Adrian eats astrophage, population imbalance, natural order. This explains all things. Oh my god, I gasp. My heart just about beats out of my chest. Astrophage has a predator. There's a whole biosphere at Adrian, not just astrophage. There's even an active biosphere within the Petrova line. This is where it all started. Has to be. How else can we explain countless extremely different life forms that all evolved to migrate in space? They all came from the same genetic root. Astrophage was just one of many life forms that evolved here. And with all life, there's variance and predation. Adrian isn't just some planet that astrophage infected. It's the astrophage homeworld, and it's the home of astrophage's predators. This is amazing, I yell. If we find a predator, we take home, Rocky says, 2 octaves higher than normal. It eat astrophage, breed, eat more astrophage, breed, eat more. Stars saved. Yes, I press my knuckles against the wall. Fist bump. What? Question? I wrap the tunnel again. This. Do this. He emulates my gesture against the wall opposite my hand. Celebration, I say. Celebration. And thus the introduction.
So adorable.
And thus the introduction. Oh, good heavens! I dropped my phone.
What?
I dropped my phone. My foot got caught in the
The cord.
Yeah, in the cord. I was too excited at invasive microbiological species. Anyways, chapter 18. So we now have a potential answer to our problems.
This is your second chapter?
Yes. So I'll stop reading after chapter 19. I did check there are 30 chapters.
Okay, so you also saw that last chapter, like the numbers.
Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Okay. I'm gonna kick you. No, I didn't see anything.
Okay,
no, I didn't see anything. I looked only at the freaking chapter numbers. Don't spoil anything.
Yes, I did. I did as well.
You spoiler.
I'm not
silent. Get a load of this girl. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her being a menace.
Excuse me.
You're so silly. Okay. The crew of the Hail Mary sat on the couch in the break room, each with their drink of choice. Commander Yao had a German beer. Engineer Ilyakina had a distressingly large tumbler of vodka.
Real.
And science specialist Dubois had a glass of 2003 Cabernet Sauvignon that he had poured 10 minutes in advance to ensure it had time to breathe. Scientists are weird.
These people are great.
These people are so silly. The break room.
I'm loving the tumbler full of vodka. It's probably the best one.
The break room itself had been a struggle to arrange. Shaw didn't like anything that wasn't directly related to the mission, and an aircraft carrier wasn't exactly overflowing with extra space. Still, with more than 100 scientists from all over the world demanding a place to relax, she had relented. She is awful. Anyways, a small room in the corner of the hangar deck was built to house the Extravagant. Dozens of people crowded into the room and watched the TV feed on the wall-mounted monitor. By silent agreement, the crew got to sit on the couch. The crew got all possible perks and privileges. They were sacrificing their lives for humanity. The least we could do was give them the best seats. We're just minutes away from liftoff, said the BBC reporter. We could have watched American news, Chinese news, Russian news. It would have all been the same. The long shot of Baikonur Cosmodrome, interspersed with shots of the huge launch vehicle on the pad. The reporter stood in the observation room overlooking Moscow's Mission Control Center. You shut up. You were struggling more than I was, okay? You hush.
Awesome.
Silence. Today's launch is the ninth in a total of 16 launches for Project Hail Mary, but it's arguably the most important one. This payload contains the cockpit, lab, and dormitory modules. Astronauts on ISS are ready to receive the modules and will spend the next 2 weeks positioning them on the Hail Mary's frame, which was built over the last several expeditions. Ilyakina raised her vodka. Do not fuck up my house, Roscosmos bastards. Aren't they your friends, I asked. They can be both, she bellowed with laughter. The countdown came on screen. Less than a minute to go. Yao leaned forward and peered intently. It must have been hard, a military man of action forced to passively watch something so important play out. Dubois saw Yao's expression. I'm certain the launch will go well, Commander Yao. Said Yao. 30 seconds to launch, said Ilyakina. I cannot wait that long. She downed her vodka and immediately poured herself another glass. Good Lord. The assembled scientists pressed forward a bit as the countdown continued. I found myself pinned against the back of the couch, but I was too focused on the screen to care. Dubois craned his neck to look back at me. Will Miss Straught not be joining us? I don't think so, I said. She doesn't care about fun stuff like launches. She's probably going over spreadsheet sheets in her office or something. He nodded. Then it's fortunate that we have you here to represent her in a way. Me? Represent her? How did you get that idea? Ilyakina spun her head to face me. You are number 2, no? You are first officer of Project Hail Mary? What? No, I'm just one of the scientists, like all these guys. I gestured to the men and women behind me. Ilyakina and Dubois... Sorry, I had a notification. Anyways, Ilyakina and Dubois looked at each other and then back to me. You honestly think this? She said. Bob Riddell spoke up behind me. You're not like the rest of us, Grace. I shrugged at him. Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be? The point is, Dubois said, you are somehow special to Miss Straught. I had assumed you two were engaged in sexual congress. Dubois, I'm gonna need you to silence yourself. Please, shut your mouth. Every time Dubois opens his mouth, it's something.
This guy needs to learn how to, take it. Social cues, my guy.
My mouth fell agape. What? Are you out of your mind? No way. Huh, said Ilyakina. Perhaps you should be. She is uptight. She could use good roll in hay.
Oh my god.
Okay. Oh my god.
What's wrong with these people?
They're scientists. That's what's wrong with them. They're scientists. They're clearly very sexually repressed scientists. Oh my god, is that what people think? I turned to face the scientists. Most of them averted their eyes. Nothing like that is going on. I'm not her number 2. I'm just a scientist drafted into this project like the rest of you. Yao turned around and stared at me for a moment. The room fell silent. He didn't speak much, so when he did, people paid attention. You are number 2, he said. Then he turned back to the screen. The BBC announcer counted the last few seconds along with the on-screen timer. 3, 2, 1, and we have liftoff. Flames and smoke surrounded the rocket on screen, and it rose skyward, slow at first, then picking up more and more speed. Iliakina held her glass up for a few seconds and finally burst into cheers. Tower is clear. Launch is good. She gulped her vodka. It's only 100 feet off the ground. I said, maybe wait till it reaches orbit. Dubois sipped his wine. Astronauts celebrate when the tower is clear. Without a word, Yao took a sip of his beer. Why doesn't this work? I hit my forehead with both palms at each word. We're no longer in a flashback. I flop into the lab chair, deflated. Rocky watches from his tunnel above. No predator? Question? No predator, I sigh. The experiment is simple enough. It's a glass bulb full of Adrian's air. The air didn't actually come from Adrian, but its proportions of gases are based on the spectrograph of its atmosphere. The pressure is very low, 1/10 atmosphere, and the upper atmosphere of Adrian must be. Also inside the bulb is our collected Adrian life forms and some fresh astrophage. I hoped that providing a bunch of nice, juicy astrophage would make the predator population spike, and I could isolate it from the sample once it was the dominant cell type present. It didn't work. You are certain? Question. I checked my makeshift heat energy indicator. It's just a thermocouple with part of it sticking in ice water and part of it attached to the bulb. Heat energy is provided by astrophage and consumed by the ice. The resulting temperature of the thermocouple tells me how much total heat energy the astrophage is giving off. If the temperature goes down, it means the astrophage population went down, but that's not happening. Yeah, I'm sure, I say. No change in astrophage population. Maybe temperature of bulb no good. Too hot. Adrian upper atmosphere is probably much colder than your room temperature. I shake my head. Adrian air temperature shouldn't matter. The predator has to be able to handle astrophage temperature. Yes, you are right. Maybe the predator theory is wrong, I say. He clicks across the table to the far side of the lab. He paces when he thinks. Interesting that humans and Iridians would both have that behavior. Predators is the only explanation. Maybe predators now live in Petrova Line. Maybe predators live further down in the atmosphere. I perk up. Maybe. I look over to the lab monitor. I have it showing the external camera view of Adrian. Not for any specific reason, just because it looks cool. Right this moment, we're about to cross the Terminator into the day side of the planet. The light of orbital dawn glows along an arc. Okay, let's say the predator lives in the atmosphere. What altitude? What altitude is best? Question. If you predator, where you go? Question. You go to astrophage. Okay, so what altitude are the astrophage at? The question answers itself. There's a breeding altitude. Where air has enough carbon dioxide for astrophage to breed. Yes, he clatters back up his tunnel and stands above it. Hit me. We can find. Easy. Use Petrovoscope. I slam my fist into my palm. Yes, of course. Astrophage have to breed somewhere. Some partial pressure of carbon dioxide will be key, but we don't have to work that out or take any guesses. When an astrophage divides, it and its offspring head back to Tau Ceti, and they use IR light emission to make it happen. That means there will be a glow of Petrova frequency light coming from all over the planet at that specific altitude. To the control room, I say. Control room. He scampers across the lab ceiling tunnel and disappears through his personal control room entrance. I follow along beside, but I'm not quite as fast. I climb up the ladder, take the pilot seat, and flip on the Petrovoscope. Rocky has already taken a position in his bulb and points his camera at the main screen. The entire screen glows red. What is this? Question. No data? Wait, I say. I bring up the controls and options and start moving sliders. We're inside the Petrova line. There's astrophage all around us. Let me just change the setting to only show the brightest sources. It takes a lot of manipulation, but I finally managed to get the brightness range set. What I'm left are irregular blotchy areas of IR lights coming from Adrian. I think this is our answer, I say. Rocky gets closer to his textured screen to see what I'm looking at. Not what I expected, I say. I thought it would just be a general layer of IR glow at a given altitude, but it's nothing like that. The clumps are basically clouds. And they don't match up with the wispy white clouds I can see with visible light. They are, for lack of a better term, IR clouds, or more accurately, clouds of astrophage that are emitting IR. For whatever reason, astrophage breed much more in the same areas than others. Unusual distribution, says Rocky, echoing my own thoughts. Yes, maybe the weather affects breeding? Maybe. Can you calculate altitude? Question. Yes, wait. I zoom and pan the Petroscope until I'm looking at an astrophage cloud right on the horizon of Adrian. The readouts show the camera's current angle with respect to the axis of the ship. I jot those angles down and switch to the navigation control console. It tells me the angle of the ship relative to the center of our orbit. With that information and a whole bunch of trigonometry, I can work out the altitude of the astrophage clouds. The breeding altitude is 91.2 kilometers from the surface. That width is less than 200 meters. Rocky folds one of his claws over the other. I know that body language. He's thinking. If predators exist, predators are there. Agreed, I say. But how do we get a sample? How close can orbit get? Question. 100 kilometers from the planet. Any closer and the ship will burn up in the atmosphere. That is unfortunate, Rocky says. 8.8 kilometers away from breeding zone. Oh my gosh, Rocky, you're giving me a stroke. No can get closer question. If we hit the atmosphere at orbital speed, we die. But what if we slow down? Slow down means orbit no good. Fall into air. Die. I lean over the armrest and look at him. We can use the engines to keep from falling into the atmosphere. Just thrust constantly away from the planet. Lower ourselves into the atmosphere, get sample, and then leave. No work. We die. Why no work? Engines give off enormous IR light. If you use in air, air becomes ions. Explosion. Destroys ship. I went, right, of course. Back when Dmitri first tested a spin drive, it was only on for 100 microseconds and it melted a metric ton of metallic silicon behind it. And that test drive was 1,000th the power of the Hail Mary's engines. Everything works fine when I'm in a vacuum, but using the engines in air would create a fireball that makes a nuclear bomb look like a firecracker. We sit in frustrated silence for a while. The salvation of both our worlds might just be 10 kilometers below us, and we can't get to it. There has to be a way, but how? We don't even need to be there. We just need to get a sample of the air. Anything, no matter how small. Wait a minute. How do you make xenonite again? You mix two liquids? Rocky is caught off guard with the question, but he answers. Yes, half liquid and liquid. Mix. They become xenonite. How much can you make? How much of those liquids did you bring? I bring much. I used to make my zone. I bring up a spreadsheet and start typing in numbers. We need 0.4 cubic meters of xenonite. Can you make that much? Yes, he says. Have enough liquids remain to make 0.61 cubic meters. Okay then, I have an idea. I steeple my fingers. It's a simple idea, but also stupid. Thing is, when stupid ideas work, they become genius ideas. We'll see which way this one falls. The astrophage breeding grounds are 10 kilometers into the atmosphere of Adrian. I can't fly the Hail Mary that low because the air is too thick and I'd burn up. I can't use the engines in the atmosphere because then all heck breaks loose and everything blows up. So it's time to go fishing. We're going to make a 10-kilometer long chain, put a sampling device of some kind on the end. Rocky will make that and drag it through the atmosphere. Easy enough, right? Wrong. The Hail Mary has to maintain a velocity of 12.6 kilometers per second to stay in orbit. Any slower and will decay and burn up. But if we drag a chain through the air at that velocity, even a xenonite chain, it'll get torn up and vaporized. So we have to go slower. But going slower means falling toward the planet, unless I use the engines to constantly maintain altitude. But if I do that, I'd be thrusting directly away from the chain and the sample device. The exhaust from the engines will vaporize all of it. So we'll thrust at an angle. Simple as that. It'll look absolutely ridiculous. The Hail Mary will be tilted to 30 degrees from vertical, thrusting upward at that angle. Below it, the chain will dangle 10 kilometers into the air straight down. The atmosphere Behind the thrusters will be in a constant state of ionized fire. It should be quite a show, but it'll be behind us and the chain will be passing through unaffected air. All told, our lateral velocity will be just over 100 meters per second. The chain can handle that speed in a thin high altitude air, no problem. I calculate that it'll only deflect about 2 degrees from vertical. Once we feel like we have a sample, we skedaddle. What could possibly go wrong? I say that ironically. I'm not the greatest 3D modeler, but I'm able to make a chain link in CAD reasonably well. It's not a normal oval link, though. It's mostly oval, but with a thin opening for another link to enter. Easy to assemble the links, but extremely unlikely for them to rattle apart, especially when they're under tension. I grab a block of aluminum and mount it to the mill. This will work? Question. Rocky asks from his ceiling tunnel. It should, I say. Fire up the mill and it gets right to work. It drills out. Oh my gosh, I'm already okay. It drills out the mold for a chain link exactly the way I'd hoped. I pull the workpiece out, dust off the aluminum shavings, and hold it up to the tunnel. How's this? Very good, Rocky says. We will need many, many, many chain links. More molds mean I can make more at one time. You can make many molds? Question. Well, I look in the supply cabinet. I have limited amounts of aluminum. You have many items in ship you know use. 2 beds and dormitory, for instance. Melt them, make blocks, make more molds. Wow, you don't do anything by half measure, do you? No, understand. I'm not going to melt a bunch of stuff. How would I even do that? Astrophage. Melt anything. You got me there, but no. The heat would be too much for my life support system to handle. That reminds me. Why do you have so much extra astrophage? He pauses. Strange story. I perk up, always up for a strange story. He clicks along his tunnel and sits in a slightly wider section. Science Iridians do much math. Calculate trip. More fuel means faster trip. So we make much astrophage. How do you make so much? Earth has had a very difficult time making it. Was easy. Put in metal balls with carbon dioxide. Put in ocean. Wait. Astrophage double. Much astrophage. Right, because your oceans are hotter than astrophage. Yes, Earth oceans are not. Sad. Bro said your oceans are too cold. When it comes to astrophage manufacturing, Arid was born on third base. The whole planet is a pressure cooker. 29 atmospheres at 210 degrees Celsius means water is liquid on the surface, and their oceans are far hotter than the astrophage critical temperature. They just put astrophage in the water, let it absorb heat, and breed. I'm jealous. We had to pave the Sahara Desert to breed up our astrophage. All they had to do was throw it in the water. The stored heat energy of Arid's ocean is ridiculous. A whole bunch of water, multiples of Earth's total oceans, holding a temperature of around 200 degrees Celsius or more. That's a lot of energy. They have more water than Earth does? That's impressive.
That is.
And that's why they can take a century or so to solve the problem, while Earth is going to freeze over in a few decades. But it's not just their air storing heat. Their oceans store even more, born on third base, again. Science Iridian's design ship and fuel requirements. Journey to take 6.64 years. That trips me up for a moment. 40 Eridanis, 10 light years away from Tau Ceti. So you can't get from one to the other in less than 10 years. From Arid's point of view. He must mean 6.64 years of time experienced by his ship thanks to time dilation. Strange things happen on trip. Crew sick, die. His voice lowers. Now I know it was radiation. I look down and give him a moment. Everyone's sick. I alone to run ship. More strange things happen. The engines not work right. I am engine expert. I cannot figure out problem. Your engines failed? No, not fail. Thrust normal. But speed, not increase. No can explain. Huh. He clatters back and forth as he talks. Then more strange. Reach halfway point earlier than should. Much earlier. I turn ship around. Thrust to slow down. But Tau get further away. How? Still moving toward Tau, but Tau moving away. Much confusion. Uh-oh, I say. A thought creeps into my head. A very disturbing thought. I speed up, slow down, much confused, but get here. Even with all mistakes and confusion, I get here in 3 years. Half of time Science Iridian say should be. So much confused. Oh my, I mumble. Much fuel remain. Much more than should have. No complain, but confused. Yeah, I say, tell me this. Is time on Erid the same as time on your ship? He cocks his carapace. Question makes no sense. Of course time is same. Time is same everywhere. Oh no. I put my head in my hands. Oh boy. They calculated Iridians don't know about relativistic physics. They calculated their entire journey with Newtonian physics. They worked it all out by assuming they could just accelerate faster, and faster in the speed of light wasn't an issue. They don't know about time dilation. Rocky doesn't realize that Erid experienced a whole bunch more than he did on that trip. They don't know about length dilation. The length to Tau Ceti will actually increase as you slow down relative to it, even if you're still going toward it. An entire planet of intelligent people put together a ship based on incorrect scientific assumptions, and by some miracle, the sole survivor of the crew was clever enough at trial and error problem solving to actually get to its destination. So, out of that major screw up comes my salvation. They thought they'd need a whole lot more fuel, so Rocky has boatloads to spare. Okay, Rocky, I say, get comfortable. I have a lot of science to explain. Rocky got lucky.
Rocky got so lucky.
Rocky got so lucky. Bro just survived, and he's like, okay, all is good. Oh no. So I wonder how much time has passed on Eridani.
I know. You really... Anytime you mention time dilation, it makes me think of that, like, one long-form play that Shoot from the Hip did, which is the improv comedy people that I watch, because they messed it up. They said the time's been diluted. And she said, I thought the time could be dilated, but I never thought it could be diluted. And so it's all I think of anytime you mention that at all.
I'm so nervous for Rocky now.
I know.
Homeboy just got here. Homeboy survived on accident. And he's still just chilling. Goodness gracious. Alright, I think we're in a flashback. He knocked twice and leaned into my office. Dr. Grace? Are you Dr. Grace? It wasn't a large office, but you're lucky to have any personal space at all on an aircraft carrier. Before it held the high honor of being my office, the room was a storage locker for bathroom supplies. The crew had 3,000 butts that needed daily wiping. I got to keep the room as my office until the next time we were in port. Then they'd fill up with more supplies. I was approximately as critical as toilet paper. I looked up from my tablet. The short, somewhat disheveled man at the door waved awkwardly. Yeah, I said. I'm Grace. You are? Hatch. Steve Hatch. University of British Columbia. Nice to meet you. I gestured to the folding chair in front of the folding table I used as a desk. He shuffled in, carrying a bulbous metal object. I'd never seen anything like it. He plunked it on my table. I looked at the object. It was like someone had flattened a medicine ball, added a triangle to one end and a trapezoid to the other. He sat in the chair and stretched his arms. Man, that was weird. I've never been on a helicopter before. Have you? Well, of course you have. How else would you get here? I mean, I guess you could have used a boat, but probably not. I hear they keep the carrier far away from land in case there's a disaster during astrophage experiments. A boat would have been nicer, honestly. That helicopter ride almost made me puke, but I'm not complaining. I'm just happy to be involved. I think I read that perfectly.
I think you did too.
Bro is absolutely just a yapper.
Yes, he is. And you know what? I'm here for it.
Yes. I gestured to the object on my desk. What is this thing? He somehow became even more energetic. All right, that's a beetle. Well, a prototype for one anyway. My team and I think we have most of the kinks worked out. Well, you never have all the kinks worked out, but we're ready for actual engine tests. And the university said we had to do a lot. We had to do those here on the carrier. Also, the provincial government of British Columbia. Wait, what? Also, the provincial government of British Columbia said that. Oh, and the national government of Canada said it too. I'm Canadian, by the way, but don't worry, I'm not one of those anti-American Canadians. I think you guys are all right.
Good point.
Hello, Canadian dude. Beetle? Yeah, he picked it up and turned the trapezoid toward me. This is how the Hail Mary crew will send us back the information. It's a little self-contained spacecraft that will automatically navigate itself back to Earth from Tau Ceti. Well, from anywhere, really. That's what me and my team have been working on for the past year. I peek into the trapezoid and see a shiny glass-like surface. Is that a spin drive? I asked. Sure is. Man, those Russians know their stuff. We just used their designs and everything came out great. At least I think I did. We haven't tested the spin drive yet. The tricky part's navigation and steering. He turned the device around and placed the triangular head toward me. This is where the camera and computer are. Cameras and computer are. No fancy schmancy no fancy schmancy inertial navigation nonsense. It uses ordinary visible light to see the stars. It identifies constellations and works out its orientation from that. He tapped the center of the bulbous carapace. There's a little DC generator in there. As long as we have astrophage, we have power. What can it carry? I asked. Data. It's got a redundant RAID array with more memory storage than anyone would ever need. He knocked on the dome. It echoed slightly. The bulk of this puppy is fuel storage. It'll need about 125 kilos of astrophage to make the trip. Seems like a lot, but man, 12 light years. I lifted the device and hefted it in my hands a couple of times. How does it turn? Reaction, wheels inside. It spins them one way, the ship turns the other. Easy peasy. Interstellar navigation is easy peasy, I smiled. He snickered. Well, for what we have to do, yeah. It has a receiver that's constantly listening for a signal from Earth. Once it hears that signal, it'll broadcast its location and await instructions from the Deep Space Network. We don't have to be super accurate with the navigation. We just need it to show up within radio range of Earth. Anywhere within the orbit of Saturn will do will do just fine. I nod, and then scientists can tell it exactly how to get back. Clever, he shrugged. They'll probably do that, yeah, but they don't need to. They'll have to radio over all the data first thing. The information gets across, then they can collect it later if they want. Oh, and we're making 4 of these. All we need is for one of them to survive that trip. I turned the Beetle this way and that. It was surprisingly light, a few pounds at most. Okay, so there are 4 of these. How likely is each one to survive the trip? Is there at least a little system redundancy aboard? He shrugged. Not that much, no, but it doesn't have to travel for nearly as long as the Hail Mary does. This stuff doesn't have to survive as long. It's going the same route, right? I asked. Why doesn't it take this same time? Because the Hail Mary's acceleration is limited by the soft, squishy humans inside. The Beetles don't have that problem. Everything aboard is military-grade cruise missile electronics and parts that can handle hundreds of Gs of force, so it gets to relativistic speed much faster. Oh, interesting. I wondered if this would make a good question for my students. I dismissed the idea immediately. It was absurdly complicated math no 8th grader would be able to handle. Yeah, Hatch said. They accelerate at 500 Gs until they reach a cruising speed of 0.93 C. It'll take over 12 years to get back to Earth, but all told, the little guys will only experience about 20 months. Do you believe in God? I know it's a personal question. I do, and I think he was pretty awesome to make relativity a thing, don't you? The faster that you go, the less time you experience. It's like he's inviting us to explore the universe, you know? He fell silent and stared at me. I love this dude. Well, I said, that's really impressive. Good work. Thanks, he said. So can I have some astrofish to test it? Sure. How much do you want? How about 100 milligrams? I drew back. Easy there, cowboy. That's a lot of energy. All right. Can't blame a guy for trying. How about 1 milligram? Yeah, I can swing that. He clapped. Hell yeah. Astrophage coming my way. He leaned forward to me. Isn't it amazing? Astrophage, I mean. It's like the coolest thing ever. Again, God's just handing us the future. Cool, I said. It's an extinction level event. If anything, God's handing us the apocalypse. He shrugged. I mean, maybe a little, but man, perfect energy storage. Imagine a battery-powered household. Like you have a AA battery but full of astrophage. That lasts your house about 100,000 years. Imagine buying a car and never having to charge it up. The entire concept of power grids is going to end, and it'll all be clean, renewable energy once we start breeding the stuff on the moon or something. All it needs is sunlight. Clean? Renewable? Are you suggesting astrophage will be good for the environment? Because it won't be. Even if Hail Mary finds a solution, we're looking at mass extinction. 20 years from now, a whole bunch of species on Earth will be extinct, and we're working hard to make sure humans aren't one of them. He waved off my comment. Earth's had 5 mass extinction events in the past, and humans are clever. We'll pull through. We'll pull through. We'll starve, I said. Billions of people are going to starve. Nah, he said. We're already stockpiling food. We've got a bunch of methane in the air to hold in the solar energy. It'll be all right, as long as Hail Mary succeeds. I just stared at him for a moment. You are, without a doubt, the most optimistic person I've ever met. He gave me a double thumbs up. Thanks. He picked up the beetle and turned to leave. Come on, Pete, let's get you some astrophage. Pete? I asked. He looked over his shoulder. Sure, I'm naming them after the Beatles, the British rock group. I take it you're a fan? He turned back to face me. Fan? Oh yes, I don't want to exaggerate, but Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band is the greatest musical accomplishment in the history of mankind. I know. Many would disagree, but they're wrong. Fair enough, I said. But why Pete?
We found out why it's called or named after the Beatles.
Fair enough, I said. But why Pete? Aren't the Beatles named John, Paul, George, and Ringo? Sure, and that's what we'll call the ones aboard the Hail Mary. But this fella is for testing in low Earth orbit. I get a whole SpaceX launch just for me. Isn't that amazing? Anyway, I named him after Pete Best. He was the drummer for the Beatles before Ringo. Okay, I didn't know that, I said. Now you do. I'm gonna get that astrophage now. I've got to make sure these Beatles will be able to get back. Okay, he frowned. Get Back. It's a song. It's by the Beatles. Sure. Okay. He spun on his heel and left. Some people got no appreciation for the classics. I was left confused in his wake. Pretty sure I wasn't the first.
These people.
They're all so unique.
I was going to say random, but yeah, unique works.
Yes, random, but like
they got the most like flavored assortment of people.
And they do.
It is on to me, yes.
That is no. I still have one more chapter to read.
You have one? I thought that was your third.
No.
I'm just really slow.
This is
I said I'm just really slow.
I thought you said I was really slow, and I'm like, I'm reading as fast as I freaking can, man.
No, I'm a wee bit eepy, so my brain's not computing.
Sister, lock in.
I'm trying.
We've still got like 170 something pages.
Well, hold on, because now I'm curious. I want to see. Oh, my Do Not Disturb is on. I want to see the percentage in Fable.
Oh my goodness.
Don't leave me alone.
No.
This is how I get motivation to keep reading.
Motivation. I am here. I am motivation.
It only went up 2% from the last time I checked. We're at 64% done with the book.
Nice. Give me a second to chew.
You're good. I might go on mute. I have to go do something really quickly. But I can still hear you, so you're good.
Boo.
Sorry.
You want me to just keep reading?
Yeah, I can still hear you. I'm just going to be muted.
Okay.
It'll just be like when I was eating.
Gotcha. Chapter 19. Rocky was dumbfounded by relativity. For the first couple of hours, he simply refused to believe me. But then, as I showed more and more about how it explained his trip, he came around. He doesn't like it, but he accepts that the universe uses rules that are much more complicated than we can see. And since then, we spent an eternity making chain. I made molds as fast as I could, and Rocky cranked down links as fast as he and I would set. It was a good system, one with a geometric progression of results. Every new mold I made added one to the number of links Rocky could make per batch. Chain, chain, chain. If I never see another chain again in my life, it will be too soon.
10 kilometers of chain, each link just 5 centimeters long. That's 200,000 links, each one connected by hand or claw. I worked out to each of us working 8 hours per day for 2 weeks, doing nothing but connecting links. I saw chain whenever I closed my eyes. I dreamed of chain every night. One of my dinner packets was spaghetti, and all I could think about were smooth white chains instead of noodles. But we got it done. Bro's traumatized. Once we had all the links made, we assembled them in parallel. We both made 10-meter links that we linked into 20s, and so on. At least we could be efficient that way. The tricky part was putting it all somewhere. 10 kilometers is a lot of chain. The lab ended up being sort of a holding area, and even then it just wasn't big enough. Rocky, ever the talented engineer, made large spools that could just barely fit through the airlock. With a whole bunch of EVAs, I mounted them to the hull. Then I stored the chain on them in 500-meter chunks. But of course, to do EVAs, I had to spin down the centrifuge. So everything from that point on was in 0G. Ever assemble a chain in 0G? It's not fun. The final assembly of those 500-meter chunks was challenging, to say the least. I had to connect all 20 of them together while wearing my EVA suit. Fortunately, I had the manipulator device from the IVME. NASA didn't intend for it to be a chain-making tool, but that's what I used it for. Now Rocky and I float in the control room. He's in his bulb and I'm in my pilot seat. Status of probe, I say. Rocky checks his readouts. Device is functioning. Rocky did a good job on the sampler probe. At least I think he did. Engineering isn't my forte. The sampler is a steel sphere, 20 centimeters across. It has a nice thick ring on top that connects to the chain. Small holes perforate the sphere along its equator. They lead to a hollow inner chamber. There's a pressure sensor in there and a few actuators. I think that's the word, actuators. The pressure sensor knows when the probe is at the right altitude and will trigger the actuator to seal off the chamber. It's a simple matter of rotating the inner chamber shell a few degrees to deliberately misalign the holes in the outer sphere. That misalignment, along with some well-paced gaskets, will seal the local air in the chamber. I'm out of breath. He also added a thermometer and heater in there. Once the sampler seals, the heater will maintain whatever temperature the air inside started at. Simple stuff, really, but I hadn't thought of it. Life can be pretty tricky. Life can be pretty picky about temperature ranges. The only remaining piece is a small radio transmitter that broadcasts a weird analog signal I wasn't able to read or decode with my equipment. Apparently, it's a very standard Iridium data connection. But he has the receiver for it, and that's what matters. Just like that, with minimal complication, Rocky had made a life support system for Adrian lifeforms, a system that didn't need to know the conditions to provide it in advance. It just maintains the status quo. He really is a genius. I wonder if all Iridians are like that, or if he's special. I guess we're ready, I say. I'm not exactly brimming with confidence. Yes, he quavers. I strap myself into the pilot seat. He uses 3 of his hands to grip handholds in his bulb. I bring up the attitude. Yeah, that says attitude. Control panel and initiate a roll. Once I have the ship pointed backward to our direction of travel and parallel to the ground below, I halt the rotation. Now we're hurtling along, but first at 12 kilometers per second. I'm having a stroke again. Now we're hurtling along, but first at 12 kilometers per second. Okay. I need that to be almost 0. Orientation is good, I say, initiating thrust. Yes, says Rocky. He watches his readout screen intently. It shows him the textured version of my own screen, thanks to that camera he set up earlier. Here goes. I fire up the spin drives. We go from 0G to 1.5 Gs in under a second. I am pressed back in my chair, and Rocky grabs support with a 4th hand to stay steady. As the Hail Mary slows down, our velocity can no longer keep us in orbit. I glance at the radar panel, and it confirms that we are losing altitude.
I adjust the ship's attitude so we are pointing ever slightly upward from horizontal, just a fraction of a degree. Even that small amount is too much. The radar shows us gaining altitude rapidly. I bring the angle back down. This is a sloppy, nasty, horrible way to fly a spacecraft, but it's all I have. There was no point to calculating this maneuver in advance. There are so many variables and ways to mess up the math, I'd be flying on manual almost immediately anyway. After a few more overcorrections, I get the feel for it. I increase the angle bit by bit as the ship slows down with respect to the planet. You tell when to release probe, Rocky says. His claw hovers over the button that will eject the spools and let the chain fall freely. We can only hope it doesn't get tangled. Not yet, I say. The attitude screen shows we're at 9 degrees from the horizontal. I need to get us to 60. Something catches my eye. Off to the right, it's the external camera feed. The planet below us is glowing. No, not the whole planet. Just the bit right behind us. It's the atmosphere reacting to the IR blast from the engines. The Hail Mary is dumping hundreds of thousands of times more energy into that spot than Tau Ceti does. The IR heats the air so much it ionizes and is literally red hot. The brightness increases as our angle gets even more severe. Then the affected area starts to grow. I knew it would be significant, but I had no idea it would be like this. We're leaving a red streak across the sky, destroying anything in the air. The carbon dioxide is probably being ripped apart from pure heat energy into particulate carbon and free oxygen. The oxygen the oxygen might not even be forming O2. That's a lot of heat. The engines are heating up Adrian's air a lot, I say. How you know? Question. Sometimes I can see heat. What? Question. Why you no tell me this question? It's related to sight. There's no time to explain it. Just trust me. We are making the atmosphere very hot. Danger. Question? I don't know. I don't like that response. We angle up and up and up. The glow behind us gets brighter and brighter. Finally, we reach the correct angle. Angle achieved, I say. Happy. Release question? Stand by. Velocity. I check the navigation console. I'm 127.5 meters per second. Just what I calculated. Holy cow, it worked. I feel the pull of Adrian tugging me into my seat. This is one of those things I frequently have to explain to my students. Gravity doesn't just go away when you're in orbit. In fact, the gravity you experience in orbit is pretty much the same as you'd experience on the ground. The weightlessness of that astronaut's experience while in orbit comes from constantly falling. But the curvature of the Earth makes the ground go away the same rate you fall. So you just fall forever. The Hail Mary isn't falling anymore. The engines hold us up in the sky and tilt up. And our tilt makes us scooch forward at 127 meters per second, about 285 miles per hour. Fast for a car, but amazingly slow for a spaceship. The air behind us glows so bright the external camera shuts down to protect its digitizer. The life support panel comes up from my main screen, unprompted. External temperature extreme, it warns. Air is hot, I call out. Ship is hot. Ship no touch air, Rocky says. Why is ship hot? Question. It's bouncing our IR back at us, and it's so hot now it emits its own IR. We're getting cooked. You ship is astrophage cooled. Question. Yes, astrophage cools ship. Astrophage conduits run along the base of the hull, or just such an occasion. Well, not the occasion of blasting a planet's atmosphere with so much IR the IR light the results can melt steel, but the general situations where heat builds up, mostly from the sun or Tau Ceti heating the ship up and the heat having nowhere to go. Astrophage absorb heat. We safe. Agree. We safe. And we ready. Drop probe. Drop probe. He slams his claw on the drop button. I hear the scrape and clink of the spools sliding off the hull, one at a time, and falling toward the planet below. 20 spools in all. Each one drops and unwinds before the next is released. Our best effort at keeping the chain from getting tangled. Spool 6 away, Rocky reports. The life support panel blinks its warning again. I'm muted again. Astrophage lives on stars. I'm sure a little reflected IR light won't be too much heat for it to handle. That sounds concerning. Maybe you should listen to the computer, Ryland. Just a little bit. Spool 12 away, Rocky says. Sampler signal good. Sampler detecting air now. Good, I say. Good, he says. Spool 18 away. Air density increase. With the external cameras offline, I can't see any of what's going on, but Rocky's readings are right in line with our plan. Right now, the chain is unfurling as it falls. Our angled engines keep us in the sky, but nothing keeps the chain from falling straight down. Spool 20 away. All spools released. Air density of sampler is almost astrophage breeding ground level. I watch Rocky with bated breath. Sampler has closed. Seal is airtight. Heater is on. Success, success, success. Success, I yell. It's working. It's actually working. We have a sample of Adrian air from the astrophage breeding zone. If there are any predators, they have to be there, right? I hope so. Step 2 now, I say. I sigh. This is not going to be fun. I unhitch my restraints and climb out of the chair. Adrian's 1.4 Gs of gravity pulls me down at a 30-degree angle. The whole room feels tilted, because actually it is tilted. This isn't engine thrust I'm feeling, it's gravity. 1.4 Gs isn't too bad. Everything's a bit harder, but not unreasonably so. I climb into the Orlan EVA suit. This is going to be difficult, to say the least. I have to go outside and do an EVA while completely under the effects of gravity. Needless to say, absolutely no part of the EVA suit, the airlock, or my training was remotely designed for this possibility. Who would have thought... I lost my place. There we go.
Oh, hi, I'm back, by the way.
Hi, good to see you again. Who would have thought I would have to tromp around on the ship in full gravity? More than full, in fact. Yet, however much gravity there may be, there's still no air. Worst of all worlds. But there's no other way. I have to get the sample. Right now, the sampler hangs at the end of a 10-kilometer chain, which is just dangling in the air. There's no easy way for us to get it back to the ship. When planning this all out, my first thought was to thrust away from the planet, then collect the sampler when we're back to 0G. Problem is, there's literally no way to do that without vaporizing the sampler. Any path I try to take will get the ship out of Adrian's gravity, or even into stable orbit, will mean using the spin drives. They'd push the ship along, which would make the chain and sample bag behind us and into the IR blast behind the ship. And then the sampler, everything in it, and the chain will all become individual, very hot atoms. The next idea I had was to make a huge pool that could winch up the chain, but Rocky informed me he'd never been able to make a spool big enough and strong enough to bring up the entire 10-kilometer length. Rocky had a pretty clever thought. The sampler could climb the chain when it was done, but after some experimenting, he ditched the idea. He said the risks just weren't worth it. So we have this other plan. I grab a special winch Rocky designed and attach it to my suit's tool belt. Be careful, says Rocky. You are friend now. Thanks, I say. You are friend also.
Oh.
Thank. I cycle the airlock and look outside. Aw, they're friends.
They're so adorable.
If anything happens to them, I'm gonna cry.
I'm in love with them.
They're so cute. This is a
So
strange...
stinking cute.
Huh?
I said they're so stinking cute.
They're so stinking cute. This is a strange experience. Space is black. The planet is majestic below me. Everything looks like it should when in orbit, but there's gravity. A red glow from the planet peeks out around the edges of the Hail Mary. I'm no dope. I oriented the ship to make sure it would shield me from the deadly heat bouncing up off the atmosphere. The airlock door is up. I have to pull myself and 100 pounds of gear up and through that opening, and I have to do it in 1.4 G. It takes me a full 5 minutes. I grunt. I say a bunch of not really profane things, but I get it done. Soon I'm standing on the top of my ship. One misstep and I'll fall to my death. I wouldn't have to wait long for it either. As soon as I fell below the ship, the engines would punch my ticket. I attach a tether to the handrail at my feet. Will a 0G tether save me if I fall? It's not mountain climbing gear. It wasn't made for this. Better than nothing, I guess. I walk along the hull toward the anchor point. It's a large xenonite square that Rocky made. He explained in great detail how to adhere it to the hull. Looks like it did the job just fine. The chain is still attached. I reach it and get down on my hands and knees. The gravity is absolutely brutal in this EVA suit. No part of this is how things are supposed to be. I hook my possibly worthless tether to the nearest handrail and pull the winch from my tool belt. The chain hangs away at a 30-degree angle and disappears into the planet below. It just goes so far away, it's too thin for me to perceive after a kilometer or so. But I know from Rocky's readings it's the full 10 kilometers down with a sample container full of potential salvation for 2 entire planets full of people. I wedge the winch between the chain and the anchor plate. The chain doesn't budge, not even a millimeter, but that was expected. There's just no way human muscle could move something that heavy. I hook the winch to the anchor plate. Excuse me. The casing of the winch is xenonite, so the xenonite to xenonite connection should have plenty of strength for what comes next. I smack the winch a couple of times just to make sure it's properly seated. It is. Then I press the activation button. A gear pops out from the center of the winch, one cog catching a chain link through the center. The gear turns and drags the chain into the internal workings of the winch. Inside, it rotates the link 180 degrees, then slides it up across its neighbor to release it. When we made the chain, we did it with trap links that can connect without us having to seal each one. It's extremely unlikely that random movement would separate the links, but the winch is deliberately designed to do just that. Once the link is free, the winch ejects it out the side and repeats the process for the next link. The winch works, I say through my radio. Happy, comes Rocky's voice. It's simple, straightforward, elegant, and solves all the problems. The winch is powerful enough to lift the chain. It separates the links and lets them fall into the planet below. Having a long length of chain dangling down next to the one we're pulling up would be a disaster. Imagine earbud wires getting tangled, then multiply that by 10 kilometers. No, each link will take its own path to oblivion below, and the rising chain will be unaffected. When winch get to link 216, you increase speed. Yes, I have no idea how many links it's done so far, but it's plugging along nicely. Probably about 2 links per second. A safe, slow beginning. I watch for 2 minutes. That's probably about right. All good. At least 216 links now. Increase speed. 2 links per second may seem like a good clip, but it would take about 30 hours to raise the chain at that rate. I don't want to be out here that long, and we definitely don't want to stay in this risky constant thrust situation for that long. I press the control lever forward. The winch speeds up. Everything seems fine, so I put it in the final position. Now the links fly out of the winch faster than I can count, and the chain rises at a brisk pace. The winch is at maximum speed. All is good. Happy. I keep my hand on the control lever and my eyes on the chain. If the sampler gets to the winch, everything will go south. The sample container will be torn apart, all the samples will die, and we'd have to make another chain. I don't want to do that. Lord, I cannot express how much I don't want to do that. I squint into the distance, ever vigilant. Boredom is a real problem here. I know it will take quite a while to pull up this whole chain, but I have to be ready for the sampler. Sample device radio signal strong. Getting closer. Be ready. I'm ready. Be very ready. I am very ready. Be calm. Am calm. You be calm. No, you be calm. Wait, I see the sampler. The girls are fighting. The girls are fighting. They argue like such an old married couple, and I love that. They're so cute. The end of the chain, with the sampler attached, rushes up toward me from the planet below. I grab the control lever and slow the winch. The sampler climbs slower and slower until it's at a crawl. All but the last few links of the chain fall to their doom, and the sampler is finally within reach. I stop the winch. Rather than risk stupidly dropping the big orb, I grab the top remaining link of the chain and unhitch it from the winch. Now I have a ball and chain. I hang on to the chain for dear life and clip it to my belt. I still don't let go. I'm not taking any chances with this. Status question? I have the sampler. Returning. Amaze! Happy, happy, happy! Don't be happy until I'm inside. Understand. I take 2 steps and the ship shudders. I fall to the HUD and grab 2 handrails. What the heck was that? I not know. Ship move. Sudden. The ship shudders again. This time it's a steady pull. We're thrusting in the wrong direction. Get inside. Fast, fast, fast. The horizon rises in my view. The Hail Mary isn't maintaining her angle anymore. She's tilted forward. That is absolutely not supposed to be happening. I clamber from handhold to handhold. I don't have time to attach the tether each step. I just have to hope I don't fall. Another sun jerk and the hull slips sideways under my feet. I fall on my back, but I keep my death grip on the sampler chain. What is going on? No time to think. I have to get inside before the ship capsizes and kills me. I cling to the handhold for dear life and crawl to the airlock. Thank God it's still facing more or less up. I hold the sampler to my chest and fall inside. I land head first. Good for me, the Orlan helmet is so sturdy. I squirm to my feet as best as I can in the clunky spacesuit. I reach up, grab the outer hatch, and slam it closed. I cycle the airlock and get out of the suit as fast as I can. I leave the sampler in the airlock for now. I need to know what the heck is wrong with the ship. I half climb, half fall into the control room. Rocky is in his bulb. Screens flash many colors, he yells over the din. He points his camera here and there, watching the feed on his textured screen. A metallic groan screams from somewhere down below. Something is bending and it doesn't want to. I think it's the hull. I get in the control seat. No time to strap in. Where's that noise coming from? All around, he says, but loudest at starboard dormitory wall segment. It's bending inward. Something's tearing the ship apart. Gotta be gravity. Agreed. But that bothers me in the back of my mind. This ship was made for acceleration. It endured 4 years at 1.5 Gs. Surely it can handle this similar force. Something doesn't add up. Rocky grabs several of his handholds for support. We have sampler. We leave now. Yes, let's get out of here. I threw the spin drive controls to full. The ship can pull up to 2G when push comes to shove, and I think push has definitely come to shove. The ship lurches forward. This is not a graceful, well-executed burn. This is nothing short of a panicked flight. The efficient way to leave a gravity well is laterally, to take advantage of the Oberth effect. I try to keep us more or less level to the ground below. I'm not trying to get away from Adrian. I just want to get into a stable orbit that doesn't need engines to maintain. I need velocity, not distance. I need to keep the drives at full power for 10 minutes. That should get us the 12 kilometers per second we need to stay in orbit. I just need to point a little above the horizon and thrust. At least that's what I want. But it's not happening. The ship keeps yawning forward and drifting laterally. What is going on? Something wrong, I say. She's fighting me. Rocky has no trouble hanging on. He has many multiples of my strength. Engine damage question? Much heat from Adrian. Maybe. I check the nav console. We're gaining velocity. That's something at least. Hull bending in big room below dormitory. Rocky says, wait, there's no room below. Oh, he can sense the whole ship with his echolocation, not just the habitable area. So when he says big room below the dormitory, he means the fuel tanks. Oh dear. Turn off engines question? We're going too slow. We'll fall into the atmosphere. Understand. Hope. Hope. Yes, hope. That's all we have at this point. Hope that the ship doesn't wreck itself before we get into a stable orbit. The next several minutes are the tensest of my life. And if I may say so, I've had some pretty tense moments these past few weeks. The hull continues to make horrible noises, but we're not dead, so I guess it didn't breach. Finally, after what seems like a whole lot more than 10 minutes, our velocity is enough to stay in orbit. Velocity good. Stopping engines. I slide the spin drive power sliders to 0. I let my head fall back into the headrest in relief. Now we can take our time to figure out what went wrong. No need to use the engines to... Wait. My head fell back into the headrest. It fell back into the headrest. I hold my arms out in front of me, then relax them. They fall down and to the left. Gravity's still here.
says Rocky, echoing my own observations. I checked the nav console. Our velocity is good. We're in a stable orbit around Adrian. Well, actually, it's ugly as heck. The apogee is 2,000 kilometers farther from the planet than Perigee? But it's in orbit, darn it, and it's stable. I checked the spin drive panel again. All three drives are at 0. No thrust at all. I delve into the diagnostics screen and confirm that each of the 1009 revolver triangles spread throughout the 3 drives is stationary. They are. I let my arm fall again. It does the same strange movement, down and to the left. Rocky does a similar motion with one of my arms. Adrian gravity? Question? No, we're in orbit. I scratch my head. Spin drive? Question? No, it's offline. There's 0 thrust. I let my arm fall again. This time it hits the armrest of the seat. Ow, I shake my hand. That really hurt. I let it fall as an experiment. It fell faster this time. That's why it hurt. Rocky pulls several tools from his jumpsuit bandolier and drops them one at a time. Gravity increasing. This doesn't make any sense, I say. I check the nav panel again. Our speed is increased considerably since I last looked. Our velocity is increasing. Engines on. Only explanation. Can't be. The spin drives are off. There's nothing to accelerate us. Force increasing, he says. Yes, I say. I'm having trouble breathing now. Whatever we're at, it's much higher than a G or 2. Things are getting out of hand. With all my strength, I reach to the screen and cycle through panels. Navigation, petroscope, external view, life support. Each one seems completely normal until I reach structure. I never paid a lot of attention to the structure panel. It's just a gray outline of the ship, but now for the first time it has something to say. There's an irregular red blotch on the port fuel tank. Is that a hull breach? It could be. The fuel tanks are outside the pressure vessel. They could have a huge hole in them and we wouldn't lose air. There's a hole in the ship, I say. I struggle to switch back to the external cameras. Rocky watches my screen with his camera and texture pad. He's doing fine. No problems at all from the tremendous forces. I angle the cameras to have a look at the affected hull. And there it is, a massive hole in the port side of the ship. It must be 20 meters long and half as wide. The edges of the hull tell the tale. The hull melted. It was the blowback from Adrian's atmosphere, not a physical explosion, but pure, unadulterated infrared light reflected off the air. The ship tried to warn me that the hull got too hot. I should have listened. I thought the hull couldn't melt. It was cooled by astrophage, but of course it can melt. Even if astrophage is a perfect heat absorber, and it may be, the heat has to conduct through the metal before it can be absorbed. If the outer layer of the hull reaches its melting point faster than the heat can transmit through the thickness of the hull, the astrophage can't do anything about it. Confirmed. Hull breach. Port fuel tank. Why thrust? Question. It all comes together. Oh crap. The astrophage in the fuel bay. It's exposed to space. That means it can see Adrian. My fuel is migrating to Adrian to breed. Bad, bad, bad. That's where the thrust is from. Trillions and trillions of horny little astrophages all ready to breed. And then, all at once, they see Adrian. Not just a source of carbon dioxide, but their ancestral homeland, the planet they evolved over billions of years to seek out. As each new sheet of astrophage rushes out of the ship toward Adrian, the next layer of astrophage gets exposed. The ship is being pushed along by the IR thrust from the departing astrophage. Fortunately, the rest of the astrophage behind them are present to absorb the energy, but in absorbing that energy, they absorb the momentum. It's far from a perfect system. It's a chaotic, sputtering explosion. Any second now, this could degenerate into a much larger and less directed plume of IR, and we'll be vaporized. I have to make this stop. I can jettison fuel base. I saw that feature on my first day in the control room. Where the heck was it?
It takes all the strength I have to lift my arm to the screen, but I managed to bring up the astrophage panel. It shows a map of the hull, a map of the ship, and the fuel bay area is broken up into 9 rectangles. I don't have time to cross-reference these rectangles to the part of the bad hull. I grunt, force my arm forward, and tap one that I think is the right place. Throwing away bad fuel bay, I say through clenched teeth, "Yes, yes, yes," Rocky says, cheering me on. The fuel pod screen opens up. Astrophage, 112.079 kg. Next to that, a button labeled jettison. I punch it. A confirmation dialog pops up. I confirm. A sudden jerk of acceleration hurls me to the side. Even Rocky is unable to hold the position. He slams into the side of his bowl, but quickly rights himself and clamps onto his handholds with all 5 hands. The hull groans even louder than before. The acceleration is not stopped and my vision grows foggy. The pilot seat begins to bend. I'm about to black out, so we're probably at 6G or more. Thrust continues, Rocky quavers. I can't reply. I can't get any sound out at all. I know the fuel bay I jettisoned was in the affected area. There must be more than one breached bay. No time for subtlety. In a few seconds, the force will be too strong for me to reach the screen at all. If there's a second breached bay, it'll be adjacent to the bay I just ditched. But there are 2 adjacent bays. I pick one at random. 50-50 shot. With Herculean effort, I tap its icon, the jettison button, and confirm. A jolt rocks the ship, and I'm thrown around like a rag doll. In my ever-darkening peripheral vision, I see Rocky curled up into a ball, bouncing against the walls, leaving silver blood spatters wherever he hits. Oh no! If anything, the force is worse than before. But wait, now it's the other direction. Instead of being pulled back in my seat, I'm now being pulled away from it, my body pressing into the restraints. The centrifuge screen, of all things, comes to the foreground. Excessive centrifugal force warning, it blinks. I say. I meant to say, oh God, but I can't breathe anymore. All that fuel blasting out into space, it didn't politely leave along the ship's long axis. It blew out at an angle, spinning us like a top, and the exploding fuel bays probably made things even worse. Well, I stopped the fuel leak at least. There are no new thrust vectors along the ship. Now I have to deal with the spin. I managed to get a breath in. The centrifugal force is less than the uncontrolled thrust force, but it's still monumental. But hey, at least it pulls my arm forwards, my arms toward the screen instead of away from it. If I can get the spin drives back online, maybe I can cancel my seat finally gives out. I hear the pops as the anchor points shear off. I fall forward into the screen, still strapped to the metal seat, which crushes me from behind. The chair probably doesn't weigh much in normal gravity, maybe 20 kilograms, but with this much centrifugal force, it's like having a cement block on my back. I can't breathe. This is it. The weight of my chair is so much I can't inflate my lungs. I get dizzy. Mechanical suffocation, it's called. It's how boa constrictors kill their prey. What an odd thing to think it's my last thought. Sorry, Earth. I think they're much better last thought. My lungs, now full of carbon dioxide, panic. But the adrenaline rush doesn't give me the strength I need to escape. It just keeps me awake so I can experience death in more detail. Thanks, adrenal glands. The groaning of the ship has stopped. I guess anything that was going to break has broken, and all that's left is stuff that can handle the stress. My eyes water. They sting. Why am I crying? I have personally failed my entire species, and they're all going to die because of it. It's a good reason to cry, but this isn't emotional. It's pain. My nose hurts too, and not from physical pressure or anything. Something burns my nasal passages from the inside. Something probably broke open in the lab, some nasty chemical, just as well I can't breathe. I probably wouldn't like the smell. Then out of nowhere, I could breathe again. I don't know how or why, but I gasp and wheeze in my newfound freedom. I immediately fall into a violent coughing fit. Ammonia everywhere. It's overpowering. Rocky's bulb broke open. His bulb definitely broke open. Because that's the only reason why. Oh my God. It's overpowering. My lungs scream and my eyes water over. Then there's a new smell. Fire. I roll around to see
God.
Rocky hovering over me. Not in his compartment. He's in the control room. He has slashed my restraints and pulled the chair free. He shoves it to the side. He stands over me, wobbling. I can hear the heat radiating from his body just inches away. Smoke billows out of the radiator slits atop his carapace. His knee buckles and he collapses onto the screen next to me, destroying it. The LCD
Oh,
unit
God.
blacks out and the plastic bezel melts. I see a trail of smoke leading up the tunnel to the lab and beyond. Rocky, what have you done? The crazy bastard must have used the large airlock in the dormitory. He came into my partition to save me, and he'll die because of it. He shivers and
God.
folds his legs under himself. Save Earth. Save Arid. He quavers. Then he slumps down. Rocky, I grab his carapace without thinking. It's like putting my hands on a burner. I jerk away. Rocky, no. But he is motionless.
Oh my God.
I hate everything. Rocky! It's your turn to read now. I can't do this.
Oh,
I
God.
I can't. Just that I'm so upset. I'm so sad.
My boy.
Rocky,
Only 10 more
no.
chapters left. Oh, I don't know if I can do this.
He's gotta be okay, right? There's no way they just killed off Rocky, right?
He's not on fire, right?
Huh?
I think he's not on fire, right?
He's just a little toasty. He's fine. Everything is fine.
Warm.
Is Mr. Einite your boyfriend?
Probably.
He says 10 more chapters without Rocky, no way. I hope you're right. I think it's actually 11 chapters, but if Rocky is not in the rest of this book, I'm gonna be so sad.
I don't know how to go on. I love looking at the chat.
Okay, so you can see the chat, good.
Yeah.
If Rocky, nothing better happened to my boy Rocky. You better be okay after this.
They say the first stage to grief is denial.
Listen, you shut up. Let me cope. I can't lose my boy. All right, it's your turn. Go for it. You get to read 3 chapters after I've suffered. Bring Rocky back to life.
Alright. Allow me to get settled. Okay. Wait, hold on, I'm adjusting the headphones. I'm trying to put the mic closer.
Prayers for Rocky, guys. We need our boy to come back to life.
Rocky's okay, chapter 20. I gotta get through this. Rocky's body heats up the whole room. I can barely move. The force of the centrifuge is so great. I groan, pushing myself up off the cracked monitor. I drag myself across the shards to the next monitor over. I try not to lift too much of my body up at a time. I have to save my strength. I slide my finger onto the monitor from the edge and tap the screen select button at the bottom. I've got one chance at this. I remember the navigation controls. The manual control section has a button to zero out all rotation. That's mighty tempting right now, but I can't risk it. The field bay is wide open. I've jettisoned a couple of pods, and I have no idea what other damage may have been done. The last thing I want to do is fire up any spin drives. even the little ones that do attitude control. I bring up the centrifuge screen. It blinks red and white, still angry about the excessive tumble the ship is undergoing. Without further, dismiss the warning, then enter into manual mode. There are a bunch of, hey, don't do this, kind of dialogues, but I dismiss them all. Soon I have direct control over the cable spools. I set them spinning at max speed. The room spins and tilts in weird ways. My inner ears and my eyes are not enjoying the discrepancy. I know it because the two halves of the ship are separating, and that has nasty effects on the forces I feel here in the control room. The logic doesn't do any good in the situation. I turn my head and vomit on the wall.
Oh.
Ew. After a few seconds, the force reduces dramatically, much more manageable now, less than 1G, actually. All thanks to the magic of centrifuge math. The force you feel in a centrifuge is inverse to the square of the radius. Oh god, he's doing terms again. By spooling out the cables, I made the radius go from 20 meters, half the length of the ship, 75 meters, distance from the control room to the center of mass with full cable extension. I don't know how much force I was dealing with before, but now it's 1/14 as much as it was. Goodness. I'm still pinned against the monitor, but not nearly as hard. I estimate about half a G. I can breathe again. Everything feels upside down. I use the centrifuge in manual mode, so it did exactly what I told it to do, and nothing else. It extended the cables. It did not rotate the crew compartment to face inward. The centrifuge pushes everything toward the nose of the crew compartment. The lab is up from me now, and the dormitory is even farther up. I don't even know where the manual controls for this crew compartment rotation are, and I don't have time to look for them. For now, I'll have to work in upside-down land. I bound in the airlock and open it up. Everything is in shambles inside, but I don't care. I untangle the wadded-up EVA suit and detach the gloves. I put them on. Back in the control room, I stand on the consoles. The control panels are down now. I hope I'm not damaging things too much. I position myself over Rocky's body, grab both sides of his carapace with my gloved hands, and lift. Good God. I put him back down. If I try to move him like that, I'll throw on my back. But I did lift him, however, briefly. It felt like 200 pounds. Thank God we're only in one half gravity. He'd weigh 400 pounds in full gravity.
Your friend
I'll
is
need more than my
dying.
hands to
Your
lift
friend is dying, and you like, damn, he's still heavy.
Yeah. I throw off the gloves, bounce back to the airlock, and fling items aside until I find safety tethers. I wrap two tethers around Rocky's carapace and loop them over my shoulders. I brand my arms in several places during the process, but I'll deal with that later. I clip each tether to itself under my armpits. This won't be comfortable, and it definitely won't look cool, but my hands will be free and I'll be lifting with my legs. I reach through the hatchway of the lab with both hands and get a hold of the closest rung of the ladder. It's slow going at first. There's no ladder in the control room. Why would there be? No one thought it would be upside down. My shoulders scream in pain. This is not a well-designed backpack with a properly distributed load. It's 200 pounds of alien held up by two thin straps digging into my collarbones.
Oh my gosh.
And I just have to hope the melting point of the nylon tethers is higher than Rocky's body temperature. I grunt and grimace one rung at a time until I get my feet into the lab and use the edge of the hatchway to brace my feet and pull Rocky up with the straps. The lab is a disaster. Everything is in piles all over the ceiling. Only the table and chairs remain on the floor above me. They're bolted to the floor, and thankfully, most of the more delicate equipment is bolted to them. However, the delicate off-the-shelf lab equipment wasn't designed to be rattled around like popcorn and subjected to 6 or 7 Gs. I wonder how many things are hopelessly broken. The gravity is less up here. I'm closer to the center of the centrifuge. The higher I get, the easier things will be. I take lab supplies and equipment out of my way and drag Rocky to the dormitory hatchway. I repeat the painful process I just did a moment ago. The force is less, but it still hurts. Again, I use the hatchway as a bracing point to pull Rocky into the room. I'm not gonna lie, I was like reading on autopilot. I retained probably half of all that.
It's okay. All you need to know is that Bro is pulling Rocky into the dormitory, and a lot of stuff is broken.
I got you. My little section of the dormitory barely fits us both. Rocky's section is a mess, just like the lab. His workbench wasn't bolted in place. His workbench wasn't bolted in place, so it's on the ceiling now. I drag him across the ceiling and I get up to my bunk. It has swiveled completely around, thanks to its rocking pivot mounting. I don't know why that felt so weird to say. It's a handy platform for reaching the airlock between my zone and Rocky's. The airlock door sits open on my side. He used it to come save me. Man, why did you do that? I grouse. He could have let me die. He should have, really. He could handle this centripetal force, no problem. He could have taken his time. He could have taken his time, looked up an invention, and used it to get back control of the ship. Yeah, I know he's a good guy and he saved my life. This isn't about us. He has a planet to save. Why risk his life and his whole mission for me? The airlock door doesn't reach the ceiling, so I'll have to play the floor is lava to get in. I hop into the airlock from my bunk, then use the straps to pull Rocky in with me. I start to climb back out, and that's when I see the airlock control panel, or rather, I see the destroyed box that was once the airlock control panel. Oh, come on, I yell. Both sides of the airlock have control panels, so either Rocky or I could operate if needed, but now mine is ruined, probably smacked by some debris flying around during the chaos. I have to get him back into his environment, but how? I have an idea. It's not a good idea, but it's an emergency valve in the airlock chamber itself that can let air in from Rocky's side. It's there to cover a very specific edge case. There's no way I can ever enter Rocky's area of the ship. I certainly can't handle his environment, and my EVA suit would be crushed like a grape. But Rocky can come into my area with his homemade ball spacesuit thing. So just to be extra safe, just in case there was an emergency. While Rocky was in his ball in the airlock, there's a relief valve that will let the air from his side vent in. It's a large iron lever, so it can be manipulated with the magnets Rocky carries with him while in the ball. My throat's dry. I look at the lever in the airlock. I glance at the airlock's door to my compartment and its spinning wheel lock. I look back at the lever, then back at the door. I coil my muscles and mentally count to 3. I pull the lever and leap toward my compartment. Blazing hot ammonia floods the airlock and dormitory. I slam the airlock door behind me and spin the wheel lock. I hear hissing on the other side, but I don't see anything. I might never see anything again. My eyes burn like they're on fire. My lungs feel like 100 knives are having a dance-off. That's a very interesting way to put that.
That's a very interesting way of explaining that your lungs are literally burning.
My skin is numb all along my left side, and my nose, forget it. The smell is so overpowering, my sense of smell just gives up. My throat completely closes off. My body wants nothing to do with the ammonia. Computer. I want to die. Pain is everywhere. I climb into my bunk.
Bro says, I want to die. Just climb into bed.
Multiple injuries to the computer. Excessive eye mucus, blood around the mouth, second-degree burns, breathing distress, triage result intubate. Oh, good Lord. The medical arms, which thankfully don't seem to have any problem with being upside down, grab me and something is shoved violently down my throat. I feel a poke on my good arm. IV fluids and sedation, the computer reports, and then I'm out like a light. Hold on, I'm seeing. I know I just started the chapter, but I'm just taking a gander. Oh, okay, that's not bad. I wake up covered in medical equipment and pain. There's an oxygen mask on my face. My right arm has an IV, and my left arm is bandaged from wrist to shoulder. It hurts like heck. Everything else hurts too, especially my eyes. But at least I can see. That's good. Computer, I say with a raspy voice. How long have I been asleep? I'm sorry, anytime I say computer, I just think of Lego Batman. Computer, I say with a raspy voice. How long have I been asleep? Unconsciousness lasted 6 hours, 17 minutes. I take a deep breath. My lungs feel like they're coated in tar, probably phlegm or some other gunk. I look over at Rocky's area. He's right where I left him in the airlock. How can I tell if an iridium is dead? When Rocky sleeps, all movement stops. So that's also presumably what happens when an iridium dies. I spot a pulse ox monitor on my right index finger. I cough. Computer. What is my blood oxygen content? 91%. It'll have to do. I take the mask off and sit up in bed. My bandaged arm stings with every movement. I pull the various things off my body. I open and close my left hand. It's working. The muscles are only a little bit sore. I got hit with a quick blast of very hot, very high pressure ammonia. Most likely, I have chemical burns in my lungs and on my eyes, and probably a physical burn on my arm. My left side took the brunt of the blast. 29 atmospheres of pressure at 210 degrees Celsius, over 400 degrees Fahrenheit. That must be what a grenade feels like. Side note, with no one manning the helm, it's pure luck we didn't crash into the planet. The ship is either in a stable orbit or we escaped. Or we escaped Adrian's gravity entirely. I shake my head. It's truly ridiculous how much power I have sitting in the fuel bay. To not even know if I am still near a planet, wow. I'm lucky to be alive. There's no other way to put it. Anything I do beyond that moment is a gift from the universe to me. I step off the bed and stand in front of the airlock. Gravity is still at 1/2 G, and everything is still upside down. What can I do for Rocky? I sit on the floor opposite his body. I put my hand on the airlock wall. That feels too melodramatic, so I pull it back. Dude, I mean, he's like your best friend.
He's literally your best friend and the only reason that you're like still going on at this point. I feel like that's a valid reaction.
He saved your life, you know?
Well, first of all, he saved your life. He's giving you the way to get back home and still like not be on a suicide mission anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel that's a valid reaction for your savior and your friend.
Yeah. Sorry, I need a drink of water.
Me too. I had to drink some tea.
You drink your tea.
My Arnold Palmer.
Come with you again. That feels too melodramatic, so I pull it back. Okay, I know the very basics of Iridian biology. That doesn't make me a doctor. I grab a tablet and start through various documents I've made. I don't remember everything he told me, but at least I listened to copious notes. When severely wounded, an Iranian body was shut down so we can try to work on everything at once. That's useful.
That's convenient.
Yeah, it's very convenient. I hope Rocky's little cells are doing their thing in there, and I hope they know how to fix damage done by 1, dropping air pressure to 1/29th of what he evolved to live in, 2, being suddenly exposed to a bunch of oxygen, and 3, being almost 200 degrees colder than his body expects. I shake off the worry and return to my notes. Here, I say. There's the information I need. Those capillaries in this carapace radiator are made of deoxidized metal alloys. The ambient circulatory system pumps his mercury-based blood through those vessels and air passes over them. In Arid's oxygen-free atmosphere, this makes perfect sense. In ours, it makes a perfect tinderbox. A bunch of oxygen just passed over very hot metal pipes, no thicker than a human hair. They burned. That's the smoke I saw coming out of Rocky's vents. His radiator was literally on fire. Jesus.
It's Jesus indeed. Rocky's insides were on fire.
The whole organ must be completely full of soot and other combustion products, and the capillaries will be coated in oxides, which ruin heat conductivity. Heck, oxides are insulators, the worst possible outcome. Okay, if he's dead, he's dead. I can't do any further harm. But if he's alive, I have to help. There's no reason not to try, but what do I do? So, this cannot be the end for my boy.
I'm stressed.
I am too. Forget saving humanity. Save my boy.
Exactly. Screw humanity at this point. Just to point the finger and laugh at Strahd for being like, haha, you did all this and you failed. Save my boy.
So many pressures, so many temperatures, so many air mixtures. I have to keep track of them all. Their environment, Rocky's environment, and now the Adrian astrophage breeding ground environment too. But first, gravity. I'm sick of living in the Poseidon adventure. Time to right this ship. I make my way back down to the control room. The center panel is ruined, the others were fine. And they're interchangeable anyway. I mount a replacement in the middle when I have time. I bring up the centrifuge screen and poke around at the controls a bit. I finally find the manual controls for the crew compartment rotation. They were buried pretty deep in the options. I'm glad I didn't try to find them during the crisis. I ordered the crew compartment to rotate, very, very slowly. I set the rate at 1 degree per second. It takes 3 minutes to turn around, and I hear a lot of thunks, clunks, and crashes from the lab. I don't care about any of that. I just want to make sure Rocky doesn't get further injured. This slow rate should make his body slide along the airlock ceiling, then along the wall, and finally to the floor. That's the plan anyway. Once the rotation is complete, things are back to feeling normal, albeit at half a G. I go back down to the dormitory to check on Rocky. He's now on the airlock floor and still right side up. Good. He slid rather than tumbled. I really want to work on Rocky, but I have to make sure the adventure that may have killed him wasn't in vain. I grabbed the sample container from the ship's airlock. I'm kind of glad I left it there, honestly. It got cushioned from the crazy sudden accelerations by the Eva suit watered up with it. Rocky had the foresight to put readouts on the sampler to tell us what the temperatures and pressures inside were. Their analog dial indicators in Iridium Base 6 numerology, but I've seen enough of that to be able to translate. The inside of their ball is minus 51 degrees Celsius with a pressure of 0.02 atmospheres. And I know from my spectrometry,
Yes.
I think, earlier, that the atmosphere can make what the atmospheric makeup is. Okay, that's the environment I have to duplicate. I sort through what's left of the lab. It's slow going because I only have minimal use of my left arm, but I can use it to help slide things aside, at least. Just no heavy lifting for now. I find a vacuum container that's only a little broken, and a drum-shaped glass cylinder about a foot in diameter. I patch up the crack with epoxy and give it a test. It's able to pump the air out and maintain a vacuum. If it can maintain a vacuum, it can maintain 0.02 atmospheres. I put the sample container inside. The chemical storage cabinet is still firmly anchored to the wall. I open it up. Everything is jumbled around inside, of course. Most containers look intact. I grab a small vial of earth astrophage. Yeah, I read that right. Okay.
Yes.
There's about a gram in there, included in the supplies for testing purposes. I can always get more if I need it. All I have to do is cut any of the astrophage-based coolant lines in the hull. There's no need for that right now. The sample is an oily sludge at the bottom of the vial. I open the vial and scoop it up with a cotton swab. That gram of astrophage has 100 trillion joules of energy. Best not to think about it. I smear the astrophage along the inner wall of the vacuum chamber and drop the cotton swab next to the sample probe. I pump all the air out of the vacuum chamber. The chemistry supplies include several small cylinders of gases. Thankfully, steel cylinders are tough, so they survived the game of cosmic pinball we just went through. I add gases to the vacuum chamber, one at a time through the infeed valve. I want to replicate Adrian's atmosphere. I pump in carbon dioxide, methane, and even argon. Is it argon or argon?
I think I just say argon, but
Okay,
I don't
that's
know.
what I say. But I'm also not a scientist. So I don't imagine the argon will matter, but it's a noble gas, so it shouldn't react with stuff. That's what I used to think about xenon, and that turned out to be wrong. I don't have any way to chill the air in there to minus 50 degrees, so I'll just have to hope whatever the life inside can handle Earth room temperature. I hear it click just as I finish putting the argon in. It's the sampler, just as Rocky designed them to do. The little valves opened when the outside pressure matched the pressure at the astrophage breeding altitude in Adrian. Good old Rocky, best engineer I ever met. Okay, I've made the sample as safe as I can. The air composition and pressure is as close to its native environment as I can get it, and there's plenty of astrophage to eat. If there are any microscopic predators in there, they should be in good shape. I wipe my brow with my bandaged arm and immediately regret it. I wince in pain. How hard is it, Ryland? I say to myself, stop using your burned up arm. I climbed back down the ladder to the dormitory. Computer, painkillers. The arm reached up and handed me a paper cup with 2 pills in it and a cup of water. I take the pills without even checking what they are. I look back at my friend and try to come up with a plan.
Okay.
I'm stressed.
I'm so stressed.
We have
4 pages left. Or 3.5.
of this chapter, yes. I don't know what to do with myself.
Me either.
It's been over a day since I shoved Rocky in that airlock and he still hasn't moved. But I haven't been wasting my time. I've been mad sciencing over some inventions in the lab. The kind This kind of gadget creation is really Rocky's forte, but I give it my best. I thought about lots of different approaches, but in the end, I think I should let Rocky's body heal itself as much as possible. I wouldn't feel comfortable trying to operate on a human, let alone Meridian. His body should know what to do. I just have to let it. That doesn't mean I'm going to do nothing at all, though. I have a guess into what's going on, and if I'm wrong, my idea of the treatment won't hurt him. Right now, there's a bunch of soot and other combustion byproducts cracking his radiator organ, so it probably doesn't work well. If he's alive at all, it'll take his body a long time to clear that out, maybe too long. So maybe I can help. I hold the box in my hand. It's enclosed on 5 of 6 sides with the remaining side open. The walls are 4-inch thick steel. It took me all day to repair the mill and get it working again. Once I did, milling up this box was a breeze. Inside is a high-powered air pump, simple as that. I can shoot high-pressure air really hard. I tested it out in the lab, and it blew a hole in a 1 millimeter thick sheet of aluminum from a foot away. It really works. I wish I could claim I'm a genius who made this all from scratch in reality, but the reality is I only made the box. The pump is repurposed from a high-pressure tank. Need water, my goodness. Listen, reading fast takes a lot out of you.
Huh?
I said reading fast takes a lot out of you.
For sure.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm so unbelievably stressed.
What?
I'm so unbelievably stressed.
I know. Also in the box is a battery, a camera, some stepper motors, and a drill. I need all of these things for my plan to work. I've cleaned up the lab somewhat. Most of the equipment is ruined, but some might be fixable. Across the other side of the table where I have another experiment, I have a little chip of xenonite, some chaff left over, left over from when we made 200,000 chain links. I used a generous application of epoxy to glue it to the tip of the roughed up drill bit. It's been sitting for over an hour. It should be done. I picked up the bit and the xenonite comes with it. I use all my strength to try to pull them apart. I can't. I nod and smiled. This might work. I do a few more tests with the box. My remote control for the motors works well enough. It's not true remote control. It's a bank of switches attached to the plastic container lid. I have wires from the switches going through a tiny hole in the steel, which is in turn filled up with resin. I can turn the power on or off to any of the components in there. That's my remote control. I can only hope the motors don't have a problem with high heat or ammonia. I bring everything to the dormitory and prep the epoxy. I stir it together and apply it generously to the edge of the steel box's open side. I press the box into the airlock wall and hold it in place. Then I just stand there for 10 minutes, holding the box in place. I could have taped it to the wall or something while the epoxy's set, but I need a really good seal and don't want to take any chances. Human hands are better clamps than any tool I might have in the lab. I gingerly release the box and wait for it to fall. It doesn't. I've broken it a couple times and it seems pretty solid. It's 5-minute epoxy, but I'll give it an hour to fully set. I return to the lab. I may as well, right? Let's see what my little alien terrarium is up to. Nothing much as it happens. I don't know what I expected. Little flying saucers whizzing around the chamber, maybe. But the cylinder looks exactly like it did before. The sampler sits where I left it. The smear basher page is unchanged. The cotton swab is... Hey, I hunker down and take a seat and squint into the chamber. The cotton swab has changed. Just a little bit. It's fluffier. Sweet. Maybe there's something on there I could get a look at. I just need to get it under a microscope to... Oh. The realization dawns on me. I don't have any way to extract samples. I just plain overlooked that part. Dummy. Smacked my forehead. I rubbed my eyes. Between the pain from my burns and the dopiness from the painkillers, started to concentrate. And I'm tired. One thing I learned back in my graduate school days, when you're stupid tired, except that you're stupid tired. I won't try to solve anything right then. I have a sealed container that I need to get into eventually. I'll figure out how later. I pull out my tablet and take photos of the container. Essential number 1. Something is changing unexpectedly. Documented. Just to be more scientific, I point a webcam at the experiment and set up the computer. My neck. Oh. I set up the computer to take a time lapse at 1 frame per second. If anything is happening slowly, I want to know. I head back to the control room. Where the heck are we? Some work with the nav console and I learned we're still in orbit. It's stable-ish. This orbit will probably decay over time. No rush though. I check all the ship's systems and do as many diagnostics as I can. It should do pretty well, despite not being remotely designed to handle the situation. 2 fuel bays I jettisoned aren't around anymore, but the other 7 look to be in good shape. There are cracks in the hull here and there according to the diagnostic test. They all seem to be internal. Nothing facing outside, which is good. I don't want my astrophage to see Adrian again. One of the micro breaches is highlighted in red. I take a closer look. The breach's location has the computer in the tizzy. It's in the bulkhead between the fuel area and the edge of the pressure vessel. I can see the concern. The bulkhead sits between the storage bay below the dormitory and fuel bay 4. I can take a look. Rocky still hasn't moved. No surprise there. A steel box remains where I put it. I could probably use it now, but I'm resolved to wait the full hour. I open up the storage panels and pull a bunch of boxes out. I climb into the storage area with a flashlight and toolkit. It's cramped, barely 3 feet tall. I have to crawl around in there for a good 20 minutes before I finally find the breach. I only spot it because there's a small frosty buildup around the edges. Air escaping into a vacuum gets really cold really fast. In fact, the ice probably helped slow down the leak. Not that it mattered. The leak is so small it would take weeks to be a problem. And the ship probably has a bunch of spare air in tanks anyway. So there's no reason for it to just let it leak. I apply a generous helping of epoxy on a small metal patch and seal the breach. I have to hold it for considerably more than 5 minutes before it sets. Epoxy takes a long time to set when it's cold, and the bulkhead is below freezing. Sorry, my phone started spazzing. And the bulkhead is below freezing at that spot thanks to the leak. I considered getting a heat gun from the lab, but that's a lot of work just to hold the patch for longer. It takes about 15 minutes. I'm crying back down and wince the whole time. My arm hurts nonstop now. It's a constant thing. It's been less than an hour, and the painkillers aren't doing the job anymore. Computer, painkillers. Additional dose available in 3 hours and 4 minutes. I found computer, what's the current time? 7:15 p.m. Moscow Standard Time. Computer, set time to 11 p.m. Moscow Standard Time. Clock set complete. Computer, painkillers.
This dude. Bro just cheated himself into getting more medicine.
And that he did. The arms hand me a package of pills and a bag of water. I gobble them down. What a stupid system. Astronauts trusted to save the world, but not to monitor their painkiller doses? Stupid. Okay, it's been long enough. I turn my attention back to the box. First, I need to drill a hole in the xenonite. That's where all hell will break loose if things go bad. The general idea here is for the drill inside the box to put a hole in the xenonite, and for the box to contain the pressure that rushes in. But you never know. The box might not be held on tight enough. I wear a medical breathing mask and eye protection. If there's going to be a jet of superheated high-pressure ammonia in this room, I need to not die from it. Earlier, I filed down a metal rod to be sort of a spike. The full radius is a little bigger than the drill, but I have ready to... Oh my goodness. Bigger than the drill bit, I have ready the steel box. I hold the spike and hammer at the ready. If the pressure blows the box off, I'll hammer the spike into the hole and hope it plugs through the gap. Of course, the pressure might not blow the box off entirely. It might just spurt out around the edges of the glue joint. If that happens, I'll just have to smack the box with the hammer until it comes off, then drive in the spike. Yes, it's ridiculously dangerous, but I just don't know if Rocky will survive without help. Maybe I'm being emotional instead of rational, but so what? I clench the hammer and the spike, and then I activate the drill. It takes so long for that drill to get through the xenonite. I actually calm down out of boredom. It's only 1 centimeter, but it's like trying to grind down diamond. I'm lucky the drill bit is hard enough to do anything at all. Camera feed from inside shows slow and steady progress. Instead of drilling like wood or metal, it's more like glass. It breaks off in chips and chunks. Finally, the bit breaches to the other side. It is immediately launched back into the box and bent sideways by the pressure. There is a whump as the iridium air rushes into the little box. I squint my eyes. Then, after a few seconds, I open them again. If the box is going to blow off, it would have done so right now. It would have done so right then. My seal held, and for now, anyway, I breathe a sigh of relief. But I don't want to take the mask or goggles off. You never know when the seal might give out. I checked the camera screen. This will take careful aim, so I was very clever in making sure a camera could. The camera feed is dead.
Oh.
Well. Pain in my wrist takes over and I pull it away. Well, this is really unfortunate. The pain in my wrist takes over and I pull away. Yeah, webcams aren't designed to work at 210 degrees Celsius at 29 atmospheres. And my solid steel box, well, it's solid steel. Steel is an excellent heat conductor. I can't even touch it now, it's so hot. I'm so stupid. First the Adrian sample container, and now this. I want to sleep, but Rocky is more important. At least being stupid isn't permanent. I'll press on.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Because the way some people be acting, I really do think stupid might be permanent.
I might be onto something. Also, I cracked my neck. I have no idea if you could hear that. If you could, I'm very sorry.
If that was like the near plastic crackling noise that I heard, then yes, I did.
Okay, yeah, that was me cracking my back and then cracking my neck.
Oh my god. That's disgusting.
I'm sorry.
You're gonna be glowing like a glow stick.
My choice is dead. I press on. I know I shouldn't, but I'm too stupid to take that into consideration. Okay, the camera is dead. I can't see into the box, but I can still see Rocky in the airlock because the xenonite is clear. I'll have to work with what I've got here. I fire up the high pressure pump. It still works, at least. It's making noise. It should be shooting a very high pressure jet of air into Rocky's direction. At 29 atmospheres, air acts almost like water. You can really knock stuff around with it, but ammonia is clear, so I have no idea what's going on. I adjust the angle of the jet with the servo controls. Are they working? I have no idea. The pump is too loud for me to hear if the servos are doing anything. I sweep left and right, inching down and up in a pattern. Finally, I spot something. One of the levers in the airlock wiggles a bit. I zero in on it. It gets pushed back several inches. Gotcha, I say. Now I know where it's pointed. I do some guesswork and aim for Rocky's carapace vents. Nothing happens. So I do a grid search. Back and forth, up and down until I get a result. And oh, what a result it is. I hit the sweet spot. All of a sudden, Rocky's carapace vents belch out black smoke. For some reason, I could not read that word. Belch out black smoke. The nasty dust and debris that built up when he was on fire. It's intensely satisfying, like that feeling when you blast an air duster into an old computer. I sweep back and forth trying to hit each event one by one. The latter events don't cause nearly the commotion as the first one. I think they all lead to the same organ, like a human's mouth and nose do, multiple orifices for redundancy and safety. After a few minutes, no more sooty dust is coming out. I shut off the pump. Well, buddy, I say, I've done all I can. I just hope you can do the rest. I spend the rest of the day working on a secondary and tertiary containment box. I glue them in place over my device. The iridium air will have to breach 3 seals to get into my compartment now. I will have to do. I hope Rocky wakes up.
I'm gonna have to ask us to pause for 2 seconds. I'm going to mute the stream because I need to go to the bathroom.
Go for it.
But I will be right back and then we can continue.
I have returned. Ay, ay, ay.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back, welcome back. Let me close my snack so I don't finish them off here today. Soon to be tomorrow.
So I'm reading 21.
You're reading 21 and 22.
And then after that, you read 23, 24, and 25, and I'll read 26, 27, 28.
And then I'll finish
And
us
then you'll
off.
probably read the last two.
Yeah, I'll finish us off.
Yes, yes, yes. We're going to see how long I'll be able to stay awake.
You got this, girl. Come on. Lock in. We got this.
But I also might be told to either quiet down and or to go to sleep
Fair enough.
by parental units.
Fair enough. If that happens, then I can just read. But we will see. I want you to be here for the end.
I want to be here for the end too. Wait, I need to see your percentage. Percentage check. Alright, we're at 3 on page 342. 71%.
Hey. Let's go.
finish this. Alright. You can do this in private. I said I can meet with you one at a time. 3 astronauts sat on a couch in front of me. I'd commanded the break room and locked the door for this meeting. They all sat in the center, looking stern as always. How's
Dubois.
that? Dubois?
Dubois.
Okay, yeah. It's been a second. Dubois was to his left, his back arched to provide perfect posture.
Ilyakina.
Yes, it's so late. Ilyakina slouched to Yao's left, sipping a beer. Get it, girl. Need for individual meetings, said Yao. There's no room on this mission for secrets. I shifted in my chair. Why did Strat send me to do this job? I'm not a people person, and I don't know how to approach delicate matters. He said something about the crew liking me more than anyone else. Why? Maybe I just seemed friendly and pleasant because I was usually standing next to Strat. In any event, launch just a month away, and I had to get this information. Okay, I said. Who wants to go first? Dubois raised his hand. I can start if that's amenable to everyone. This ought to be good. Sure, I did a quick test scribble with my pen. So, how would you like to die?
Sorry, what?
Ooh.
Ayo.
Interesting. Yeah, awkward topic, but one that had to be covered. These three were going to give their lives so the rest of us could have a fighting chance. The least we could do was help them die on their own terms. Dubois handed me a crisp piece of paper. I detailed my request in this document. I believe you'll find everything in order. I took the paper. There were bullet points, charts, and some references at the bottom. What am I looking at here?
Bro
Bullet pointed somewhere in the middle of
read
the
an
page.
entire, MLA formatted paper for
I
how
would
he
like
wants
to die
to
by
die.
nitrogen asphyxiation. Okay. All my research shows it is among the least painful way to die, or among the least painful ways to die. I nodded and took some notes. My paper includes a list of the equipment I will need to ensure my death. It's well within my personal item mass allowance. I furrowed my brow mostly to hide the fact that I had no idea what to say. He folded his hands on his lap. It's a simple number of a nitrogen tank and a universal connector to the EVA suit. I can wear the suit and have it pump in nitrogen instead of oxygen. Suffocation reflex comes from excess carbon dioxide in the lungs, not a lack of oxygen. The suit system will continuously remove the carbon dioxide that I exhale, leaving only nitrogen behind. I will simply get tired and perhaps a bit lightheaded, then I will lose consciousness. Honestly, it doesn't sound horrible if that had to be one of the decisions.
Yeah, I guess.
Alright, I tried to remain professional. How about if the EVA suit isn't available? Subsection 4 details the backup plan.
Bro.
If I cannot use the EVA suit, I will use the ship's airlock. The volume of the airlock will be sufficient to ensure the carbon dioxide buildup isn't unpleasant. Okay, I wrote a few more notes down, though I hardly had to. His paper is very thorough. I'll make sure there's a tank with plenty of nitrogen and a backup tank as well in case the first one leaks. Excellent, thank you. Put the paper aside. And Yukina, how about you? She set down her beer. I want heroin. Oh my god.
I want heroin.
That's crazy. Everyone looked at her. Even Yao blanched a little. Sorry, what? Heroin. She shrugged. I have been a good girl all my life. No drugs, limited sex. I want to experience massive pleasure before I die. People die from heroin all the time. Must be very nice. I rubbed my temples. You want to die from a heroin overdose? Not immediately, she said. I want to enjoy. Start with normal effective dose. Get high. Addicts all agree first few uses are best, then downhill from there. I want to feel those first few doses, then overdose when time is right.
What the heck?
What's wrong with these people? I guess we can do that, I said. Death by overdose can be really unpleasant, though. Share the concern away. Have doctors work out the best dose schedule for me. Correct amount to maximize pleasantness on earlier doses, then lethal dose can have other drugs inside to make sure I die without pain. I wrote down her request. Okay, heroin. I don't know where we'll get it, but we'll work it out. You have an entire world working for you, she said. Get pharma company to make me heroin. Cannot be hard. Right, I'm sure Strat can make a call or something. I sighed. 2 down, 1 to go. All right, Commander Yao, how about you? I want a gun, please.
Those are 3 vastly different ways of essentially committing suicide.
Oh, man.
He went from meticulated suffocation, heroin, to I'm gonna just shoot myself.
Good lord. I want a gun, please, he said. A Type 92 handgun, standard Chinese military issue. Store the ammunition in a dry sealed plastic container for the trip. At least that made some sense. Quick and painless. A gun. Got it. That's easy enough. He looked back and forth at his crewmates. I will be the last to die. If anything goes wrong with either of your methods, I will be on hand with the weapon just in case. Oh my god.
That's crazy.
I mean, he's thinking about him. Very considerate, said Dubois. Thank you. Don't shoot me if I look like I'm having a good time. You can see this sad. What is going on? What is happening? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Understood, said Yao. He turned back to me. Will that be all? Yeah, I said, already standing. This has been very awkward, thanks. I'm going to go be somewhere else now.
He said, I'm gonna have a gun, and if anything goes wrong with y'all's methods, I'm gonna shoot you too.
Is it bad to say there's only, like, one reference I was thinking of this whole time?
What?
I'm not going to say the reference.
Why?
But, well, I'm not going to say, like, what it's from. But the reference was, like, job's done. I don't know if you'll know what I'm referring to. I might just text it to you.
You just texted me?
And so I might have to text it to you.
Oh, okay. And we could do that later.
Yes. But man, that list was...
That's crazy. That's absolutely insane.
I lie in my bed. The burns on my arm hurt more than ever. The painkillers barely do anything. I'm beginning to wonder if I can find Yukina's heroin. I won't. But I definitely would if this were still a suicide mission. Focus on that. This is no longer a suicide mission. If I play my cards right, I can save the world and go home. The pain subsides somewhat. It comes and goes. And when I get a chance, I'll take a look at whatever books I have on burns. I'd at least like to know when it'll stop hurting. Tap. Huh? Mumble? Tap.
It's our
I look at
boy.
the source of the noise. It's Rocky tapping on the airlock
Let's
wall.
go! He's
My
back!
boy!
Our boy's
My boy!
alive! Thank
My
you.
boy!
Thank you.
I look at the sources and I already read that. Rocky! I fall out of my bunk and roll onto my right side before landing. I scrabble along the floor to the airlock wall. Rocky, buddy, are you okay? I hear a low thrum from within him. I don't understand. Speak louder. Sick, he mumbles. Yeah, you're sick. You came into my air. Of course you're sick. You almost died. He tries to lift himself from the floor, then slumps back down. How I returned here, question. I moved you. He taps the ground with claw, annoyed. You touch me, air, question. A little, yeah. He points to my left arm. Skin on arm is not smooth. Damage, question. I guess you can see right through the bandages with the sonar. Must be pretty ugly under there. I kind of figured it would be the case, but now I know. Yeah, I'll be fine. You damaged self to save me. Thank. You did the same thing. It's your radiator organ. Is your radiator organ okay? You were on fire and got full of soot and oxides. It's healing. He pointed to the soot all along the wall and floor. Does it come from inside me? Question. Yes. How it leave? Question. I preen a little. Why shouldn't I? It was no easy task, and I got it done. I point to the now triply covered steel box in the airlock wall. I made a device to blow air at you. I aimed at your radiator vent, and all that nasty stuff came out. He's quiet for a moment. Then, a little wobbly, he says, how long was that stuff inside me? Question. I run through the day in my mind. About 2 days. You almost kill me. What? What? How? I blew all the soot out of your radiator. He shifts his weight a little. Black substance is not soot. My body naked. It covered damage while body repairs. Oh, I say. Oh no. I didn't blow soot out of his radiator. I blew the scabs off his wounds. I'm so sorry. I was trying to help. It's okay. If you did earlier, I die. But I heal enough before you do it. Removing help a little. Thank. I put my head in my hands. Sorry. I say. No, say sorry. You saved me when you put me here. Thank. He tries to stand again, but only rises for a second before collapsing. I am weak. I will heal. I step back and sit on my bunk. Would you be more comfortable in 0G? I can turn off the centrifuge. No, gravity help heal. He adjusts his legs into sort of a bed for his carapace to rest on. Probably a comfortable sleeping pose. Sample container is safe? Question. Yes, in the lab now. I'm in an Adrian environment in a sealed container and put some astrophage in along the sample container. I'll see how it's doing in a bit. Good, he says. Human light sense very useful. Thanks, I say, but my human brain wasn't as useful. I don't have a way to get the sample out of the container. He tilts his carapace slightly. You seal sample and can no access sample? Question. Yes. Usually you're not stupid. Why stupid? Question.
I'm gonna use that. Why stupid? Why stupid?
Humans are stupid when we need sleep and when we take medicine to stop pain. I'm tired and drugged right now. You should sleep. I stand up. I will in a bit, but first I have to stabilize our orbit. Our apogee and perigee are, well, it's not a good orbit. Just orbit while stupid. Good plan. Or just orbit while stupid. Good plan. I snicker. New word. Sarcasm. You say opposite of true meaning to make point. Sarcasm. He chimes the word for sarcasm in his language.
Okay, Rocky's back and I'm so happy. Because
I know.
already he's like, you idiot.
Oh my goodness, I need so much water.
She goes, I need a drink.
Thank you. Let me just drink.
This
Aquafina,
is a
so
massive
it's
chapter.
It's not like the best water, but it's water that will suffice.
Fair enough.
Oh, okay. I mean, exhaustion and drugs, I feel like a baby. I wake up feeling a million times better. Hold on, maybe she'll call. Still working. My burns feel a million times, or I wake up feeling a million times better, but my burns feel a million times worse. I look at the bandages. They're new. Rocky's at his workbench, tinkering with his tools. He cleaned up his area. It looks good as new. You are awake? Question? Yeah. I say, how are you feeling? Are you healing? He wiggles a claw, much more healed, but some heal complete, cannot move much. I flop my head back on the pillow. Same. Robot arms do things to your arm while you sleep. I point at the bandages. It changed the cloth. It's important for human healing to change the cloth. He pokes at his latest invention with various tools. What's that? I go to the lab to see device that store Adrian life. I made device now to collect sample from inside and not let you air in. He holds up a large box. Put you vacuum chamber in this, close this, and make Adrian air inside. He opens the top and points to a couple of hinged rods. Control these from outside. Gather sample. Seal you device. Open my device. Have sample. Do human science with sample. Smart, I say. Thanks. He gets back to work. I lie in my bunk. There are a bunch of things I want to do. I need to take it slow. I can't risk another stupid day like yesterday. I almost ruined the sample and killed Rocky. I'm smart enough now to know I'm stupid. That's progress. Computer. Coffee. After a minute, the arms hand me a cup of Java. Hey, I take my coffee. How come you and I hear the same sounds? He keeps working on the armatures inside his device. Useful trait, both evolved. Not surprising. Yeah, but why the same frequencies? Why don't you hear much higher frequencies than I can, or much lower? I do hear much higher frequency and much lower frequency. Didn't know that, but I should have figured that was the case. It's an Iridian's primary sensory input. Of course, they'll have a wider range than I do. It still leaves one unanswered question, though. Okay, but why is there overlap? Why don't you and I hear completely different frequency ranges? He puts the tool in one of his hands down, which leaves two hands still plugging away his device. With a newly freed hand, he scrapes his workbench. You hear this? Yes. That is sound of predator approaching you. That is sound of prey running away. Sound of object touching object, very important. Evolved to hear. Ah, yes. It's obvious now that he points it out. Voices, instruments, bird calls, whatever. They can all be wildly different sounds, but the sound of objects colliding isn't going to have much variance from planet to planet. If I bang two rocks together on Earth, they're going to make the same noises if I bang them together on Erid. So we're all selected for by being able to hear. Better question, he says. Why we think the same speed? Question. I shift over to lie on my side. We don't think at the same speed. You do math way faster than I can, and you can remember things perfectly. Humans can't do that. Iridians are smarter. He grabs a new tool with his free hand and gets back to tinkering. Math is not thinking. Math is procedure. Memory is not thinking. Memory is storage. Thinking is thinking. Problem, solution. You and me think same speed. Why? Question. I ponder it for a while. It's a really good question. How come Rocky isn't 1,000 times smarter than me or 1,000 times dumber? Well, I have a theory for why we're about to do intelligence, maybe. Explain. Intelligence evolves to gives... Oh, what? Why is it written like that? Intelligence evolves to gives us...
That must be like a typo.
Okay, so I'm not dumb. Intelligence evolves to give us an advantage over the other animals on our planet, but evolution is lazy. Once a problem is solved, the trait stops evolving. So you and me, we're both just intelligent enough to be smarter than our planet's other animals. We are much, much smarter than animals. We're as smart as evolution made us. So we're the minimum intelligence needed to ensure we can dominate our planet. He thinks it over. I accept this. Slowly explain why Earth intelligence evolved the same level as air intelligence. Our intelligence is based on the animal's intelligence. So what is animal intelligence based on? How smart do animals have to be? Smart enough to identify a threat or prey in time to act? Yes, exactly. I say, but how long is that? How long does an animal have to react? How long will the threat or prey take to kill the animal or escape? I think it's based on gravity. Gravity? Question? Sets the device down entirely. I've got its undivided attention. Yeah, think about it. Gravity is what determines how fast an animal can run. Higher gravity, more time spent in contact with the ground, faster movement. I think animal intelligence ultimately has to be faster than gravity. Interesting theory, Lucky says. But air has double Earth gravity. You and I, same intelligence. I sit on my bed. I bet our gravities are so close to the same astronomically, and the intelligence needed is almost the same. If we met a creature from a planet with 1/100th of Earth's gravity, I bet it would seem pretty stupid to us. Possible, he says. He gets back to work on his gadget. Another similarity, you and me both willing to die for our people. Why? Question. Evolution, hate death. It's good for the species. I say, self-sacrifice instinct makes the species as a whole more likely to continue. Not all Iridians willing to die for others. I chuckle. Not all humans either. You and me are good people, Rocky says. Yeah, I smile. I suppose we are. They're absolutely adorable.
They're so cute. They're so baby. I'm so excited to see how they do this relationship in the movie.
I know. This is so exciting. I have to adjust again.
Me too. I just adjusted as well.
I cannot stay in one space.
I'm surprised I've
Like,
managed to. I'm surprised I've managed to stay in this chair for so long.
I'm in my bed and I'm tempted to be on the floor.
Do it.
Oh, goodness. 9 days until launch. I paced around my room. It was pretty bare, but I didn't mind. The portable unit was a small mobile home complete with a kitchenette. Better than most people got. The Russians had their hands. What? The Russians had their hands full erecting dozens of temporary shelters a few miles from Baikonur.
Yeah.
Baikonur Cosmodrome. It's split up, so it's hard to read. But then I guess we all had our hands full lately. Anyway, I barely used my bed since we arrived. There just always seemed to be some new issue or problem. Nothing major, just issues. The Hail Mary was complete. Over 2 million kilograms of spacecraft and fluid and fuel in a nice stable orbit. 4 times the mass of the International Space Station, and put together in 1/20th the time. The press used to keep track of the total cost, but around the 10 trillion mark they gave up.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I would too. It just didn't matter. It wasn't about efficient use of resources anymore. It was Earth versus astrophage, and no price was too high. ESA astronauts had been on the ship for the past few weeks, putting it through its paces. The test crew reported about 500 problems that we've been mopping up for the past few weeks. None of them were showstoppers. This was happening. The Hail Mary was going to launch in 9 days. I sat at the table that served as my desk and shuffled through papers. I signed off on some and set others aside for Strat to look at tomorrow. I'm going to end up an administrator. We all have to accept changes in our lives, I guess. This is my part to play. If this is my part to play, then so be it. I set the papers down and looked out the window. The Kazakhstani steppes.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's steps. Were flat and featureless. People generally don't build launch facilities next to anything important, for obvious reasons. I missed my kids. Dozens of them. Hundreds really, over the course of the school year. They didn't swear at me or wake me up in the middle of the night. The squabbles were usually resolved in a few minutes, either by a teacher enforced handshake or detention. I'm somewhat selfish, but here it is. They looked up to me. I missed being that respected. I sighed. My kids would have a rough time. Even if the mission worked. It would take 13 years for the Hail Mary to get to Tau Ceti, and presuming the crew found an answer to all our problems, another 13 years for the Beatles to get back to us. That's over a quarter century before we would even know what to do. My kids wouldn't be kids anymore when it was over. When I'm checking chapter 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Onward, I mumbled and grabbed the next problem report. Why was it on paper instead of just an email? Because Russians do things a certain way, and it's easier to work with them than to complain about it. The lights are blinding me. The reports from the ESA crew about anomalies with Sclery Pump 14 of the medical feeding transport system. Pump 14 was only part of the tertiary system and was still 95% effective, but there was no reason to put up with that. We still had 83 kilograms of unclaimed launch mass. I made a note to include a spare slurry pump. It was only 250 grams. The crew could install it before leaving orbit. I set the paper inside and saw a brief flash out my window. Probably a Jeep driving on the dirt road that led to the temporary shelters. Sorry, my flannel. I'm trying to take my flannel off because I'm getting really warm and I can't get it off. Oh my goodness. I'm free. Okay. I got headlights through my window from time to time. I ignored it. The next paper in my stack was all about potential ballast.
Yeah.
Okay. Issues. The Hail Mary kept its center of mass along its long axis by pumping astrophage around as needed. But we still wanted to keep things as balanced as possible anyway. The ESA crew had rearranged several supply bags in the storage compartment to more adequately balance. The window shattered as a deafening explosion shook the room. Oh boy. Glass shards nicked my face as a shockwave knocked me clean out of my chair. After that, silence, and then silence in the distance. I got to my knees and then to my feet. I opened and closed my mouth a few times to pop my ears. I stumbled to the door and opened it. First thing I noticed was there was the small triplet of steps that once led to my door were several feet away. When I saw the freshly disturbed earth between the steps and my door, I understood what happened. The steps are anchored into the ground with 4x4s sunk deep like fence posts. My portable had no such importance. My whole house moved and the stairs stayed put. Grace, are you okay? It was Strott's voice. Her portable was next to mine. Yeah, what the heck was that? I don't know, she said. Hang on. Shortly after, I saw the bobbing of a flashlight. She came to me wearing a bathrobe and boots. She was already in her walkie-talkie. Oh.
Russian.
What?
Russian, I think. Probably.
They're talking in a different language.
Yeah.
She's saying things.
Yeah.
She demanded. A bunch of other words came the reply. The research center blew up. She said.
Oh.
Baikonur was a launch facility, but they did have some research buildings. They weren't laboratories. They were more like classrooms. Astronauts generally spent a week before launch at Baikonur, and they usually wanted to study and prepare right up to launch day. Oh God, I said, who was there? Who was there? She pulled a wad of papers from her robe pocket. Hang on. She lifted up the papers, throwing each to the ground as she moved to the next. I knew what they were at a glance. I've been seeing them every day for a year. Schedule charts showing where everyone was, what they were doing at all times. Just after she reached the page she was looking for, she actually gasped. Dubois and Shapiro. They're scheduled to be there doing some astrophage experiments.
Oh.
But well, I guess we know.
I think now we know how Ryland ended up on the ship.
I put my hands in my head. No, please no. The research center is 5 kilometers away. If the blast did this much damage to us here. I know. She flicked on her walkie-talkie again. Crime crew and your locations, call them in. Yeah, here, came in the first reply. In my bunk. Is it I or E?
I say Ilyakina.
Yeah, Ilyakina, okay. Ilyakina here at Officer's Bar. Of course. What was that explosion? Strat and I waited for the response we hoped would come in. Dubois, she said. Dubois, check in. Silence. Shapiro, Dr. Annie Shapiro, check in. More silence. She took a deep breath and let it out. She clicked the walkie-talkie out one more time. Strat to transport. I need a jeep to take me to the ground control. Copy, came the reply. The next few hours were frankly chaos. The entire base was put on lockdown for a while, and everyone's IDs were checked. For all we knew, some doomsday cult wanted to sabotage the mission. But nothing turned up in this. Strat, Dimitri, and I sat in the bunker. Oh my god. Oh, my back hurts. Okay. Why were we in a bunker? The Russians were taking no chances. It didn't look like a terrorist attack, but they were securing the critical personnel just in case. Yao and Ilyakina, there we go, Ilyakina, were off in some other bunker. The other science leads were in other bunkers as well. Spread everyone out so there's no single place to attack that would be effective. There was a grim logic to it. Baikonur was built during the Cold War, after all. The research buildings are a crater, said Schrott. Dear God. And there's still no sign of Dubois Shapiro or the 14 other staff that worked there.
Oh my gosh.
She pulled up pictures on her phone and showed them to us. Okay. The photos told a story about her destruction. The area was lit up with powerful floodlights, and the Russians had set up, and the place is swarming with rescue personnel. So there was nothing for them to do. Virtually nothing was left. No debris, limited wreckage. Strat swiped through photo after photo. Some were close-ups of the ground. Round, shiny beads out of the area. What's up with the beads? She asked. Metal
Condensate.
Metal condensate, Dimitri said. It means metals were vaporized, then condensed like raindrops. Jeez, she said. I sighed. There's only one thing in those labs that could create enough heat to vaporize metal. Astrophage. I agree, said Dimitri, but astrophage does not just explode. How could this happen? Trot looked at her wrinkled schedule of pages. According to this, the Raw wanted more experience with astrophage powered electrical generators. Shapiro was there to observe and assist. That makes no sense, I said. Those generators use a tiny, tiny bit of astrophage to make electricity. Nowhere near enough to blow up a building. She set her phone down. We lost our primary and secondary science specialists. This is a nightmare, said Dimitri. Dr. Grace, I want a short list of possible replacements.
Oh my gosh.
I got one for you. I stared at my mouth agape. Are you made of stone or something? Our friends just died.
I personally would not truly consider them friends, because if one of your first conversations with me is you just dumping on me your entire sexual relationship with the other chick, no. However, still associates, still don't want you to just vaporize.
Yeah, exactly. Where was I? Okay. Yes, and everyone else will die too if we don't make this mission happen. We have 9 days to find a replacement science specialist. I well up. Dubois and Shapiro. I shuffled and wiped my eyes. They're dead. They're dead. Oh God. Strat slapped me. Snap out of it.
Oh my gosh.
Hey! The audacity.
Dang.
Cry later. Mission first. You still have that list of coma-resistant candidates from last year. Start looking through it. We need a new science specialist and we need him now. Gathering sample now, I say. Rocky watches me from his tunnel in the lab ceiling. His device works just as it should. The fuse in that box with a couple of valves and pumps that let me control the inside environment. The vacuum chamber is inside with its lid open. The box even has climate control, keeping the inside temperature chilly minus 51 degrees Celsius. How many pages? 2. Rocky admonished me for leaving the sample at human room temperature for so long. He had a lot to say on that subject. Actually, we had to add reckless, idiot, foolish, and irresponsible to our shared vocabulary, just so he could fully express his opinion on the matter. There was another word he threw around a lot, but he declined to tell me what that meant. 3 days off the painkillers,
Sassy Rocky.
and I'm a lot smarter than I was. At least he understands that much. I wasn't just some stupid human. I was a human with enhanced stupidity. Rocky refused to give me the box I'm using until I slept 3 times without using the drugs. My arms hurt so bad right now, and he's got a point. I love this guy.
Sassy little alien.
Rocky healed a fair bit in that time too. I have no idea what's going on inside his body. He looks the same as ever. But he's moving around much better than before. Not full speed though, neither am I. We're the walking wounded, honestly. By agreement, we've kept the gravity at 1/2 G. I opened and closed the claws of the box a few times. Look at me, I'm an Iridian now. Yes, very Iridian. Hurry up and get sample. You're no fun. I grab the cotton swab and bring it to the waiting glass slide. I rub it across the slide, leaving a noticeable smear, then return to the vacuum chamber. I seal up the chamber and put the slide in a little clear xenonite container and seal the box. Okay, that should do it. I turn the valve to let my air in, then open the box from above. The slide is safe in a xenonite container. The galaxy's smallest little spaceship, at least from the point of view of any Adrian life, must be present. Hold on. I read that all sorts of wrong. At least from the point of view of any Adrian life that may be present. Okay. Yeah, okay, got it. I watch the microscope station. Rocky follows along in the tunnel above. You certain you can see light so small? Question. Yes, old technology. Very old. I put the container on the tray and adjust the lens. The xenonite is plenty clear enough for the microscope to see through it. Okay, Adrian, what do you have for me? I put my face to the eyepieces. The most obvious thing is the astrophage. As usual, they're jet black, absorbing all light, as expected. I adjust the black light in focus. I see microbes everywhere. One of my favorite experiments with the kids to have them look at a drop of water. A drop of water, preferably one from a puddle outside, would be swarming with life. It always goes over well, except for the occasional kid who then refuses to drink water for a while.
Still
Lots of
drink
life in here, I
pond
say.
water.
That's so real, though. Lots of life in here, I say. Different kinds. Good. Expected. Of course there would be. Any planet that has life will have it everywhere. That's my theory, at least. Evolution is extremely good at filling every nook of the ecosystem. Right now, I'm looking at hundreds of unique life forms, never before seen by humans, each one an alien race that I can't help but smile. So I have work to do. I pan around until I find a nice clump of astrophage. If there's a predator to be had, it'll be where the astrophage is. Otherwise, it'd be a pretty bad predator. I flick on the microscope and turn on camera. The image appears on a little LCD screen. I adjust the screen instead of recording. This could take time. I say, I need to see interaction between. Whoa! I shoved my face back to the microscope to get a better look. It only took seconds before the astrophage fell under attack. Am I incredibly lucky, or is this life form just that aggressive? Rocket stared back and forth above me. What question? What happened? Question. The monster lurches toward the clump of astrophage. It's an amorphous blob, like an amoeba. It presses itself against the much smaller prey and begins to envelop the entire clump of them by oozing around both sides. The astrophage wiggle. They know something is wrong. They try to escape, it's too late. They can only sputter a short distance before they stop. Normally, astrophage can accelerate to near light speeds in seconds, but these can't. Maybe a chemical excretion by the monster that disables them somehow. The encirclement completes and the astrophage is surrounded. A few seconds later, the astrophage becomes cell-like in appearance. No longer featureless black, their organelles and membranes are starkly visible in the microscope's light. They have lost their ability to absorb heat and light energy. They're dead. Got it. I said, I found the predator. It ate astrophage right in front of me. Found? Rocky cheers. Isolate. Yes, I'll isolate it. I say, happy, 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 he says. Now you name. I grab a nano pipette from the supply. I don't follow. Earth culture, you find, you name. What is name for predator? Question. Oh, I say, I'm not feeling creative at the moment. This is too exciting to take my attention away from. It's an interview from Tau Ceti. Talmiba.
Talmiba.
Talmiba, the savior of Earth and Arid, hopefully. I need a drink. I need a drink and my neck is hurting.
We have 2 pages left of this chapter, and then 1 more chapter to go, and then I'll take over.
Oh,
You got this.
I don't know if I do.
Yes, you do. I can read the rest if you want, or like I can after you finish your chapters. I can read the rest of the book.
We'll see after your 3 chapters.
Okay.
We'll give it that much time. Because I'm also nervous. And it's going to end up with me, like, falling asleep while listening to you read.
Do not fall asleep on me.
Try my best.
Anyways, it's officially been 5 hours.
Oh my god, are you serious?
Yeah. We've been
Holy
reading.
crap.
We've been reading for 5 hours.
That's insane. How long has our phone? Yeah, our phone call has been over 5 hours.
Mm-hmm. It's officially the
crazy.
31st.
Ooh, my water bottle cap won't close. What's wrong with you? There we go. There. Okay, I should have a polo tie with a cowboy hat because I'm a rancher now, and I'm running about 50 million head of Talmiba on my ranch.
Oh my goodness.
Once I isolated a few Talmiba from the Adrian air sample, Rocky built a breeder tank and let them get to work. It's just a xenonite box full of Adrian air and a few hundred grams of astrophage. As far as we can tell, Talmiba is very resilient to temperature variations. Good thing too, because I let it sit at room temperature that one day. Drugs are bad. In retrospect, it makes sense they'd be robust on temperature. They live in a negative 51 degrees Celsius environment and eat astrophage, which is always 96.415 degrees Celsius. Hey, everyone likes a hot meal, right? And boy, do they breed. Well, I gave them a mother load of astrophage to work with. It's the same as throwing yeast into a bottle of sugar water. Instead of making booze, we're making more Talmibas. Now that so many words, like so many random big words now. Now that we have a good enough experiment, now that we have enough to experiment with, I get to work. If you take a goat and put it on Mars, what happens? It dies immediately and horribly. Goes to evolve to live on Mars. Okay, so what happens if you put a Talmiba on a planet other than Adrian? That's what I want to find out. Rocky watches from his tunnel above the main work table that has simulated a fresh new atmosphere in my vacuum chamber. No have oxygen? Question? He asked. No oxygen. Oxygen dangerous? He's been a little edgy since his internal organs caught fire.
Wonder why.
I breathe oxygen. It's okay. Can explode. I pull my goggles off and look up at him. There's no oxygen in this experiment. Calm down. Yes, calm. I get back to work. I turn a valve and let a small bit of gas into the vacuum chamber. I check the pressure gauge to make sure that, again, confirm. No oxygen? Question? I jerk my head up to glare at him. It's just carbon dioxide and nitrogen. Only carbon dioxide and nitrogen. Nothing more. Don't ask me again. Yes, no ask again. Sorry. Can't blame him, I guess. Being on fire sucks. We have 2 planets to deal with here. No, not Earth and Arid. Those are just the planets we live on. Planets we care about right now are Venus and 3 World. What?
I guess that's the other planet in the Eridani system, the one that's being used to breed the astrophage along with Eridani.
I suppose. Oh my goodness, I'm adjusting. That's where astrophage is breeding out of control. Venus, of course, is the second planet from in my solar system. about Earth's size, with a thick carbon dioxide atmosphere. 3 World is the third planet in Rocky's home system.
See?
At least 3 World is what I call it. The Iridians don't have a name for it, even in their own language. It's just a designation, Planet 3. They didn't have ancient people looking at the astronomical bodies and naming them after gods. They only discovered other planets in their system a few hundred years ago. But I don't want to say Planet 3 all the time. They named it 3 World. Honestly, I think Planet 3 might sound better.
Yep.
The hardest part about working with aliens and saving humanity from extinction is constantly having to come up with names for stuff. 3 World is a tiny little planet, only about the size of Earth's moon, but unlike our airless neighbor, 3 World somehow has an atmosphere. How? I have no idea. The surface gravity is only 0.2 Gs, which shouldn't be enough, yet somehow 3 World manages to hang on to a thin atmosphere. According to Rocky, it's 84% carbon dioxide, 8% nitrogen, 4% sulfur dioxide, and a bunch of trace gases, all with a surface pressure less than 1% of Earth's. I checked the readouts and not approvingly. I did a visual inspection of the experiment inside. I'm pretty proud of myself for this idea. A thin coat of astrophage is on a glass plate. I coated the plate by shining IR light through the glass and attracting astrophage from the other side. The same way the spin drive does it. The results is a uniform layer of astrophage that's just 1 cell thick. Then I seated the side with...
You got this, girl.
I'm really tired. Hold on. Tell me what... There we go. I had to switch how I was sitting in order to read that. As they eat the astrophage, the currently opaque slide will become more and more transparent. It's a heck of a lot easier to measure light level than a quantity of microscopic organisms. Okay, the chamber has Venus's upper atmosphere duplicated as good as I can anyway. I figure the breathing zone of astrophage is based mainly on the air pressure. Basically, they have to aerobrake from near light speed when they hit the planet. But being so small, that doesn't take very long, and of course they gobble up all the heat that it's created. Or all the heat that's created. The end result is that astrophage come to rest when the air is 0.02 atmospheres thick. So going forward, that will be our standard for pressure. Venus's atmosphere is 0.02 atmospheres at around the 70 kilometer mark, and the temperature there is about minus 100 degrees Celsius. Thanks infinite supply of reference material. So that's the temperature. I have the Venus analog experiment set too. Rocky's temperature control system works perfectly, of course, even down to ultra low temperatures. Good. Now 3 World. What temperature is 3 World's air at the CO2 atmosphere altitude? Minus 82 degrees of Celsius. Okay, thanks. I said, I moved to the next chamber. It has an identical setup, the astrophage and the Talmuba. I let in appropriate gases to simulate 3 World's atmosphere and temperature at the 0.02 atmosphere pressure area. I get the relevant information from Rocky's perfect memory. It's not much different from Venus or Adrian. Mostly carbon dioxide, with some other gases running around. No surprise there. Astrophage go for the biggest concentration of CO2 they can see. It's a good thing these planets aren't covered in helium or something. I don't have any of that award. But carbon dioxide, that's easy. And I guess that with my body. And nitrogen, thanks to Dubois and his preferred method of death, there's a whole bunch aboard. 3 World does not have some sulfur dioxide though. 4% of the total atmosphere. It's enough that I didn't want to approximate it away, so I had to make some. The lab has quite the selection of reagents, but no sulfur dioxide gas. However, it does have sulfuric acid in solution. I recovered some copper tubing from a broken cooling coil in the freezer and used it as a catalyst. Worked like a charm to create the sulfur dioxide I need. Okay, 3 World's done, I say. I'll wait an hour and check results. We have hope, says Rocky. Yes, we have hope, I say. Tamiba is very sturdy. Our Tamiba are very sturdy. They can live in a near vacuum, and they seem comfortable in extreme cold. Maybe Venus and Blue World are habitable for them. They're good enough for Tamiba's prey, so why not for Tamiba? Yes, things are good, all good. Yeah, for once everything's going great. Then the lights go out.
Oh.
You never celebrate too early, people. What's wrong with you?
Oh my goodness. Hold on, I want to see something.
And
Because obviously you're kind of dying on me. Just a little bit.
I feel my voice going. I don't usually talk this much.
Yeah. Okay. So if you read this chapter and then I read my 3, that'll have us at page 428 and with only 5 chapters left. So what are you doing tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night?
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe I should be doing anything.
So obviously I'm kind of busy during the day, but we were trying to figure out.
So we could do it either early morning or during that night, like evening time.
Yeah. So we could, because obviously we were trying to figure out when we wanted to do our end of the month meeting.
Mm-hmm.
So we could either do it tomorrow morning, finish the book, and then have our meeting, or do it at night, tomorrow night.
I'm fine in the morning.
Okay. What time?
Because, that's a good question.
Because I gotta be good to go by like 1:30, preferably 1.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely call before that.
The question is, how late do you want to stay up? How late do you want to sleep in? And we still have to account for 5 chapters that we would be reading, which shouldn't take more than 2 hours, I don't think, because it's less than 50 pages.
Yeah.
Actually, it might be like around 50 pages. Hold on. Yeah, it'll be around 50 pages.
I'd say
We could do 9. We could do 9.
What do you mean?
9 a.m.
Works for me.
Okie dokie. I'm going to set an alarm right now.
Me as well.
Because I'm losing you. I'm losing you. I need you to get through 4 more chapters.
I'm getting there, I promise.
All right, my alarm is set. You have 1 more chapter you gotta read, and then I can take over.
Beautiful.
Unless you want me to read this one, if you think you can stay up.
Well, how long is this?
She's a bit of a long one.
So we go from
Like 9.5 pages.
I think I should be able to do it.
Go for it, girl.
But I'm not gonna, just because now it's just become a bit.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're 76% done.
Woo! We're so close. We got this. We got this. Just think. Just a few more chapters, maybe like.
What's the page we're ending on with this chapter I'm reading?
Hold on.
Okay, when I finish this chapter, we will be 80% done.
Nice. We got this, girl. Lock in.
Okay. I can do it now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do another swig of water for the road. Total darkness. No lights, no monitor glow, not even the LEDs in the lab equipment. Okay, stay calm. I say stay calm. Why not be calm? Question, Bucky asks. Well, of course he didn't notice the lights go out. He doesn't have eyes. The ship just shut down. Everything stopped working. Bucky scuttles a bit in his tunnel. You equipment quiet now? My equipment's still working. Your equipment gets electricity from your generator. Mine's powered by my ship. All the lights are off. There's nothing working at all. This is bad? Question. Yes, this is bad. Among other problems, I can't see. Why should it turn off? Question. I don't know. I say, do you have a light? Something you can shine through the xenonite to my side? No, why would I have a light? Question.
Valid reaction.
I bungle to the darkness. Bungle? Did I say that right?
Yeah. That's correct.
Look at me. I bungle in the darkness, feeling my way around the lab. First the ladder to the control room. Left. More left. Continue. Yes. Reach forward. I get my hand on a rung. Thanks. A maze. Humans helpless without light. Yes, I say. Come to the control room. Yes. I hear him scared through the tunnel. I climb up and it's just as dark. The entire control room is dead. The monitors are off. Even the airlock window provides no relief. That part of the ship happens to be facing away from Tau Ceti at the moment. Control room also have no light? Question. Is Rocky's voice, presumably from his bulb in the ceiling. Nothing. Wait, I see something. Off in one corner of the panel, there's a small red LED, definitely glowing. Oh, that's never good. They're not very bright. I sit in the pilot's seat and squint at the control. The seat wobbles a bit. My repair job on it was subpar, but it's ended back on the floor again at least. Instead of the usual flat panel displays found all over the control room, this one little section has physical buttons and an LCD display nearby. The light is coming from a button. Obviously, I push it. What else would I do? The LCD displays come to life. Some highly pixelated text appears stating, primary generator offline, secondary generator offline, emergency batteries 100%. Okay, how do I use the batteries? I mumble. Progress? Question. Hang on. I peer around the LCD panel until I finally spot it. A light switch covered by a plastic safety shield. It's labeled BAT. It'll have to do. I let the shield and flick it. Dim LEDs light up the control room. Nowhere near as nicely as the normal lights do. Smallest control screen, and only that screen comes to life. The Hail Mary mission patch shows in the center of the screen, and the words loading operating system appear at the bottom. Partial success, I say. My emergency battery engaged, but my generators are offline. Why not work? Question. I don't know. Your air is okay? Question. No power, no life support. Humans turn oxygen into carbon dioxide. You lose all oxygen and become harmed? Question. It's okay. The ship's pretty big. It'll take a long time for the air to be a problem. It's more important that I find the cause of the failure. Machines break. Show me. I fix. Not a bad idea, actually. Rocky seems to be able to do pretty much anything. Either he's gifted or all irradians are like that. Either way, I'm incredibly lucky. Still, how well would he do working on human technology? Maybe. But first I need to figure out why two generators would both die at the same time. Good question. More important. Can you control ship without power? Question. No, I need power to do anything. Then, most important, how long until orbit decays? Question. I looked a couple of times. I don't know. Work fast. Yeah. I point to the screen. First I have to wait for my computer to wake up. Hurry. Okay, I'll wait faster. Sarcasm? The computer finishes its boot process and brings up a screen never seen before. I can tell it means trouble because the word trouble is in large type across the top. Gone are the pleasant user interface buttons and widgets from
before.
Oh, I almost said force. Widgets from before the blackout. The screen is just three columns of white text on a black background. The left is all Chinese characters, the middle is Russian, the right is English. I guess in a normal operation, the ship changes languages based on what is reading the screen. And this safe boot equivalent screen doesn't know who will be reading it, so it's in all our languages. What has happened? Question. The screen came up with information. What is wrong? Question. Let me read. Rocky gives me no pain in the butt when he's worried. I read the status report. Emergency power online. Battery 100%. Estimated time remaining 4 days, 16 hours, and 17 minutes. Savagery life support offline. Chemical absorption life support online. Limited duration non-renewable. Temperature control offline. Temperature 22 degrees Celsius. Pressure 40,071 PA. Oh my god.
Girl, lock in.
Yeah. You didn't hear that.
Yes, I did. It was very loud.
Sorry. The ship's keeping me alive and not doing anything else right now. Give me generator, I fix. First I need to find it, I say. Lucky slumps. You don't know where where your ship parts are? Question. The computer has all the information. I can't remember all that. Human brain useless. Oh, shut up. These are the best roommates. I climb on the ladder to the lab. The emergency lighting is on in here too. Rocky follows along in his tunnel. I reach down, grab my tool bag, and continue onward to the next ladder. He continues following me. Where you go? Question. The storage area. It's the only place I haven't completely searched. And it's at the very bottom of the crew compartment. The generator is accessible to the crew. That's where it'll be. Once in the dormitory, I crawl into the storage space. My arm hurts. I crawl around to inspect the bulkhead fuel bay. My arm hurts more. At this point, my arm just always hurts. I try to ignore it, but no more painkillers. They just make me too stupid. I lie back in the storage compartment and let the pain subside a bit. There must be access panels in here, right? I can't remember the exact layout of the ship. The critical equipment is probably inside the pressurized area for this very reason, right? How do I find it? Or how do I find it, though? I need X-ray vision to know where. Oh, hey! Rocky, are there any doors in here? He's silent for a moment. He taps on the wall a few times. 6 small doors. 6? Oh. Tell me where the first one is. Move my hand on the compartment ceiling. Move hand toward your feet and left. Follow his directions to the first door. Man, they're hard to see. The emergency lighting in the dormitory is meager to start with, and a small amount getting into the compartment is dismal. The panel is secure with a simple flathead screw that controls the latch. I turn it with the stub of the screwdriver in my toolkit. The panel swings open to reveal a pipe with a valve on it. The label reads, primary oxygen shutoff. Definitely don't want to mess with that. I close the cabinet. Next door. One by one, he leads me to each door, and I check what's behind it. I know you can sonar sense the shapes behind the door, but it's no good. I'd rather just look at what's there than have him describe what he senses in our limited shared language. Behind the fourth door, I find it. It's a lot smaller than I expected it to be. The whole cubby is about a cubic foot. The generator itself is in a regularly shaped black casing. And I only know it's a generator because it's labeled as such. I see 2 thick pipes with shut-off valves on it, as well as several fairly normal-looking electrical wires. Found it, I say. Good. Comes Rocky's voice in the dormitory. Take out and give to me. I want to look at it first. You bad at this. I fix. Generator might not survive your environment. He grumbles. If I can't fix it, you can talk me through it. Poor Rocky, he just wants to help. The 2 pipes with shut-off valves must be the Astrophage supply lines. I look a little deeper into the cubby and find labels. One is fuel, the other is waste. Clear enough. I use a wrench to unscrew the hose bib on the waistline. As soon as it comes loose, the dark liquid drips out. Not much, just what was between the shut-off valve and my end of the hose. It must be whatever fluid we used to carry away dead. Astrophage. I don't know why my brain stopped at dead.
Dead.
It's what we used to carry away. What is it, Monty Python? Bring out your dead. I got some on my hand. It feels slimy. Maybe it's oil. It's a good idea, actually. Any liquid will do. Oil is lighter than water, and it won't corrode the pipes. Next, I unscrew the fuel line. It, too, sloshes brown liquid, but this time it smells awful. I wince and bury my face in my arm. Oh, God. What is problem? Question. Rocky calls out from below. The fuel smells bad. I say, the ratings don't have a sense of smell. While it took a long time to explain sight to Rocky, smell was easy, because radians do have a sense of taste. When you get down to it, smell is just tasting at range. Is natural smell or chemical smell? Question. I take another halting sniff. It smells like rotted food. Astrophage doesn't normally smell bad. It doesn't normally have an odor at all. Astrophage is alive. Maybe Astrophage can rot. Astrophage can't rot. I say, how could it rot? Oh no. Oh god, no. I wipe my hand across the foul-smelling gunk, then wriggle out of the compartment. And then keeping my gunky hand in the air and not touching anything, I climb up the ladder to the lab. Rocky clatters along his tunnel. What is wrong? Question. No. I say with a squeak at the end. My heart is about to beat right out of my throat. I think I'm going to puke. I hear... Where was I? I smear some gunk onto a glass slide and shove the slide into the microscope. There's no power for the black light, so I grab a flashlight from the drawer and shine it at the plate. It'll have to do. I look through the eyepieces, and my worst words are realized. Oh God. What is problem? Question Rocky's voice. What is problem? Question. Rocky's voice is a full octave higher than normal. I grab my head with both hands, smearing the foul gunk on myself. I don't even care. Talmoeba. There's Talmoeba in the generator.
Oh.
They damaged. Oh, this is not good. Oh boy. Oh boy. They damage generator? Question. Rocky says, give me generator. I fix. The generator isn't broken. I say, if there are Talmoeba in the generator, it means there are Talmoeba in the fuel supply. Talmoeba ate all the astrophage. We have no power because we have no fuel. Rocky raises his carapace so fast he clanks it against the roof of his tunnel. How Talmoeba get into fuel? Question. There are Talmoeba in my lab. I didn't keep them sealed off. I didn't think to. Some probably got loose. The ship has a bunch of cracks and holes and leaks ever since we almost died at Adrian. Some small hole in the fuel line somewhere must have let Talmoeba in. It only takes one bad. I start to hyperventilate. We're dead in space. We're stuck here forever. Not forever, Rocky says. I perk up. No. Orbit decays soon. Then we die. My man is just all kinds of supportive.
Oh my gosh. Imagine a small itty bitty little amoeba gets into your fuel and eats all of it. That's insanity. Imagine what it could do for Earth and Eridani systems.
I really want to eat a little sweet treat that I have, but I'm going to have to wait until after I'm done eating. I spend the whole next day examining the fuel lines I can get to. Same story everywhere. Instead of astrophage suspended in oil, it's Talmoeba, and let's call it what it is, a lot of Talmoeba poop. Mostly methane, with a bunch of other trace components. I guess that explains the methane in Adrian's atmosphere. Circle of life and all that. There's some live astrophage here and there, but with the overwhelming population of Talmoeba in the fuel, they won't live long. It's pointless to try to salvage this. It'd be the same as trying to separate good meat from the botulism infecting it. Hopeless. As I slam the latest fuel sample into the lab table, Talmoeba is everywhere. I have astrophage on my side of partition. Rocky says approximately 216 grams remaining. I wouldn't power my spin drive for long, 30 seconds or so, and it probably wouldn't live long enough. There's Talmoeba everywhere. Another hiccup, sorry. There's Talmoeba everywhere on my side of the partition. Keep your astrophage safe on your side. I make new engine. Rocky says, Talmoeba turn astrophage into methane, react with oxygen, make fire, make thrust. Get to my ship. Watch astrophage there. That's not a bad idea. Pinch my chin. Use Talmoeba farts to propel ourselves through space. No understand a word after Talmoeba. It's not important. Hang on, let me do that. I pull up a tablet. The computer screen in the lab is still offline. I don't remember the specific impulse of methane, but I do know that the hydrogen-oxygen reaction is about 450 seconds. Call that the best case scenario. I had 20,000 kilograms of astrophage on my way back. So pretend that's all methane now. The ship has a dry mass around 100,000 kilograms. I don't know if I even have enough oxygen for this reaction, but ignore that for now. Concentration is a constant struggle. I'm groggy at 908. I type away on the calculator app and shake my head. It's no good. The ship would get less than 800 meters per second velocity. We can't escape Adrian's gravity with that, let alone cross 150 million kilometers of the Tau Ceti system. Bad. I left the tab on the table and rubbed my eyes. Yes, bad. He clicks along his tunnel to hover over me. Give me a generator. I slump my shoulders. Why? What good would that do? I clean and sterilize, remove all Tau amoeba, make tiny fuel tank of my astrophage, seal generator airtight, give back to you, we hook up to ship, power restored. I rub my aching arm. Yeah, it's a good idea. The generator doesn't melt in your air. If melt, I fix. A few hundred grams of astrophage isn't enough to fly around the galaxy, but it's more than enough to power the ship's electrical system for, I don't know, the rest of my life at least. Okay, yeah, it's a good idea. At least we'll have the ship back online. Yes. I trudge to the hatch. I'll get a generator. I really shouldn't be using tools in my state, but I press on. I go back to the dormitory, get into the crawl space, and attach the generator. Maybe it's the backup generator. I don't know. In any event, it turns astrophage into electricity, and that's the point. I get back to the dormitory proper and put the generator in our, I almost said altitude, in our airlock there. Rocky cycles the airlock and brings the generator to his workbench. 2 claws get to work on it right away. The third points to my bunk. I work on this now. You sleep. Make sure you don't get Talmiba in your astrophage over there. The astrophage is sealed as Xenonite. It's in sealed Xenonite container. It's safe. You sleep now. Everything aches, especially my bandaged arm. I can't sleep. He points more firmly. You tell me humans need to sleep 8 hours every 16 hours. You no sleep for 31 hours. You sleep now. He's so caring. I sit on my bunk and sigh. You make a good point. I should at least try. It's been a hard day, night, whatever. A hard day's night. I lie back on the bunk and pull the blanket over me. That sentence makes no sense. It's an earth saying from a song. I close my eyes and mumble. And I've been working like a dog. A moment passes while I drift off. Whoa, a sheep bold upright. The Beatles! Rocky is surprised enough to drop the generator. What is problem? Question. Not a problem, a solution. I leap to my feet. The Beatles. My ship has 4 smaller ships aboard called Beatles. They're ready to take information back to Earth. You told me this before, Rocky says. But they use same fuel, correct? Astrophage all dead now. I shake my head. They use astrophage, yes. Each Beetle is self-contained and sealed. They don't share air, fuel, or anything with Hail Mary. And each Beetle has 120 kilograms of fuel aboard. We have plenty of astrophage. Rocky waves his arms in the air. Enough to get us to my ship. Good news. Good, good, good. I wave my arms in the air too. Maybe we won't die here after all. I need to do an EVA to get Beetles. I'll be right back. I need to do an EVA to get Beetles. I'll be right back. I hop off the bunk and head to the ladder. No, Rocky says. He scares over to the partition and taps the divider. You sleep. Human no function well after no sleep. EVA dangerous. Sleep first, EVA next. I roll my eyes. Right, all right. He points back to my bunk. Sleep. Yes, Mom. Sarcasm. You sleep. I watch. You don't know him yet on Supernatural, but this is just making me think of Castiel.
I'll get there at some point.
You will get there at some point. You just gotta get to season 4. And I believe in you. You can do it.
I believe in you. You can do it. Lock in.
I'm really trying.
Lock in. You are 1, 2, 3, 4, and a half pages away from finishing your chapter, and then I can take over.
Oh, that's less than I thought. Okay, I go over that. It doesn't seem like a good idea anymore. I say into my radio. Do task. Rocky replies mercilessly. I slept well and woke up ready to face the day. I had a nice breakfast. I got some stretches in. Rocky presented me with a sealed, fully functional generator that will basically last basically forever. I installed it and got the ship's power back on without a hitch. Rocky and I chatted about the best way to use the Beatles to get back to the Blip A. Everything seemed like a good idea until just this moment. I stand in the airlock, all suited up for an EVA, looking out onto the vast nothingness of space. Planet Adrian reflects its pale green light at me, illuminating the ship. Then it drifts off out of view. I'm in darkness, but not for long, because the planet shows up again at the top of my vision 12 seconds later. The Hail Mary is spinning, a kind of a problem. The ship has little astrolabe-powered thrusters on the side to spin up and down for artificial gravity. They don't work, of course. They're full of Talmiba poo, just like everything else. So here I am on another EVA that has to deal with gravity. But instead of Adrian's gravity, the centrifugal force threatening to fling me off into the void. It's centrifugal force starting to fling me off into the void. One death is as good as another. So why is this worse than my little Adrian sampler adventure? Because this time I have to balance on the nose of the ship. One false move could lead to death. When I got to the sampler, I stayed close to the hull, keep well tethered, and had lots of handholds along the way just in case I lost my footing. But the Beetle restored the nose of the ship. The nose is oriented toward the other half of the ship, thanks to the way the centrifuge system works. And that puts the Beatles at the top of the crew compartment from the point of view of the top of the crew compartment from the point of view of the centrifugal gravity. I have to get up there, open the nose, and get the little ships out, all while hoping I don't slip. There are no tether points at the nose, so I'll have to clip onto the point lower down, which means if I fall, I'll have time to pick up a good head of steam before the tether goes taut. Will it hold? If not, the force of the centrifuge will fling me off into space and I'll become Adrian super smooth. I quadruple checked the tethers. I ran 2 of them just for safety. They're firmly anchored to a hard point in the airlock, and also my suit. I should be able to handle the force if I fall. Should. I step out, grab the top of the airlock, and pull myself upward. I'd never be able to do this with all my gear on at full gravity. The angle of the nose cone is shallow enough that I don't slide off. I check the tethers again, then crawl up the nose toward the top. Centrifuge action shoves me to the side as I go. I have to stop every couple of feet and let friction with the hull zero on my lateral motion. Status question? Making progress, I said. Good. I reach the nose. The artificial gravity is weakest here, being closest to the center of rotation. That's a nice little benefit. The universe lazily revolves around me every 25 seconds. For half the time, Adrian fills my entire view below. Then I get a few seconds of Tau Ceti's burning brightness. Then nothing. It's a little disconcerting, but not too bad. Just mildly annoying. The Beatles hatch is just where it should be. I'm going to have to be careful. I don't want to damage anything. This was all designed to be a suicide mission. They didn't care about the Hail Mary getting home. The mechanism inside has pyros to blow off this hatch. Then the Beatles will launch and find their way back to Earth. Good system, but I need this hatch to be intact. I need this hatch intact for when I go home. It's all for the aerodynamics. Yes, aerodynamics. The Hail Mary has always looked like something out of a Heinlein novel. Shiny silver, smooth hull, sharp nose cone. Why do all of that for a ship that will never have to deal with an atmosphere? Because of the interstellar medium. There's a teeny tiny amount of hydrogen and helium wandering around out there in space. It's on the order of 1 atom per cubic centimeter. But when you're traveling near the speed of light, that adds up. Not only because you're hitting a whole bunch of atoms, also because those atoms from your inertial reference frame weigh more than normal. Relativistic physics is weird. Long story short, I need the nose intact. The entire panel and pyro assembly is attached to the hull with 6 hex bolts. I pull a socket wrench from my tool belt and get to work. As soon as I unscrew the first bolt, it slides down the slope of the nose cone and falls away to the unknowable distance. Rocky, you can make screws, right? Yes, easy. Why question? I dropped one. Old screws better. How? Use hands. My hand's busy with the wrench. Use second hand. My other hand's on the hull to keep me steady. Use third hand. Home. Get Beatles. I make new screws. Okay.
Bro forgot. He only has 2 hands.
He's so sassy.
Hold screws better, brother. What do you think I'm trying to do?
I get to work on the second bolt. This time I'm very careful. I stop using the wrench halfway through and do the rest by hand. The fat fingers of the EVA suit are awful for this. It takes 10 minutes just for this one bolt. But I get it done, and most important, I don't drop it. I'm checking my pages.
2.5.
Thanks for the
Come on, girl, you got this.
I'm trying like that.
You got this. Lock in.
I'm trying.
You got this. You got this.
I put it in a pouch on my suit. Now Rocky will know what I need him to duplicate. I unscrew the next 4 bolts with a wrench and then let them fall away. I suppose we'll be in orbit around Adrian for a while, but not forever. The amount of drag we're getting up here will slow them down a bit by bit until they fall into Adrian's atmosphere and burn up. 1 bolt remains. But first, I lift up the opposite corner of the assembly enough to make a finger-width gap. I slip the tether in through the vacant bolt hole and move it to itself. Then I put the other end of the tether to my belt. Now I have 4 different tethers attached to me, and I like it that way. I look like Space Spider-Man, but who cares? I still have 2 more tethers coiled on my tool belt, ready to go, if needed. There is no such thing as too much tether. I unscrew the final bolt and the assembly slides down the nose. I let it pass me, and it holds at the end of the tether. It bounces a few times and knocks into the hull, then sways. I look into the compartment. The Beatles are right there, or are right where they're supposed to be, each in their own cubbies. The 4 little ships are identical except for the small engraved name on each bulbous little fuel bay. So it's with John, Paul, George, and Ringo, of course. Status question. Covering Beatles. I start with John. A little clamp holds it in place, but I easily force it open. Behind the probe is a compressed air cylinder with the nozzle pointed outward. And that's how they're supposed to be launched. They need to be far away from the ship before they start up their spin drives. Even an adorable little baby spin drive will vaporize anything beyond it. John comes out pretty easily. The probe is bigger than I remember, almost the size of a suitcase. And of course everything seems bigger when you're holding it with Eva with an awkward glove. Old John weighs a lot too. I don't
He's
know
just calling everything heavy at this point.
Gravity.
He's just calling everything heavy at this point.
Genuinely. I tie it off to the backup tether and reach in to get Paul. Rocky can work fast when he needs to, and he needs to. We're in a questionable orbit around Adrian. Now the computer and guidance systems are all back online. I can see the orbit. It's not pretty. The orbit is still highly elliptical. And the closest part of it is way too close to the planet. Every 90 minutes, we touch the what? I feel like I'm like having a stroke. We touch the tippy top of the atmosphere. It's barely an atmosphere at that altitude. With a few confused air molecules bouncing around. It's enough to slow us down just a teeny tiny bit. The slowdown makes us dip a little deeper into the atmosphere on the next pass. You can see where this is going. You scrape the atmosphere every 90 minutes, and I honestly don't know how many times we can get away with it. For some reason, the computer doesn't have models for oddly elliptical orbits on the planet Adrian. So yeah, Rocky's in a hurry. It takes him just 2 hours to disassemble Paul and understand how most of it works. This is no easy task. Before we passed Paul into Rocky's area of the ship, we had to make a special cooling box. The wheels have plastic parts inside them that would melt in Rocky's air. A big lump of astrophage took care of that. The astrophage may be too hot for humans to touch, but it's cool enough that plastic won't melt. And of course, it's no problem absorbing the extra heat and keeping things at 96 degrees Celsius. Paul has a lot of electronic circuitry inside. Rocky doesn't follow that too well. Radio electronics isn't nearly as advanced as Earth's. They haven't invented the transistor yet, let alone IC chips. Working with Rocky is like having the world's best engineer from 1950 on the ship with me. Seems odd that a species can invent interstellar travel before inventing a transistor. But hey, Earth invented nuclear power, television, and even did several space launches before the transistor. An hour later, he bypassed all the computer controls. He doesn't need to understand how for them to bypass them. It's just a matter of knowing what wires to directly apply voltage to. He jerry-rigged the spin drive to be activated by an audio-driven remote control. Pretty much everywhere, humans used radio for short-range digital communication. Aliens used sound. He repeats the process for Ringo and John. This time, it's much faster. There's no research effort. Finn leaves George unmodified. Oh, I thought they did Ringo and George. I thought they did Ringo and John.
Mm-hmm.
The little beetles don't have much thrust. So the more of them, I really do feel like I'm having a stroke. So the more of them we use, the better. But I have to draw a line somewhere. I want to keep one safely in reserve, unmodified, ready to fulfill its original mission. Thanks to Rocky, I might just survive a suicide mission, but there are no guarantees. The Hail Mary is in bad shape, and to say the least. Several fuel tanks are gone. There's damage and leaks all over the place. There are Talmivas sneaking around waiting to eat whatever replacement fuel Rocky gives me. I can count at least 100 ways this trip home might fail. Before I set out, I'm going to send George on his way with all my findings and send Talmiva aboard. I would much rather have kept 2 in reserve, but we need 3 beetles to be able to vector the thrust so we can angle the ship whatever direction we need. Rocky passes the 3 modified beetles to the dormitory airlock to my side. You mount on hull, aim 45 degrees out away from center line of ship. Understand, I said. Another Eva on a spinning ship. Yay! What else can I do? You can't zero the rotation without thrust. I do the Eva. The only hard part is getting to the right place. The airlock is near the nose, and I need to mount the beetles on the rear section. And the ship is currently divided in 2 halves, connected by nothing but 5 cables. The designers of the Hail Mary thought of this. There are loops all along the cables that you can attach tether to. I'm getting better at the extremely odd skill set of the Evas in non-zero gravity. And unlike my death dance at the nose of the ship, the rear has a lot of handles. My throat is so dry.
You got this. You're so close. You're literally
I know.
2 pages.
I know. Mounting the beetles is easy enough. I attach them to handles on the hull to immobilize them while Rocky's xenonite glue sets and makes a permanent bond. In the end, I have John, Paul, and Ringo evenly spaced in a ring around the hull, each one angled at their engine point 45 degrees away from the long axis of the ship. Beetle set, I say to my radio, inspecting damaged area. Good, Rocky replies. I make my way to the spot that was ruined by the fuel tank rupture. There isn't much to see. I jettison the back tanks at the time. A rectangle of missing hull plates shows an opening where the tanks once were. The area surrounding the hull tells a tale of trauma. Black scorch marks mar the otherwise shiny hull plates. There was clear and ominous warping on 2 of the neighboring panels. Some panels are bent, some have burn marks. Not too bad. Good news. Burn marks are odd, don't you think? Why burn marks? Much heat. Yeah, but no oxygen. It's a space headed to burn. Theory. Many astrophage in tanks. Some probably dead, Dead astrophage have water. Dead astrophage not immune to heat. Water and much heat become hydrogen and oxygen. Oxygen and heat and hull become burn marks. Yeah, I say good theory.
He's becoming Science Iridian.
He is. Think. I get back across the ship. I get back across the space road bridge that is cabling, and inside the airlock without incident. Rocky waits for me in his ceiling bulb in the control room. All is well? Question? Yes, essay. Controls for John, Paul, and Endor. He holds identical control boxes in 3 of his hands. Each has a wire leading to a wall-mounted speaker microphone attached to the hull. He taps a readout box with the 4th hand. Communication established. All Beetles functioning ready. I strap myself to the command chair. The next bit is going to be uncomfortable. We put the Beetles at 45-degree angles from the ship's center line, so we can use them to angle the ship as needed. It also lets us control the ship's rotation, but we can only use the Beetles when the ship is in one piece. So first I have to pull the halves together. Conservation of rotational inertia being what it is, that means the ship is going to spin really fast. In fact, it will spin exactly as fast as it was when Rocky was trying to save me last. We haven't gained or lost any inertia at the time. I bring up the centrifuge panel on the main control screen. Well, it's just above the original main screen. The main screen got wrecked in the Adrian adventure, but this one's good enough. Are you ready? Yes. The G-forces will be strong. I say easy for you, but hard for me. I might fall unconscious. Unhealthy for human? Question mark? Or question? Caution and question mark. There's a hint of quaver at the end. A little unhealthy. If I pass out, don't worry. Just get the ship stable. I'll wake up when we stop spinning. Understand. Rocky holds the 3 consoles at the ready. Okay, here goes. I'll put the centrifuge into manual mode and bypass 3 warning dialogues first. First I rotate the crew compartment 180 degrees, just like I did last time. I take it slow, but unlike last time, I have everything battened down. So as the world turns around and gravity changes direction, the lab and dormitory aren't thrown into disarray. Now I feel half a G pushing me toward the control panel. The nose is facing away from the rest of the ship again. I order all 4 spools. All four spools spool in without regard to ship rotation rate. The icons on the ship show the contraction as ordered, and the force of my body into the restraints increases. After just 10 seconds, the forces are at 6 Gs, and I can barely breathe. I gasp and squirm. You are not healthy, Rocky squeaks. Undo this. We make new plan. I can't speak, so I shake my head. I feel the skin on my face stretch away from my cheeks. I almost look like a monster right now. From periphery, my vision fades to black. This must be the tunnel vision I've heard about. It's a good name. The tunnel gets dimmer and dimmer until eventually it's all black. I wake up moments later. At least I think it's moments later. My arms float freely, and only my restraints keep me from drifting out of my chair. Grace, you are okay? Question. I rub my eyes. My vision's blurry, and I'm still groggy. Yeah. Status. Rotation rate is 0. He says, Beetles hard to control. Correction. Beetles easy to control. Ship powered by Beetles hard to control. You got it done, though. Good job. Thank. I release my restraints and stretch out. Nothing seems to be broken or wounded other than my burned arm from before. It actually feels great to be back in 0G. I'm achy everywhere as a rule. Lots of physical labor, and I'm still recovering from injuries. Getting that pesky gravity out of the way puts less stress on my body. I cycle through screens and monitors. All systems are okay. At least nothing's damaged further than before. Good. What is the next action? Question. Now I do math. A whole lot of math. I have to calculate the thrust duration angle to get us back to your ship, using the Beetles as engines. Good.
And you're free.
I'm free.
You did it. 6. All right. Do you think you could stay awake while I read my 3?
I will certainly try.
At this point, stand up and walk around your room while you read. Stay awake with me, girl.
I think I should be fine.
All right. Okay, chapter 23. I came to the meeting on time. At least I thought I did. The email said 12:30, but when I got there, everyone was already seated and silent, and they were all staring at me. For the time being, we had a media blackout about the accident. The whole world was watching this project. Their only hope for salvation. The last thing we needed was for people to know the primary and backup science specialists were dead. Say what you will about the Russians, they know how to keep a secret. All of Baikonur was on lockdown. In the meeting room, a simple trailer that the Russians had supplied had a great view of the launch pad. I could see the Soyuz through the window, old technology to be sure, but easily the most reliable launch system ever made. Straught and I hadn't spoken since the night of the explosion. She suddenly had to head up an ad hoc disaster inquiry. I couldn't wait until later. If the accident was caused by some procedure or equipment that was going to be on the mission, we needed to know. I wanted to be involved, but she wouldn't let me. Someone had to keep dealing with various minor Hail Mary issues being reported by the ESA team. Straught stared right at me. Dmitri fiddled with some papers, probably designed for a spin drive improvement. Dr. Loken, the fiery Norwegian who designed the centrifuge, drummed her fingers on the table. Dr. Lamai wore her lab coat as always. Her team had perfected a fully automated medical robot, and she'd probably be in line for a Nobel Prize someday, if Earth lived that long. Even Steve Hatch, the crazy Canadian who invented the beetle probes, was present. He, at least, didn't look awkward. He just typed away on a calculator. He didn't have any papers in front of him, just the calculator. Also present were Commander Yao and Engineer Ilyukina. Yao looked dire as ever, and Ilyukina had no drink in her hand. Uh-oh. Am I late, I asked. No, you're just in time, Straught said. Have a seat. I sat in the only empty chair. We think we know what happened to the research center, Straught began. The whole building is gone, but all their records were electronic and stored on a server that handles all of Baikonur. Fortunately, that server is in the ground control building. Also, Dubois, being Dubois, kept meticulous notes. She pulled out a paper. According to his digital diary, this plan for yesterday was to test an extremely rare failure case that could happen in an astrophage power generator. Ilyukina shook her head. Should have been me testing this. I am responsible for ship maintenance. Dubois should have asked me. What was he testing exactly? I asked. Logan cleared her throat. 1 month ago, JAXA discovered a possible failure state for the generator. It uses astrophage to make heat, which in return powers a small turbine with state change material. Old, reliable technology. It runs on a tiny amount of astrophage, just 20 individual cells at a time. That seems pretty safe, I said. It is, but if the moderator system on the generator's pump fails, and there's an unusual dense clump of astrophage in the fuel line right at that moment, up to 1 nanogram of astrophage could be put into the reaction chamber. What would that do? Nothing, because the generator also controls the amount of IR light shined on the astrophage. If the chamber temperature gets too high, the IR lights turn off to let astrophage calm down. Safe backup system, but there is a possible edge case, extremely unlikely, that a short in this system could make the IR lights turn on at full power and bypass the temperature safety interlock entirely. Dubois wanted to test this very, very unlikely scenario. So what did he do? Logan paused and bit her lip, and her lip wobbled a bit. She steeled herself and pressed on. He got a replica generator, one of the ones we use for ground testing. He modified the feed pump and the IR lights to force that crazy edge case to happen. He wanted to activate an entire nanogram of astrophage at once and see how it damaged the generator. Wait, I said. 1 nanogram isn't enough to blow up a building. At worst, it could melt a little bit of metal. Yeah, said Logan. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. So you know how we store tiny quantities of astrophage, right? Sure, I said, in little plastic containers suspended in propylene glycol. She nodded. When Dubois requisitioned 1 nanogram of astrophage from the research center's quartermaster, they gave him 1 milligram by mistake. And since the containers are the same and the quantities are so small, he and Shapiro had no way of knowing. Oh God, I rub my eyes. That's literally a million times the heat energy released than they were expecting. It vaporized the building and everyone in it. God. Straught shuffled her papers. The simple truth is this: we just don't have the procedures or experience to manage astrophage safely. If you asked for a firecracker and someone gave you a truck full of plastic explosive, you'd know something was wrong. But the difference between a nanogram and a milligram? Humans just can't tell. We were all silent for a moment. She was right. We'd been playing around with Hiroshima bomb levels of energy like it was nothing. In any other scenario, it would have been madness, but we didn't have a choice. So, are we going to delay the launch? I asked. No, we've talked it over and we all agree. We can't delay the Hail Mary's departure. It's assembled, tested, fueled, and ready to go. It is the orbit, Dimitri said. It is the tight orbit at 51.6 degrees inclination so Cape Canaveral and Baikonur can get at it easily. But it's also in shallow orbit, which is decaying. If it does not set out within the next 3 weeks, we have to send an entire mission up just to reboost it to higher orbit. The Hail Mary will leave on schedule, says Straught. 5 days from now. The crew will have 2 days of pre-flight checks, so that means the Soyuz has to launch in 3 days. Okay, I said. What about the science expert? I'm sure we have hundreds of volunteers all over the world. We can give the selectee a crash course in the science they'll need to know. The decision has been made, Straught said. Really, the decision made itself. There's no time to train a specialist in everything they need to know. There's just too much information and research to learn. Even the most brilliant scientists wouldn't be able to glean all of it in just 3 days. And remember, only about 1 in 7,000 people have the gene combination to be coma resistant. Right around then, I got a sinking feeling. I think I see where this is going. As I'm sure you know by now, your tests came back positive. You are that 1 in 7,000. Wait, welcome to the crew, Ilyakina said. Wait, no. I shook my head. This is insane. Sure, I'm up to speed on astrophage, but I don't know anything about being an astronaut. We will train you as we go. Yao spoke quietly, but with confidence. And we will do the hard tasks. You will be utilized only for science. I just mean, come on, there has to be someone else. I looked distraught. What about Yao's backup or Ilyakina's? They're not biologists, said Straught. They're incredibly skilled people with nose to tail expertise on the Hail Mary, its operations, and how to repair damage. But we can't train someone in all that cellular biology they need to know in the time we have. It would be like asking the world's best structural engineer to do brain surgery. It's just not their field. What about other candidates on the list? The ones that didn't make the original cut. There's no one as qualified as you. Frankly, we're lucky beyond our wildest dreams, that you happen to be coma resistant. Do you think I kept you on the project for so long because I needed a junior high school teacher around? Oh, I said. You know how the ship works, Straught continued. You know the science behind astrophage. You know how to use an EVA suit and all the specialized gear. You've been present for every major scientific or strategic discussion we've had about the ship and its mission. I made sure of it. You have the genes we need, so I made damn sure that you had the skills we need. God knows I didn't want it to come to this, but here we are. You've been a tertiary science specialist all along. No, that can't be right, I said. There's got to be other people, much more talented scientists, and people who actually want to go. You must have made a list, right? Who's the next candidate after me? Straught picked up a piece of paper in front of her. Andrea Casares, a distillery worker from Paraguay. She's coma-resistant and holds a bachelor's degree in chemistry with a minor in cellular biology, and she volunteered for the mission back during the first call with the astronauts. Sounds great, I said. Let's give her a call. But you had years of direct training, and you know the ship and the mission inside and out, and you're a world-leading expert on astrophage. We'd only have a few days to get Casares up to speed. You know how I operate, Dr. Grace. More than anyone else, I want to give Hail Mary every possible advantage. And right now, that's you. I look down at the table, but I don't want to die. Nobody does, said Straught. It must be your decision, said Yao. I will not have someone on my crew who is there against their will. You must come of your own volition, and if you refuse, we will bring Miss Casares and do our best to train her up. But I urge you to say yes.
Billions of lives are on the line. Our lives matter little when compared against such a tragedy. I put my head in my hands. The tears started to come. Why did this have to happen to me? Can I think about it? Yes, Strat said, but not for very long. If you say no, we have to get Caceres here in a hurry. I want your answer by 5 p.m. tonight. I stood and shuffled out of the room. I don't think I even said goodbye. It's a dark, depressing feeling to have all your closest colleagues get together and decide you should die. I checked my watch. 12:38 p.m. I had 4.5 hours to decide. That's so sad. Kaylee?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you were silent for a second, and I was concerned. That's so freaking sad.
It really is.
He barely got a choice.
They went, no, you're gonna go die.
Yeah. The spin drives of the Hail Mary are incredibly overpowered for its current mass. When we left Earth, the ship weighed 2.1 million kilograms, most of it being fuel. Now the ship only weighs 120,000 kilograms, about 1/20th its departure weight. Thanks to the Hail Mary's relatively low mass, that the scrappy little beetles are able to collectively give me 1.5 Gs of thrust, except that the ship wasn't designed to have a bunch of thrust coming in at 45-degree angle force, pushing arbitrary EVA handles on the hull. If we fire up the beetles at full power, they'll just rip free of the handles and ride off into the tow set. Rocky was mindful of that when he zeroed out our rotation. Now we have that under control, and I can do EVAs in 0G like God intended. I 3D print a model of the Hail Mary's internal skeleton and give it to Rocky for his perusal. In under an hour, he not only has a solution, but has fabricated the Xenonite struts to implement it. So I do another EVA. I add the Xenonite supports to the beetles. For once, everything goes according to plan. Rocky assures me that the ship can now handle full thrust from the beetles, and I don't doubt him for a second. The guy knows engineering. I type up in a bunch of calculators into a complicated Excel spreadsheet that's probably got errors in it somewhere. It takes me 6 hours to put together. I finally come up with what I think is the right answer. At least, it should put us close enough that we can see the blip A, and we can fine-tune our vectors from there. Ready? I say from the pilot seat. Ready, Rocky says in his bulb. He holds the 3 control boxes in his hands. Okay, John and Paul to 4.5%. John and Paul, 4.5%. Confirmed, he says. Sure, Rocky could have made controls for me to use, but this is better. I have to watch the screen closely and pay attention to our vectors. Best to have someone give their full attention to the beetles. Besides, Rocky's a ship's engineer. Who better to run our makeshift engines? John and Paul to 0. Ringo to 1.1%, I say. John and Paul 0. Ringo 1.1. We make numerous tweaks to the thrust vectors, bit by bit, to angle the ship roughly the direction I want. We finally achieve what I hope is the right direction. Here goes nothing, I say. All ahead full. John, Paul, Ringo, 100%. I'm thrown back into my seat as the ship lurches forward, with 1.5 Gs of gravity taking over as we accelerate in a straight line, maybe, toward the blip A, hopefully. Maintain thrust for 3 hours, I say. 3 hours. I watch engines. You relax. Thanks, but no time for rest. Want to use gravity while I can. I stay here. Tell me how experiments go. Will do. I'm shooting for another 11-day transfer. It takes 130 kilograms of fuel to make that happen, about a quarter of what the Beatles have aboard, if you include George, who is sitting on the lab table full of astrophage. That should give us enough left to cover left over to correct whatever idiotic mistakes I made in my trajectory math. We'll get up to cruising speed in 3 hours. Then we'll coast for most of 11 days. I don't want to deal with spinning up or spinning down the centrifuge. Yes, it can be done. Rocky proved it when he zeroed us out before, but it was a delicate process with lots of guesses and opportunities for spinning out of control, or worse, getting the cables tangled up. So for the next 3 hours, I have 1.5 Gs to work with. After that, it'll be 0 G for a while. Time to hit the lab.
I climbed down the ladder. My arm hurts, but less than it has. I've been changing the bandages every day. Or rather, Dr. Lai's medical marvel machine has been doing it. There's definitely scarring all over the skin. I'm going to have an ugly arm and shoulder for the rest of my life. But I think the deep layers of skin must have survived. If they hadn't, I probably would have died of gangrene by now. Or Lamai's machine would have amputated my arm when I wasn't looking. It's been a while since I had to deal with 1.5 Gs. My legs don't approve, but I'm used to this sort of complaint at this point. I walk to the main lab table where the Talmiba experiments are still in progress. Every part of them is firmly mounted to the table, just in case we have more unexpected adventures in acceleration. Of course, it's not like I'm short on Talmiba. I have a bunch of them where my fuel used to be. I checked the Venus experiment first. The cooling mechanism whirs slightly, keeping the inside temperature correct for Venus's extreme upper atmosphere. I originally intended to let the Taumiba in there incubate for only an hour, but then the lights turned off and we had other priorities. So now it's been 4 days. If nothing else, they've had plenty of time to do their thing. I gulp. This is an important moment. The small glass slide inside has a one-cell thick layer of astrophage. The Taumiba are alive and dining on astrophage. Light will be able to get through. The more light I see through that slide, the fewer astrophage are still alive on it. I steel myself, take a deep breath, and look inside. Jet black. My breathing becomes unsteady. I fish a flashlight out of my pocket and shine it from behind. No light gets through at all. My heart sinks. I sidestep over to the three-world Talmiba experiment. I take a look at the slide in there and see the same thing. Completely black. Talmiba can't survive Venus or three-world environment, or at the very least, they aren't eating. The pit of my stomach feels like it's going to melt. So close. We were so close. We have the answer right here. Talmiba, a natural predator to the thing that's ruining our world. And it's hardy, too. It can survive and thrive in my fuel tanks, obviously, but not in Venus or Three Worlds air. Why the heck not? What you see? Question. Rocky asks. Failure, I say. Both experiments. The Talmiba are all dead. I hear Rocky punch the wall. Anger. All this work, all of it for nothing. Nothing. I slam my fist to the table. I gave up so much for this. I sacrificed so much. I hear Rocky's carapace clunk to the ground in his bulb, a sign of deep depression. We're both quiet for a while. Rocky slumped in his bulb and me with my face buried in my hands. Finally, I hear a scrape. It's Rocky pulling his carapace off the floor. We work more, he says. We no give up. We work hard. We are brave. Yeah, I guess so. I'm not the right guy for this job. I'm a last-second replacement because the actually qualified people blew up. But I'm here. I may not have all the answers, but I'm here. I must have volunteered, believing at the time that it was a suicide mission. It doesn't help Earth, but it's something. Straut's trailer was twice the size of mine. Privileges of rank, I suppose. Though to be fair, she needed the space. She sat at a large table covered in papers. I could see at least 6 different languages and 4 different alphabets on the paperwork before her, but she didn't seem to have a problem with any of them. A Russian soldier stood in one corner of the room. Not exactly at attention, but not relaxed either. There was a chair next to him, but he'd apparently elected to stand. Hello, Dr. Grace, Straut said without looking up. She pointed to the soldier. That's Private Mechnikov. Even though we know the explosion was an accident, the Russians aren't taking any chances. I looked to the soldier. So he's here to make sure imaginary terrorists don't kill you? Something like that. She looked up. So, it's 5 o'clock. Have you made your decision? Are you going to be the Hail Mary science specialist? I sat opposite her. I couldn't meet her gaze. No. She scowled at me. I see. It's, the kids. I should stay here for the kids. I squirmed in my seat. Even if the Hail Mary finds the answer, we're going to have almost 30 years of misery. Uh-huh, she said. And, I'm a teacher. I should teach. We need to raise a strong, solid generation of survivors. Right now we're soft. You, me, the whole Western world. We're the result of growing up in unprecedented comfort and stability. It's the kids of today that'll have to make the world of tomorrow work, and they're going to inherit a mess. I can really do a lot more by prepping kids for the world That's to come. I should stay here on Earth where I'm needed. On Earth, she repeated. Where you're needed. Yeah, as opposed to on the Hail Mary, where you could be instrumental in solving the entire problem because you're trained for the task. It's not like that, I said. I mean, it's a little like that. But look, I'm not good on a crew. I'm not some intrepid explorer. Oh, I know, she said. She clenched her fist and looked to the side for a moment, then back to me with a burning gaze I'd never seen before. Dr. Grace, you're a coward and you're full of shit. I winced. If you really cared so much about the children, you'd get on that ship without hesitation. You could save billions of them from the apocalypse instead of preparing hundreds of them for it. I shook my head. It's not about that. Do you think I don't know you, Dr. Grace? She yelled. You're a coward and you always have been. You abandoned a promising scientific career because people didn't like a paper you wrote. You retreated to the safety of children who worship you for being the cool teacher. You don't have a romantic partner in your life because that would mean you might suffer heartbreak. You avoid risk like the plague. I stood up. Okay, it's true. I'm afraid. I don't want to die. I worked my ass off on this project and I deserve to live. I'm not going, and that's final. Get the next person on the list. That Paraguayan chemist. She wants to go. She slammed her fist on the table. I don't care who wants to go. I care who's most qualified. Dr. Grace, I'm sorry, but you were going on that mission. I know you're afraid. I know you don't want to die, but you're going. You're out of your darn mind. I'm leaving now. I turned to the door. Mechnikov, she shouted. The soldier deftly stepped between me and the door. I turned back to her. You have got to be kidding me. It would have been easier if you just said yes. What's your plan? I jerked a thumb at the soldier. Hold me at gunpoint for 4 years during the trip? You'll be in a coma during the trip. I tried to dart past Mechnikov, but he stopped me with arms of iron. He wasn't rough about it. He was just monumentally stronger than I was. He held me by my shoulders and faced me toward Strahd. This is crazy, I yelled. Yeah, we'll never go for this. He specifically said he doesn't want anyone on this ship against their will. Yeah, that was a curveball. He is annoyingly honorable, Strahd said. She picked up a checklist that she'd written in Dutch. First short, be held in a cell for the next few days until the launch. You'll have no communication with anyone. Right before launch, you'll be given a very strong sedative to knock you out and will load you into the Soyuz. Don't you think Yao will be a little suspicious about that? I'll explain to Commander Yao and Specialist Ilyakina that, due to limited astronaut training, you were worried that you'd panic during the launch, so you elected to be unconscious for it. Once aboard the Hail Mary, Yao and Ilyakina will secure you into your medical bed and start your coma procedure. They'll take care of the pre-launch prep from there. You'll wake up at Tau Ceti. The first seeds of panic start to grow. This lunacy might actually work. No, you can't do that. I won't do it. This is insane. She rubbed her eyes. Believe it or not, Dr. Grace, I kind of like you. I don't respect you very much, but I do think you're a fundamentally good man. Easy for you to say when you're not the one being murdered. You're murdering me. Tears rolled down my face. I don't want to die. Don't send me off to die, please. She looked pained. I don't like this any more than you do, Dr. Grace. If it's any consolation, you'll be hailed as a hero. If Earth survives this, there will be statues of you all over the place. I won't do it, I choked on bile. I'll sabotage the mission. You kill me? Fine. I'll kill your mission. I'll scuttle the ship. She shook her head. No, you won't. That's a bluff. Like I said, you're fundamentally a good man. When you wake up, you'll be good and angry. I'm sure Yao and Ilyakina will be pretty mad about what I did to you two. But in the end, you three will be out there and you'll do your job. Because humanity depends on it. I'm 99% sure you'll do the right thing. Try me, I screamed. Go on, try me. See what happens. But I can't rely on 99%, can I? She glanced at her paper again. I always assumed that American CIA would have the best interrogation drugs. But did you know it's actually the French? It's true. The DGSC has perfected a drug that causes retrograde amnesia that lasts for long periods of time. Not just hours or days, but weeks. They use it during various anti-terror operations. It can be handy for a suspect who forgot he was ever interrogated. I stared at her in horror. My throat hurt from yelling. Your med bed will give you a nice dose of it before you wake up. You and your crewmates will just assume it's a side effect of the coma. Yao and Ilyukina will explain the mission to you, and you'll roll right into getting to work. The French assure me that the drug doesn't erase trained skills, languages, or anything like that. By the time your amnesia wears off, you guys might have already sent the beetles back. And if not, my guess is you'll be far too invested in the project to give up. She nodded to Mechnikov. He dragged me out the door, and Frog walked me down the path. I craned my back toward the door and screamed, "You can't do this." "Just think of the kids, Grace," she said from the doorway. "All those kids you'll be saving. Think of them." What? The actual hell. What the actual hell? I hate her.
I hate her so much.
That's insane.
Please tell me she gets taken out.
Please. I mean, I'm assuming he's going to make it back. So please tell me that he sticks it to her. Or something. I need something. Send Rocky after her. You know what? Tell Rocky what she did to you. He'll get her.
And he will.
I mean, all it really takes is him to either just put his environment on her or just, touch her. He hot. He's a toasty fella. Roast her. I'm so sad. I'm so sad.
It's so infuriating.
Oh, okay. I see how it is. I'm not some intrepid explorer who nobly sacrificed his life to save Earth. I'm a terrified man who had to be literally dragged, kicking and screaming, onto the mission. I'm a coward. All that came to me in a flash. I sit on the stool and stare at the lab table. I went from nearly hysterical to this. This is worse. I'm numb. I'm a coward. I've known for a while that I'm not the best hope for saving mankind. I'm just a guy with the genes to survive a coma. I made my peace with that a while ago. But I didn't know I was a coward. I remember the emotions. I remember that feeling of panic. I remember it all now. Sheer, unadulterated terror. Not for Earth or humanity or the children. For myself. Utter panic. "Gosh damn you, Strat," I mumble. What ticks me off the most is that she was right. Her plan worked perfectly. I got my memory back, and now I'm so committed to the mission, I'm still going to give it my all. Plus, come on, of course I was going to give it my all. What else would I do? Let 7 billion people die to spite Strat? Yes. That's what I would do. I'm gonna be so for real. At some point, Rocky came through his tunnel to the lab. I don't know how long he's been there. He didn't have to come. He could see everything going on from the control room with his sonar sense. Still, there he is. "You are very sad," he says. "Yeah. I am sad also, but we not be sad for long. You are scientist, I am engineer. Together we solve." I throw up my arms in frustration. How? He clicked along the tunnel to the closest point above me. "Talmiba eat all your fuel. Therefore, Talmiba survive and breed in fuel tank environment. So, most life can live outside its air. I die if not in arid air. You die if not in earth air. But Talmibas survive when not in Adrian air. Talmiba stronger than arid life, stronger than earth life." I craned my neck to look up at him. True, and astrophage are also pretty tough. They can live in vacuum and on the surface of stars. He clapped two claws together. Yes, astrophage and Talmiba from same biosphere. Probably evolved from same common ancestor. Adrian life is very strong. I sit up. Yeah, okay. You have idea already. Not question. I know you. You have idea already. Tell idea. Well, I sigh. Well, Venus 3 World and Adrian all have a bunch of carbon dioxide. The astrophage breeding zone in all three is where pressure is 0.02 atmospheres. So maybe I'll start with a chamber full of pure carbon dioxide at 0.02 atmospheres and see if Talmibas survive that. Then add in more gases one at a time to see what the problem is. Understand, says Rocky. I get to my feet and dust off my jumpsuit. I need you to make me a test chamber. Clear xenonite with valves so I can let air in and out. Also, I need to be able to set temperature to minus 100 degrees Celsius, minus 50 degrees Celsius, or minus 82 degrees Celsius. I could use my own equipment, but why not take advantage of the superior material and craftsmanship? Yes, yes, I make now. We are team. We fix this. No be sad. No be sad. He just wants his friend to be happy.
I love Rocky.
He skitters down the tunnel toward the dormitory. I check my watch. The main thrust ends in 34 minutes. After that's done, let's use the beetles to put ourselves in centrifuge mode. Rocky pauses. Dangerous. Yeah, I know, but we need gravity for the lab, and I don't want to wait 11 days. I want to make good use of time. Beetles arrange for thrust, not rotation. It's true. Our propulsion right now is, to say the least, rudimentary. We don't have servos or gimbals or to vector our thrust. We're like a 16th century nautical ship, but we're using beetles for sails. Actually, scratch that. The nautical ship could at least control the angle of their sails. We're more like a paddle wheel boat with a broken rudder. It's not all bad, though. We have some slight attitude control by deciding how much each engine thrusts. It's how Rocky zeroed out our rotation before. It's worth the risk. He skitters back up the tunnel to face me. Ship will rotate off axis. No can unspool centrifuge cables. Would tangle. We'll create the needed rotation first, then shut off beetles, then unspool cables. He draws back. If ship not unspooled, force is too much for human. That does present a problem. I want 1 g of gravity for the lab when the ship is fully unspooled in 2 halves. To get that much rotational inertia with the ship in one piece means spinning it very fast. Last time we did that, I passed out in the control room and Rocky almost died saving me. Okay, I say, how about this? I'll lay down in the storage room under the dormitory. That's the closest to the center of the ship I can get. The force will be smallest there. I'll be okay. How you operate centrifuge controls from storage room? Question. I'll bring the lab's control screen down there with me. I'll run data and power extension cables from the lab to the storage room. Yeah, that should work. What if you're unconscious and no can operate controls? Question. Then you cancel the rotation and I'll wake up. He shimmies back and forth. Alternate plan. Wait 11 days. Get to my ship. Clean out you ship full fuel tanks. Sterilize. Make sure no Talmiba. Refill with fuel for my ship. Then can use all functions of you ship again. I shake my head. I don't want to wait 11 days. I want to work now. Why question? Why no wait question? He's completely right, of course. I'm risking my life and maybe the structural integrity of the Hail Mary, but I can't just sit around for 11 days when there's so much work to do. How do you explain impatience to someone who lives 700 years? Human thing, I say. Understand. No, not actually understand, but understand. The spin went up as planned. Rocky selected Ringo to do the spinning work, leaving John and Paul offline. George is safely aboard the ship in case I need him. The G-forces during the spin up were rough, I won't lie, but I stayed awake long enough to manually deal with the centrifuge steps. I'm getting pretty good at it now. Since then, it's been a nice level 1 G. Yeah, it's impatient and a little risky, but thanks to that, I've had 7 days of hardcore science since then. Rocky delivered on the testing apparatus as promised. As always, everything worked flawlessly. Instead of a small, annoying glass vacuum chamber, I had something resembling a large fish tank. Xena Knight doesn't care if there's a bunch of air pressure on a large flat panel. Bring it on, says Xena Knight. I have, shall we say, an inexhaustible supply of Talmiba. The Hail Mary is currently the Talmiba party bus. All I have to do is open the fuel line to get that used to lead to the generator when I want more. Hey, Rocky, I call out from the lab. Watch me pull a Talmiba out of a hat. Rocky climbs up his tunnel into the control room. I assume that is Earth idiom. Yeah, Earth has entertainment called television, and do not explain, please. You have findings. Question? Just as well. It would take a long time to explain cartoons to an alien. I have some results. Good. He hunkers down into a comfortable sitting position. Tell findings. He tries to hide it, but his voice is just a touch higher in pitch than normal. I gesture to the lab apparatus. This functions perfectly, by the way. Tell about findings. My first experiment was Adrian's environment. I added Talmiba and a slide covered an astrophage. The Talmiba survived and ate it all. No surprise there. No surprise, is their native environment, but Prue's equipment works. Exactly. I did more tests to learn Talmiba's limits. In Adrian air, they can live from minus 180 degrees Celsius to 107 degrees Celsius. Outside that range, they die. Impressive range. Yes. Also, they can survive in a near vacuum, like your fuel tanks. Yeah, but not a total vacuum, I frown. They need carbon dioxide, at least a little bit of it. I made an Adrian environment, but put argon in instead of carbon dioxide. The Talmiba didn't eat anything. They stayed dormant. Eventually, they starved to death. Expected, he says. Astrophage need carbon dioxide. Talmiba from same ecology. Talmiba also need carbon dioxide. How they get carbon dioxide in fuel tanks question. I had the same question, I say. So I did a spectrograph of my fuel-based sludge. There's a bunch of CO2 gas dissolved into the liquid. Astrophage probably have carbon dioxide inside, or decomposition creates carbon dioxide. Some percentage died in fuel tanks over time. Not all cells are perfect. Defects, mutations, some die. Those dead astrophage could put carbon dioxide in tanks. Agreed. Good findings, he says. He starts climbing back down. Wait, I have more, much more. He stops. More? Question? Good. I lean against my lab table and pat the tank. I made Venus in the tank, but not quite Venus. Venus's air is 96.5% carbon dioxide and 3.5% nitrogen. I started with just the carbon dioxide. The Talmiba were fine. Then I added the nitrogen, and the Talmiba all died. He raises his carapace. All die question? Sun question? Yes, I say, in seconds, all day. All dead. Nitrogen. Unexpected. Yeah, very unexpected, I say. I repeated experiments with 3 worlds air. Carbon dioxide only. The Talmiba were fine. I added in the sulfur dioxide. The Talmiba were fine. I added the nitrogen. Boom. All the Talmiba are dead. He taps a claw absently on the tunnel wall. Very, very unexpected. Nitrogen harmless to arid life. Nitrogen required by many arid life. Same with Earth, I say. Earth's air is 78% nitrogen. Confusing, he says. He's not alone. I'm just as baffled as he is. We're both thinking the same thing. If all life evolved from a single source, how can nitrogen be critical to 2 biospheres and toxic to a third? Nitrogen is utterly harmless and nearly inert in its gaseous state. It's usually content to be N2, which barely wants to react with anything. Human bodies ignore the stuff despite every breath being 78% nitrogen. As for arid, their atmosphere is mostly ammonia, a nitrogen compound. How could a panspermia event ever seed Earth an arid, 2 nitrogen-riddled planet if a tiny amount of estrogen kills that life? Well, the answer to that is easy. Whatever the life form was that caused the panspermia, it didn't have a problem with nitrogen. Talmiba, which evolved later, does. Rocky's carapace sinks. Situation bad. 3 world air is 8% nitrogen. I sit on the lab stool and cross my arms. Venus air is 3.5% nitrogen. Same problem. He sinks farther and his voice drops an octave. Hopeless. Cannot change 3 world air. Cannot change Venus air. Cannot change Talmiba. Hopeless. Well, I say we can't change 3 world or Venus's air, but maybe we can change Talmiba. How? Question. I grab my tablet from the workbench and scroll through my notes about Iridian physiology. Do Iridians have diseases, sicknesses inside your bodies? Some. Very, very bad. How does your body kill diseases? Iridian body is closed, he explains. Only opening happen when eat or lay egg. Often, after opening seals, area inside made very hot inside with hot blood for a long time. Kill any diseases. Disease can only get into body through wound. Then is very bad. Body shut down infected area. Heat with hot blood to kill disease. If disease fast, Iridian die. No immune system at all. Just heat. Well, why not? The hot circulatory system of an Iridian boils water to make the muscles move.
Why not use it to cook and sterilize incoming food too? And with heavy oxides, basically rocks, as skin, they don't get many cuts or abrasions. Even their lungs don't exchange material with the outside. If any pathogens do get in, the body seals the area off and boils it. An Iridian body is a nearly impenetrable fortress. Must be nice. Oh, you sick? Burn it. Are you still with me?
Oh, yeah. I didn't realize you were talking to me.
Are you retaining anything? How you doing in there?
Yeah, I'm retaining.
Okay.
My eyes are very, very heavy.
Stand up and walk around while you read.
I don't think I can because my floorboards creak.
Oh,
And it will exit.
well, darn. Anyways, but a human body is more like a borderless police state. Humans are very different, I say. We get diseases all the time. We have very powerful immune systems. Well, some of us do. Also, we find cures for diseases in nature. The word is antibiotics. Now understand, he says. Cures for diseases in nature? Question? How? Question. Other life on Earth evolved defenses against the same diseases. They emit chemicals that kill the disease without harming other cells. Humans eat those chemicals and they kill disease, but not our human cells. Amaze. Arid know have this. It's not a perfect system, though, I say. Antibiotics work well at first, but then over the years they become less and less efficient or effective. Eventually, they barely work at all. Why? Question. Diseases change. Antibiotics kill almost all the disease in the body, but some survive. By using antibiotics, humans are accidentally teaching diseases how to survive those antibiotics. Ah, Rocky says. He raises his carapace a tad. Disease evolves defense against chemical that kills it. Yes, I say. I point to the tank. Now think of Talmoeba as disease. Think of nitrogen as antibiotic. He pauses, then races his carapace back to its proper location. Understand. Make environment barely deadly. Breed Talmoeba that survive. Make more deadly. Breed survivors. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Yes, I say. We don't need to understand why or how nitrogen kills Talmoeba. We just need to breed nitrogen-resistant Talmoeba. Yes, he says. Good. I slap the top of the tank. Make me 10 of these, but smaller. Also, provide a way for me to get Talmoeba samples without interrupting the experiment. Make a very accurate gas injection system. I need exact control over the nitrogen quantity in the tank. Yes, I make now. He skitters down to the dormitory. I check the results of the spectrograph and shake my head. No good. Complete failure. Uh-oh. Sad, Rocky says. I put my chin in my hands. Maybe I can filter out the toxins. Maybe you can concentrate on Talmoeba. There's a special warble that Rocky does when he's being snarky. That warble is especially present right now. They're coming along fine. I glance over to the Talmoeba processing tank arrayed along one side of the lab. Nothing to do but wait. We've had good results. They're already up to 0.01% nitrogen and surviving. The next generation might be able to go as high as 0.015. This is a waste of time, also a waste of my food. I need to know if I can eat your food. Eat your own food. I've only got a few months of real food left. You have enough aboard your ship to feed a crew of 23 Iridians for years. Arid life and Earth life use the same proteins. Maybe I can eat your food. Why you say real food? Question. What is non-real food? Question. I checked the readout again. Why does Iridian food have so many heavy metals in it? Real food is food that tastes good. Food that's fun to eat. You have non-fun food? Question. Yeah, coma slurry. The ship fed it to me during the trip here. I have enough to last me almost 4 years. Eat that. It tastes bad. Food experience not that important. Hey, I point to him. To humans, food experience is very important. Humans strange. I point at the spectrometer readout screen. Why does Iridian food have thallium in it? Healthy. Thallium kills humans, then eat human food. I walk over to the Talmoeba tanks. Rocky had outdone himself. I can control the nitrogen content to within 1 part per million, and so far things are looking good.
Sure, the generation can only handle a smidgen of nitrogen, but it's a smidgen more than the previous generation could do. The plan is working. Our Talmiba are developing nitrogen resistance. Will they ever be able to handle the 3.5% needed for Venus? Or the 8% for 3 World? Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. I'm using percentages here to track the nitrogen. I can only get away with that because in all cases, astrophage breed where the air is 0.02 atmospheres of pressure. So since that pressure is always the same across all experiments, I can just track the percentage of nitrogen. The proper way to do it would be to track partial pressure, but that's annoying. I'd just end up dividing the 0.02 atmospheres and multiplying by it again later when dealing with data. I pat the top of tank 3. It's been my lucky tank. Out of 23 generations of Talmiba, tank 3 made the strongest strain 9 times. Pretty good, considering she's got 9 other tanks to compete with. Yes, tank 3 is a she. Don't judge me. I'm judging. Just a little bit. How long until we reach the blip A? 17 hours until reverse thrust maneuver. Okay, let's spin down the centrifuge for now, just in case we run into trouble and need extra time to fix something. Agree. I go to control room now. You go to storage locker and lie flat. Do not forget control panel with long extension cords. I glance around the lab. Everything is firmly secured. Yeah, okay, let's do it. John, Ringo, Paul, off, says Rocky. Velocity is orbital. There's no stationary in a solar system. You're always moving around something. In this case, Rocky reduced our cruise velocity to put us in a stable orbit around 1A from Tau Ceti. 1AU from Tau Ceti. That's where he left the blip A. Rocky relaxes in his control room bulb. He clamps the boxes to their wall mounts. Now that the engines are off, we're back to 0G, and the last thing we want is for the makeshift thrust button to be floating around unattended. He grabs a couple of handholds and centers his carapace over the texture monitor. As always, it shows him my center monitor feed with colors represented as textures. You in control now. He's done his job. Now it's my turn. How long until the flash, I ask. Rocky pulls an iridium clock off the wall. Next flash is 3 minutes, 7 seconds. Okay, Rocky's no dope. He left his ship set up to turn on its engines for a fraction of a second every 20 minutes or so, giving us a much-needed beacon. It's easy enough to math out where the ship should be, but gravity from other planets and accurate measurement of last known velocities and accuracies in our estimate of Tau Ceti's gravity, they all add up to make slight errors, and a slight error on the location of something orbiting a star is a pretty big distance. So rather than hoping we can see Tau light reflect off the ship when we get to where it should be, he just set it up to flash the engines now and then. All I have to do is watch with the petroboscope. It'll be an extremely bright flash. What is current nitrogen tolerance? Question. Tank 3 has had some survivors at 0.6% nitrogen today. I'm breeding them up now. What's spacing? Question. It's a curious conversation we've had dozens of times, but it's fair for him to be curious. His species depends on it. The spacing, as we've come to call it, is the difference in how much nitrogen each of the 10 tanks receive. I don't just do the same thing in every tank. With each new generation, I try 10 new percentages of nitrogen. I'm being aggressive. 0.05% increments. Good, he says. All 10 tanks are breeding Talmiba 06, named for the nitrogen percent it can withstand. Tau tank is the control. As always, it is 0.6 nitrogen in the air. Talmiba 06 should have no problem in there. If it does, it means there was a mistake in the previous batch and I have to go back to an earlier strain. Tank 2 has 0.65% nitrogen. Tank 3 is 0.7, and so on all the way up to Tank 10 with 1.05%. The hardiest survivors will be the champions and will move on to the next round. I wait a few hours just to make sure they can breed for at least 2 generations. Talmiba has a ridiculously fast doubling time, fast enough to eat all my fuel in a matter of days as it happens. When we get to Venus or 3 world nitrogen percentages, I'll do much more thorough testing. Flashes soon, Rocky says. Copy. I bring up the Petroboscope on the center monitor. Normally, I'd have it off to the side, but the center is the only one Rocky can see. As expected, there's just background light in the Petrova frequency, courtesy of Tau Ceti. I pan and tilt the camera. We deliberately positioned ourselves closer to Tau Ceti than the blip A should be. So I'm looking more or less directly away from the star. That should minimize the background IR and give me a good view of the flash. Okay, I think I have it pointed roughly towards your ship. Rocky concentrates on his texture monitor. Understood. 37 seconds until flash. Hey, what's your ship's name anyway? Blip A. No, I mean, what do you call it? Ship. Your ship has no name? Why would ship have name? Question. I shrugged. Ships have names. He points to my pilot's seat. What is the name of your chair? Question. It doesn't have a name. Why does ship have name but chair no have name? Question. Never mind. Your ship is the Blip A. That is what I said. Flash in 10 seconds. Copy. Rocky and I each fall silent and stare at our respective screens. It took me a long time to notice the subtleties, but I can now tell when Rocky is paying attention to something specific. He tends to angle his carapace toward it and pivot ever so slightly back and forth. If I follow the line he's pivoting on, that's usually what he's examining. 3, 2, 1, now. Right on cue, a few pixels on screen blink white. Got it, I say. I not notice. It was dim. We must be far away. Hang on. I switch to the telescope screen and pan to where the flash came from. I sweep back and forth with small movements until I catch a slight discoloration in the blackness. Tau light reflecting off the Blip A. Yeah, we're pretty far away. Beetles have much fuel remaining. It's okay. Let me angle change. I check the readouts at the bottom of the screen. All we have to do is align the Hail Mary with the current telescope angle. Rotate yaw plus 13.72 degrees. Rotate pitch minus 9.14 degrees. Yaw plus 13 Mark 72. Pitch minus 9 Mark 14. He grabs the beetle controls from their holders and gets to work. By flicking on and off the beetles in sequence, he angles the ship towards the Blip A. I zero the telescope and zoom in to confirm. The difference between background space and the ship is so small as to be barely perceivable, but it's there. Angle correct. He focuses hard on his texture screen. I don't detect anything on screen. Light difference is very, very small. Need human eyes to detect. Angle is good. Understand. What is range? Question. I switch to the radar system. Nothing. Too far for my radar to see. At least 10,000 kilometers. Accelerate to what velocity? Question. How about 3 kilometers per second? We'll get to the Blip A in an hour or so. 3,000 meters per second. Standard acceleration rate is acceptable. Question? Yes, 15 meters per second. 200 second thrust. Begin now. I brace for gravity. I'm going to take one more small sip, and then we'll be on to the final chapter for this reading session.
How long is the next chapter?
That's a good question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 pages.
Oh boy.
You got this. I believe in you.
I may have to call it.
You have to call it?
I may have to.
Okay, I'm going to read chapter 5. So.
Chapter 5?
Chapter 25, my bad. So you read it before.
I was like, honey, I think we're way past 25.
Me. So you read 25 tomorrow, before we get on call one final time.
Mm-hmm.
And then we can finish it off.
Hey.
Night.
Night.
Kaylee has left me. I'm going to make it to this last chapter. I'm actually very awake right now, which is unfortunate because I think it would probably be smartest to go to sleep. However, I want to get to this chapter because then it's just 5 chapters until we're done, and it's so much easier. We did it. We actually did it. I have Earth's salvation and a little tank on the floor.
Happy, Rocky says. Happy, happy, happy. I'm so giddy I might throw up. Yes, but we're not done yet. I strap myself into my bunk. The pillow tries to float away, but I snag it in time to wedge it under my head. I'm all wired up, but if I don't go to sleep soon, Rocky will start hassling me. Sheesh, you almost ruin a mission one time, and all of a sudden you have an alien enforced bedtime. Talmiba, 35, Rocky says. Took many, many generations, but finally success. It's a weird feeling, scientific breakthroughs. There's no eureka moment, just a slow, steady progression toward a goal. But man, when you get to that goal, it feels good. We linked the ship back up together weeks ago. Rocky was pretty stoked to have access to his much larger ship again. First thing he did was set up a tunnel directly from his portion of the Hail Mary to the Blip A. It meant another hole in my hull, but it's at this point I trust Rocky to do any engineering task. Heck, if he wanted to do open heart surgery on me, I'd probably let him. The guy is amazing at this stuff. With the ships linked, I can't have the Hail Mary centrifuge going, which means we're back to 0G. But now that we're just breeding Talmiba in tanks, I can live without my gravity-dependent lab equipment for now. Over the weeks, we've watched generation after generation of Talmiba become more and more nitrogen resistant. And now, today, we finally have Talmiba 35, a strain of Talmiba that can survive 3.5% nitrogen and a 0.02 atmosphere overall air pressure, the same situation found on Venus. You, be happy now, Rocky says from his workbench. I am, I say, but we need to get to 8% so it can survive on 3 World. Until then, we're not done. Yes, but this is important moment. Yeah, I smile. He fiddles with some kind of new gadget. He's always working on one thing or another. Now you make exact Venus atmosphere in one tank and do detailed tests on Talmiba 35. Question? No, I say. We'll keep going until we get to Talmiba 80. It should work on Venus 3 World. I'll test everything then. Understand. I turn to face his side of the room. The whole watching me sleep thing doesn't creep me out anymore. If anything, it's comforting. What are you working on? The device is clamped to his workbench to keep it from drifting away. He works on it from many angles with many hands holding many tools. This is Earth Electricity Unit. You're making a power converter? Yes, convert from Iridian prime sequence electric amplitude to inefficient Earth direct current system. Prime sequence? Would take a long time to explain. Make a mental note to ask about it later. Okay, what will you use that for? He puts down 2 tools and picks up 3 more. If all plans work, we make good Talmiba. I give you fuel, you go Earth, and I go Arid. We say goodbye. Yeah, I guess, I mumble. I should be happier about surviving a suicide mission, returning home a hero, and saving my entire species. But saying goodbye to Rocky forever will be hard. I put it out of my mind. You have many portable thinking machines. I ask favor. You give one to me as gift. Question? A laptop? You want a laptop? Sure, I have a bunch of them. Good. And thinking machine have information. Question? Science information from Earth? Question? Ah, of course. I'm an advanced alien race with knowledge far beyond Iridian science. I think the laptops have terabyte drives. I could copy the entire contents of Wikipedia over to him. Yeah, I can do that, but I don't think a laptop will work in Iridian air. Too hot. He points to the device. This is just one part of thinking machine life support system. System will give power, keep Earth temperature, Earth air inside. Many redundant backups. Make sure thinking machine not break. If break, no Iridian can fix. Ah, I see. How will you read the output? Camera inside convert from Earth light readout to Iridian texture readout. Like camera and control room. Before we leave, you examine written language to me. He certainly knows enough English to look up any words he doesn't know. Yeah, sure. Our written language is easy, kind of easy. There are only 26 letters, but many strange ways to say them. Well, I guess there are actually 52 symbols, because capital letters look different, even though they're pronounced the same. Oh, and then there's punctuation. Our scholars will solve. You just get me started. Yeah, I'll do that. I say. I want a gift from you too. Xenonite. Solid form and liquid pre-xenonite form. Earth scientists will want that. Yes, I give. I yawn. I'm going to sleep soon. I watch. Good night, Rocky. Good night, Grace. I fall asleep easier than I have in weeks.
I have tau amoeba that can survive Earth, modifying an alien life form. What could possibly go wrong? That seems like a loaded question. It sounds like a very loaded question. Back when I was a kid, like most kids, I imagined what it would be like to be an astronaut. I imagined flying through space in a rocket ship, meeting aliens, and just generally being awesome. What I didn't imagine was cleaning out sewage tanks. That's pretty much what I'm doing today. To be clear, it's not my poop I'm cleaning, it's Talmeba poop. Thousands of kilograms of Talmeba poop. Each of my 7 remaining fuel bays has to be cleared out of all that gunk before I can put new fuel in. So on the one hand, I'm shoveling poop. On the other hand, at least I'm in an EVA suit while I do it. I've smelled the stuff before. It's not great. The gunky methane and decomposing cells aren't a problem. If that were all I had to deal with, I'd just ignore it. 20,000 kilograms of gunk in a 2 million kilogram tank? Barely worth paying attention to. The problem is there's probably surviving Talmeba in there, and contamination ate all the available fuel several weeks ago, so they've mostly starved by now. At least according to recent samples I checked. But some of the little bastards will probably still be alive. And the last thing I want to do is feed them 2 million kilograms of fresh astrophage. Progress? Question? Rocky radios. Almost done with fuel bay 3. Fully inside the tank, I scrape black gunk off the walls with a homemade spatula and fling it out through a 1 meter wide hole in the side. Where did that 1 meter wide hole come from? I made it. I lost my pen. Okay. The fuel tanks have no human-sized entry hatches. Why would they? Valves and piping lead in and out, but the largest of them is only a few inches wide. I don't have anything to flush the tanks with. I left my 10,000 gallons of water collection back home. So for each tank, I have to cut a hole, clean the gunk out, and then reseal it. I have to say, though, the cutting torch Rocky made for me works like a charm. A little astrophage, an IR light, some lenses, and I have a freaking death ray in my hands. The trick is keeping the output low, but Rocky put extra safeties in. He made sure the lenses had some impurities, and they aren't made of transparent xenonite. They're IR permeable glass. It's the light output from the astrophage. If the light output from the astrophage inside gets too high, the lenses will melt. Then the beam will defocus and the cutter will be useless. I have to sheepishly ask Rocky to make me another one, but at least I wouldn't cut my leg off. So far, that hasn't happened, but I wouldn't put it past me. I scrape a particularly stubborn crust of gunk off the wall. It floats away, and I use the scraper to bat it out of the hole. Status on breeder tanks? I ask. Tank 4 still have live Talmeba. Tank 5 and higher all dead. I shuffle forward in the tank. It's narrow enough that I can hold position by putting 2 boots on one side of the cylinder and a hand on the opposing side. This leaves my remaining hand free to scrape sludge. Tank 4 had 5.25%, right? Not right. 5.20%. Okay, so we're up to Talmeba 52. Doing good. How's progress? Question. Slow and steady, I say. I flick a wad of gunk off into the void. I wish I could just flush the tanks with nitrogen and call it a day. After all, this Talmeba has no nitrogen resistance at all. But it wouldn't work. The gunk is several centimeters thick. Now, no matter how much nitrogen I pump in, there will be some Talmeba it doesn't get to, shielded by a centimeter-thick wall of their brethren. All it takes is one survivor to start an infestation when I refill the tanks with Rocky's spare astrophage. So I have to muck the tanks out as best as I can before doing the nitrogen cleanse. Your fuel tanks are big. You have enough nitrogen? Question. I can give ammonia from Blip A life support if you need. Ammonia wouldn't work. I say Talmeba doesn't have a problem with nitrogen compounds, just the element nitrogen, N2. But don't worry, I'm fine. I don't need as much nitrogen as you think. We know 3.5% of 0.0 TU atmospheres will kill natural Talmeba. That's a partial pressure of less than 1 Pascal. The fuel bays are only 37 cubic meters each. All I need to do is squirt a few grams of nitrogen gas in here and it'll kill everything. It's amazingly deadly to Talmeba.
I put my hands on my hips, an awkward pose in the Eva suit, and it causes me to float away from the wall, but it fit the situation. Okay, done with Fuel Bay 3. You want Xenonite patch for hull now? Question. I float out of the fuel bay and into space. I pull on my tether to bring me back to the hull. No, I'll do the cleaning first, then close them up with a separate EVA. I use the handholds to get to fuel bay 4, anchor myself in place, and fire up the Iridian Astrotorch. Xenonite makes for some pretty darn good pressurized gas containers. My fuel bays are all freshly cleaned and resealed. I gave them all about 100 times as much nitrogen as it takes to kill any natural Talmiba hanging around. And then I just let it stay there for a while. I'm taking no chances. After a few days of sterilizing, it's time for a test. Rocky gives me a few kilograms of astrophage to work with. I remember when a few kilograms of astrophage would have been a godsend to everyone on Strat's fat. But now it's just, oh hey, here's a few quadrillion joules of energy. Let me know if you want more. I divide the astrophage into 7 roughly equal blobs, vent the nitrogen, and squirt 1 blob into each fuel bay. Then I wait a day. During this time, Rocky is aboard his ship, plugging away on a pumping system to transfer astrophage from his fuel tanks to mine. I offer to help, but he very politely declines. What good could I do aboard the Blip Bay anyway? My Eva suit can't handle the environment in there, so Rocky would have to build me a whole tunnel system. It's not worth it. I really want it to be worth it. It's an alien freaking spaceship. I want to see the inside. But yeah, gotta save humanity and stuff. That's the priority. I check the fuel bays. Any live Talmiba will have found the astrophage and snacked on it. So if astrophage is still there, the bay is sterile. Long story short, 2 of the 7 bays weren't sterile. Hey Rocky, I yell from the control room. He's aboard the Blip Bay somewhere, but I know he can hear me. He can always hear me. After a few seconds, the radio crackles to life. What question? 2 fuel bays still have Talmiba. Understand, not good, but not bad. Other 5 are clean. Question? I steady myself with a handhold in the control room. It's easy to float off when you're concentrating on conversation. Yeah, the other 5 seem good. How Talmiba and bad 2 bays survived? Question. Probably didn't clean them well enough. Some gunk remained and shielded live Talmiba from the nitrogen. That's my guess. Plain? Question. I'm going back into those 2, scraping them down some more, and I'll sterilize them again. I'll leave the other 5 sealed for now. Good plan. Do not forget to purge fuel lines. With all the tanks infected, it's safe to assume the fuel lines, currently sealed off, will also be infected. Yes, they'll be easier than the tanks. I just need to blow high-pressure nitrogen through them. They'll clean out the chunks and sterilize the rest. Then I'll test them the same as the fuel bays. Good, he says. What is status of breeder tanks? Question. Still making good progress. We're up to Talmiba 6.2 now. Someday we would find out why nitrogen was a problem. Yeah, but that's for other scientists. We just need Talmiba 80. Yes, Talmiba 80. Maybe Talmiba 86. Safety. When you think in base 6, arbitrarily adding 6 to things is normal. Agreed. I enter the airlock and climb into the Orlan Eva suit. I grab the Astro Torch and attach it to my tool belt. I turn on the helmet radio and say, begin Eva. Understood. Radio if problem. Can help with my ship hull robot if you need. I shouldn't need it, but I'll let you know. I seal the door behind me and start the airlock cycle. Screw it. I say. I press the final confirmation button to jettison fuel bay 5. The pyros pop and the empty tank floats off into nothingness of space. No amount of scrubbing, cleaning, nitrogen purging, or anything else could get the Talmiba out of fuel bay 5. No matter what I did, they survived and chowed down all the rest of the astrophage I put in afterward. At a certain point, you just have to let it go. I cross my arms and slump into my pilot seat. There's no gravity to properly slump with, so I have to make a conscious effort to push myself into the seat. I'm pouting, darn it, and I intend to do it right. I'm missing a total of 3 of my original 9 fuel bays. 2 from our adventure over Adrian, and another one just now. That's about 666,000 kilograms of fuel storage I no longer have. Do I have enough fuel to get home? Sure, any amount of fuel that can make me escape Tau Ceti's gravity is enough to eventually get home. I could get home with just a few kilograms of astrophage if I didn't mind waiting a million years. It's not about getting there, it's about how long it'll take. I do a ton of math and I get answers I don't like. The trip from Earth to Tau Ceti took 3 years and 9 months. It was done by accelerating constantly at 1.5 Gs the entire time, which is what Dr. Lamai decided was the maximum sustained force a human should be exposed to for almost 4 years. Earth experienced something like 13 years during that time, but time dilation worked in our favor for the crew. I do the If I do the long trip home, which is 1.33 million kilograms of fuel, which is all my remaining tanks can hold, the most efficient course of a constant acceleration of zero point 0.9 Gs, I'd be going slower, which means less time dilation, which means I experience more time. All told, I experience 5.5 years on that trip. So what? It's only an extra year and a half. What's the big deal? I don't have that much food. This was a suicide mission. They gave us food to last several months, and that's about it. I've been working on my way through the food stores at a reasonable rate, but then I'll have to rely on coma slurry. It won't taste good, but it's nutritionally balanced at least. But again, this was a suicide mission. They didn't give us enough coma slurry to get home either. The only reason I have any at all is because Commander Yao and Specialist Ilyukina died en route. All told, I have 3 months of real food left and about 40 months worth of coma slurry. That works out to be just barely enough food to survive the trip home with full fuel and a bit to spare, but nowhere near enough to last the 5.5 years of a slower trip. Rocky's food is useless to me. I've tested it over and over. It's chock full of heavy metals ranging from toxic to highly toxic. There are useful proteins and sugars in there that my biology would love to make use of, but there's no way to sort out the poison from the food. And there's nothing here for me to grow. All my food is freeze dried or dehydrated. No viable seeds or plants or anything. I can eat what I have, and that's it. Rocky clicks along his tunnel into the control room bulb. He goes in and out of the blip bay so often. Now I often don't know what ship he's on. You make angry sound. Why? Question. I'm missing a third of my fuel bays. Sorry, I think I turned off my extension cord, so I was just making sure it was okay. I'm missing a third of my fuel bays. The trip home will take more time than I have food. How long since last sleep? Question. I'm talking about fuel here. Stay focused. Grumpy, angry, stupid. How long since last sleep? Question. I shrug. I don't know. I've been working on the breeder tanks and fuel bays. I forgot when I last slept. You sleep. I watch. I gesture violently to the console. I have a serious problem here. I don't have enough fuel storage to survive the trip home. It's 600,000 kilograms of fuel. It would take 135 cubic meters of storage. I don't have that much space. I make storage tank. You don't have enough xenonite for that. Don't need xenonite. Any strong material will do. Have much metal aboard my ship. Melt, shape, make tank for you. I blink a couple of times. You can do that? Obvious I can do that. You are stupid right now. You sleep. I watch and also design replacement tank. Agree. Question? He starts down the tube toward the dormitory. Agree. Question? He says louder. Yeah, I mumble. Yeah, okay. Five pages left. I've done a lot of EVAs now, but none were as tiring as this one has turned out to be. I've been out here for 6 hours. The Orlan is a tough old suit, and it can handle it. The same can't be said about me. Installing final fuel bay now, I wheeze. Almost there. Stay on target. Rocky's ad hoc fuel bays are perfect, of course. All I had to do was detach one of my existing bays and give it to him for analysis. Well, I gave it to his hull robot. However he uses that robot to measure stuff, it does a good job. Every valve connection is in the right place and the right size. Every screw threading is perfectly spaced. All told, He made 3 perfect copies of the fuel bay I gave him. The only difference is the material. My original bays were made of aluminum. Someone on Stratt's team had suggested a carbon fiber hull, but she shot that down. Well tested technology only. Humanity had 60 odd years of testing aluminum hulled spacecraft. The new bays were made of an alloy. What alloy? Don't know. Rocky doesn't even know. It's a mishmash of metals from non critical systems aboard the Blip A. Mostly iron, he says, but there's at least 25 different elements all melted together. It's basically metal stew. But that's okay. The fuel bays don't need to hold pressure. They only have to keep the astrophage aboard the ship, nothing else. And they do need to be strong enough to not break apart from the weight of the fuel inside when the ship accelerates. But that's not hard. They could literally be made out of wood and be just as effective. You are slow, he says. You are mean. I ratchet the large cylinder into place with straps. Apologies. I am excited. Breeder tanks 9 and 10. Yeah, I say, fingers crossed. We're up to Taumiba 78 as of the most recent generation. That strain is breeding away in the tanks while I work on these fuel bays. The spacing, I'm on page 420, haha. The spacing is 0.25, which means that for the first time ever, some breeder tanks actually have 8% or more nitrogen inside. As for installing the tanks, sheesh. I've learned that the first bolt is the hardest. The fuel bay has a lot of inertia and it's hard to keep aligned with the hull. Also, the original mounting system for the bay is gone. The Pyros saw to that. They never figured I'd be adding in new bays after jettisoning the old ones. The Pyros don't just open to clamp. They shear the bolts clean off, and they don't care about the damage to the mounting points. I spent a lot of time unsuiciding this suicide mission. While the threaded mounting holes are in reasonable shape, every one of them has a sheared off bolt to deal with. With no bolt head, they're a real pain in the patoot to unscrew. I found that the best approach is to bring sacrificial steel rods and the astrotorch, melt the bolt a little, melt the rod a little, and weld them together. The result is ugly, but it gives me a lever arm with enough torque to remove the bolt, usually. When I can't remove the bolt, I just start melting stuff. Can't be stuck if it's liquid. 3 hours later, I finally have all the new fuel bays installed, sort of. I cycle the airlock, climb out of the Orlan, and enter the control room. Rocky is in his bulb waiting for me. It went well? Question. I wiggle my hand back and forth, a gesture interestedly common to both humans and Iridians, and with the same meaning. Maybe, I'm not sure. A bunch of the bolt holes were unusable, so the bays aren't connected as well as they should be. Danger? Question. Your ship accelerated 15 meters per second. Will tanks hold? Question. I'm not sure. Earth's engineers often double requirements for safety. I hope they did this time, but I will test to be sure. Good. Enough talk. Check breeder tanks, please. Yeah. Let me get some water first. He bounces and skitters down his tube to the lab. Why humans need water so much? Question. Inefficient life forms. I love Rocky. I chuck a full liter bag of water I'd left in the control room before the EVA. It's thirsty work. I wipe my mouth and let the bag float off. I push off the wall to float down the tunnel to the lab. Iridians need water too, you know. We keep inside. Closed system. Some inefficiencies aside, but we get all water we need from food. Humans leak. Gross. I laugh as I float into the lab where Rocky is waiting. On Earth, we have a scary, deadly creature called a spider. You look like one of those, just so you know. Good. Proud. I am scary space monster. You are leaky space blob. He pointed to the breeder tanks. Check tanks. I am scary space monster. You are leaky space blob. It's hilarious. I kick off the wall and float over to the breeders. This is the moment of truth. I should check them again at the time starting with tank 1, but to heck with it, I go straight to tank 9. I shine a pin light into the tank and get a good look at the glass side that was earlier covered in astrophage. I check the tank readouts, then check the slide again. I grin at Rocky. Tank 9 slide is clear. We have Taumiba 80. He absolutely explodes with noise. His arms flail, his hands clatter against the tunnel walls. It's just random notes in no discernible order. After a few seconds, he calms down. Yes, good, 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 good. Wow, okay, easy there. I check tank 10. Hey, tank 10 is also clear. We have Talmiba 82.5. Good, good, good. Good, good, good indeed, I say. Now you do much testing. Venus air, 3-world air. Yes, absolutely. He shifts back and forth from one tunnel wall to the other. Exact same gases in each test. Same pressure, same temperature, same death radiation from space, same light from a nearby star. Same, same, same. Yes, I'll do that. I'll do all of that. Do now. I need rest. I just did an 8-hour EVA. Do now. Ugh, no. I float over to his tunnel and face him through the xenonite. First, I'm going to breed up a bunch of Talmiba 82.5, just to make sure we have enough for testing, and I'll make several stable colonies of it in sealed containers. Yes, and some on my ship too. Yes, the more backups, the better. He bounces back and forth some more. Arid will live. Earth will live. Everyone live. He crawls the claws on one hand into a ball and presses it against the xenonite. Fist me. I push my knuckles against the xenonite. It's fist bump, but yeah. There has to be liquor somewhere. Flashback. I can't imagine Ilyakina going on a suicide mission without insisting on some booze. I can't imagine her going across the street without some booze, honestly. And after looking through every box in the storage, oh, never mind, we're not in a flashback. We're still in the present. Looking through every box in the storage compartment, I finally find it, the personal kits. The box has 3 zipped duffels. Each one is labeled with the crewman's name, Yao, Ilyakina, and Dubois. I guess they never replaced Dubois' personal kit, because I never got a chance to make mine. Still a little mad about how that played out, but maybe I'll get a chance to tell Strat my feelings on the topic. I pull the kids into the dormitory with me and Velcro them to the wall, feeling deeply personal belongings of 3 people who are now dead, friends who are now dead. I may have a somber moment later, and spend some time looking at all these bags have to offer. But for now, this is a time for celebration. I want booze. I open Ilyakina's bag. There are all sorts of random knickknacks inside, a pendant with some Russian writing on it, a worn old teddy bear she probably had as a kid, a kilogram of heroin, some of her favorite books, and there we are. 5 1-liter bags of clear liquid labeled something in Russian. It's Russian for vodka. How do I know that? Because I spent months on an aircraft carrier with a bunch of crazy Russian scientists. I saw that word a lot. I zip up her bag and leave it Velcro to the wall. I fly to the lab where Rocky waits in his tunnel. Found it, I say. Good, good. His usual jumpsuit and tool bed bandolier are nowhere to be seen. He has an outfit on I've never seen before. Well, 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 what have we here, I say. He juts out his carapace with pride. It's covered with a smooth cloth underlayment that supports symmetrical rigid shapes here and there, almost like armor, but not as fully covering, and I don't think they're metal. The top pole, where his vents are, is ringed with rough gems, definitely jewelry of some kind. They're faceted, similar to how Earth jewelry might be cut. The quality is horrible. They're blotchy and discolored, but they're really big, and I bet they sound great to sonar. The sleeves leading off the shirt stop about halfway down his arms and are similarly ornamented at the cuffs. Each shoulder is connected to its neighbor by loose braided cords. For the first time I've ever seen, he has gloves on. All 5 hands are covered in coarse burlap-like material. This outfit would severely limit Rocky's ability to move freely, but hey, fashion isn't about comfort or convenience. You look great, I say. Thank. This is special clothing for celebration. I hold up a liter of vodka. This is special liquid for celebration. Humans eat to celebrate? Yeah, I know Iridians eat in private. I know you think it's gross to see, but this is how humans celebrate. It's okay. Eat. We celebrate. 2 pages away. I float over to the two experiments mounted to the lab table. Inside one is an analog of the atmosphere of Venus. Inside the other is the atmosphere of Three World. In both cases, I made them as precise as I could. I used the best reference data I have, which is considerable thanks to my collection of every human reference book ever and Rocky's knowledge about his own system. In both cases, Tamiba have not only survived but thrived. They breed as fast as ever, and even the smallest amount of astrophage injected into either experiment gets eaten up immediately. I hold the bag of vodka up to Talmiba 82.5, savior of two worlds. You will give that liquid to the Talmiba question? I unclip the fastener of the straw. No, it's just a thing humans say. I am honoring Talmiba 82.5. I take a sip. It's like fire in my mouth. Iliakina apparently liked her vodka strong and rough. Yes, much honoring, he says. Human and Iridian work together. Save everyone. Ah, I say, that reminds me. I need a life support system for Talmiba, something that feeds them just enough astrophage to keep the colony alive. It has to be completely automatic, has to work on its own for several years, and it has to weigh less than a kilogram. I need 4 of them. Why so small? I'm going to put one in each beetle, just in case something happens to the Hail Mary on the way home. Good plan. You are smart. I can make these for you. Also, today I've finished fuel transfer device. Can give you astrophage now. Then we both go home. Yeah, my smile fades. This is happy. Your face opening is in sad mode. Why question? Going to be a long trip and I'll be alone, all alone. I haven't decided if I want to risk a coma on the way home. I might have to for my own sanity. Total solitude and nothing deep but chalky, nasty coma slurry might just be too much. For the first part of the trip, at least, I definitely plan to stay awake. You will miss me? Question. I will miss you. You're a friend. Yeah, I'm going to miss you. I take another swig of vodka. You're my friend. Heck, you're my best friend. And pretty soon we're going to say goodbye forever. He tapped 2 glove claws together. They made a muffled sound instead of the usual click that comes with the dismissive gesture. Not forever. We save planets. Then we have astrophage technology. Visit each other. I give a wry grin. Can we do all that within 50 Earth years? Probably not. Why so fast? Question. I only have 50 years or so left to live. Humans don't, I hiccup, don't live long, remember? Oh, he's quiet for a moment. So we enjoy remaining time together, then go save planets. Then we are heroes. Yes, I straighten up. I'm a little dizzy now. I've never been much of a drinker, and I'm hitting this vodka harder than I should. We're the most important people in the galaxy. We're awesome. He grabs a nearby wrench and raises it in one of his hands. To us. I raise the vodka. To us. Well, this is it, I say from my side of the connector. Yes, says Rocky on his side. His voice is low, despite his attempts to keep it high. The Hail Mary is all fueled up. 2.2 million kilograms of astrophage, a full 200,000 kilograms more than she left Earth with. Rocky's replacement tanks were, of course, more efficient and had more volume than my originals. I rub the back of my neck. I assume our people will meet up again. I know humans will want to learn about Arid. Yes, he says. Thank you for a laptop. Centuries of human knowledge, all for our scientists to learn about. You have given greatest gift in history of my people. You tested it in that life support system you built for it, right? Yes, that is a stupid question. He grips a handle on his side to keep in place. Rocky has removed his direct connecting tunnel and resealed the Hail Mary's hull. He put the airlock to airlock connector in place to finish packing up. At my request, he left the xenonite walls and tunnels in the Hail Mary in place, but with a few meter-wide holes in them, here and there, so I can use the space. The more xenonite Earth scientists have to study, the better, I figure. The ship still smells a little like ammonia. I guess even xenonite isn't completely immune to gas permeation. They'll probably smell like that for a while. And your farms, I say? You double-checked them all? Yes. 6 redundant Tell me about 82.5 colonies, each in separate tanks with separate life support systems, each with 3 world simulated atmosphere. Your farms are functioning? Question. Yeah, I say. Well, it's just my 10 breeder tanks, but now I have them all set up with Venus's atmosphere. Oh, and thanks for the mini farms, by the way. I'll install them in the Beetles during my trip. I won't have much else to do. He glances at a notepad. These numbers you gave me. You are certain these are the times for me to turn around and the times for me to reach Arid? Question. They are so soon. So fast. Yeah, that's time dilation for you. Weird stuff. But those are the correct values. I checked them 4 times. You'll reach Arid in under 3 Earth years. But Earth is almost the same distance from Tau Ceti, and you will take 4 years. Question? I'll experience 4 years. Yes, 3 years and 9 months, because time will be as compressed for me as it is for you. You have explained before, but again, why? Question? Your ship accelerates faster than mine. You'll be moving closer to the speed of light. He wiggles his carapace. So complicated. I pointed toward his ship. All the information about relativity is in the laptop. Have your scientists take a look. Yes, they will be very pleased. Not when they find out about quantum physics. Then they'll be really annoyed. Not understand. I laugh. Don't worry about it. We're both quiet for a while. I guess this is it, I say. It is time, he says. We go save homeworlds now. Yeah, your face is leaking. I wipe my eyes. Human thing. Don't worry about it. Understand. He pushes himself along to his airlock door. He opens it and pauses there. Goodbye, friend Grace. I wave meekly. Goodbye, friend Rocky. He disappears into his ship and closes the airlock door behind him. I return to the Hail Mary. After a few minutes, the Blip A's hull robot detaches the tunnel. We fly our ships nearly parallel, but with a few degrees difference in course. This ensures neither of us vaporizes the other with the back blast from our astrophage engines. Once we have a few thousand kilometers of separation, we can aim in any direction we want. Hours later, I sit in the cockpit with my spin drives offline. I just want one last look. I watch the point of IR light with the Petrovoscope. That's Rocky, headed back to Arid. Godspeed, buddy, I say. I set course for Earth and fire up the spin drives. I'm going home. Oh, that's so sad. We leave Rocky. We only have a little bit left. Only 5 chapters, about 50 pages left. And then we will be done. I will see you at 9 a.m. tomorrow to finish our first buddy read of the club.